Some days, no matter how tired you are, your mind just won't let go of all the worries and restless thoughts. The stress from work, family troubles, or things happening outside your world cling to you, disturbing your peace. And when you lie down, instead of drifting into gentle sleep, those thoughts keep swirling, making rest elusive and fragile. The story I'm about to share might bring a quiet calm, a slow rhythm to help your mind unwind, so you can gently let go and welcome sleep more easily. This is the tale called The Doors That Never Opened. Doors that never truly opened, yet hold within them a deep stillness and meaning. Like a soft reminder in the stillness of the night, in a small village nestled between rolling hills and quiet forests, there stood an old house. The house was made of weathered stone and faded wood, its walls covered in patches of moss and vines. For many years, the house had been empty. Its windows were dark, and its heavy doors remained shut, untouched by time and people alike. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the house. They said it held many secrets, stories left unspoken, and doors that no one dared to open. Children would gather at a distance, their eyes wide with curiosity and a hint of fear. Even the adults avoided the place, as if the house carried an invisible weight that made them uneasy. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky turned a soft shade of pink, a traveler arrived at the village. He was a quiet man, carrying only a small bag and a lantern. Drawn by the mystery of the old house, he paused before its gate, feeling the cool evening air wrap gently around him. The traveler noticed how the house seemed still, almost waiting. Though the doors were firmly closed, the soft rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind through the trees created a melody that felt like an invitation. He wondered what lay beyond those silent doors, behind the walls that had witnessed so many passing seasons without a visitor. Without hurry, he settled nearby, ready to listen to the quiet stories the night might tell. As night deepened, the village grew silent. The only sounds were the distant hoot of an owl and the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by a soft breeze. The traveler sat by a small fire he had made, its flickering light casting warm shadows on the stone walls of the old house. He watched the darkness with calm curiosity, feeling as if the house itself was breathing quietly in the stillness. The doors, heavy and worn, remained firmly shut. Their dark wood showed the marks of many years, scratches, faded paint, and iron hinges covered in a fine layer of rust. Yet despite their age, the doors stood strong, as if guarding something precious inside. The traveler's thoughts drifted to the stories he had heard from the villagers earlier that day. They spoke of the house as a place where time seemed to pause, where memories lingered like faint echoes in the air. Some said the house belonged to a family long gone, who had locked away more than just belongings behind those doors. He wondered about the lives that had once filled the empty rooms. What laughter had once danced through the halls? What sorrows had weighed on the hearts of those who lived there? The traveler imagined a world frozen in time, where moments were trapped like dust particles floating softly in the dim light. As the fire crackled gently, he felt a strange sense of peace settle over him. The house, though silent and closed off, seemed to hold a quiet invitation, not to enter or disturb, but to simply be present with its stillness. It was as if the doors, though never opened, offered a space for reflection and rest. The traveler leaned back, letting the calm night embrace him. Outside, the stars began to twinkle faintly, their light shimmering through the branches. And in that gentle darkness, the story of the doors that never opened continued to unfold, not through action or sound, but through the quiet presence of a place waiting patiently for time to reveal its secrets. Morning arrived slowly, painting the sky with soft hues of pale gold and muted lavender. The village awoke gently, birdsong threading through the crisp air, and a quiet light touched the stone house, revealing every crack and weathered corner. The traveler stirred by the dying embers of his fire. Though the house's doors remained closed, their presence felt less like a barrier now, and more like a silent companion in the stillness. He rose and walked slowly around the house's perimeter, his footsteps light on the worn path, as if afraid to disturb the deep calm that lingered. Behind the walls, the traveler imagined rooms filled with shadows and forgotten things. Old furniture draped in white sheets, shelves heavy with dust-covered books, and windows that once framed sunsets and rainstorms. Each corner held a memory, locked away like treasures in a chest, waiting quietly for someone to remember. He thought of the family who had lived there long ago. Perhaps they had loved and lost, hoped and dreamed, just as everyone does. But what made those doors never open? Was it fear of facing the past, or a gentle choice to keep some stories hidden, safe from the noise of the outside world? As the village stirred to life, the traveler found a small wooden bench beneath a sprawling tree nearby. He sat and closed his eyes for a moment, breathing in the cool morning air. The house stood silently beside him, its secrets resting in the quiet folds of time. In that peaceful morning stillness, the traveler understood that some doors are meant not to be opened, but to remind us of the spaces within ourselves that need calm, patience, and gentle waiting. The doors that never opened were not barriers, but invitations. To pause, to reflect, and to find rest in the quiet moments between the world's loudest clamor. Days passed quietly in the village, each one folding softly into the next, like pages turning slowly in a well-worn book. The traveler remained near the old house, feeling a gentle rhythm in the stillness around him. The village continued its simple routines, the baker setting out fresh bread at dawn, children's laughter echoing faintly from the square, and the occasional call of a distant shepherd guiding his flock. Yet through it all, the stone house stood apart, untouched and still, as if suspended in its own world. Its doors never opened, but its presence was deeply felt. The traveler spent hours simply observing, watching how the morning light slid along the mossy walls, how shadows shifted quietly with the sun's slow passage, and how the wind whispered softly through the trees. In the evenings, he often wandered closer, tracing the patterns carved into the weathered wood of the doors. The grain told stories of rain and sun, of seasons turning and years passing. Sometimes he placed his hand gently upon the cool surface, feeling the texture rough and alive beneath his fingers. One night, beneath a sky full of stars, the traveler heard a distant melody carried on the breeze. It was faint and almost forgotten, like a lullaby sung long ago. The sound seemed to wrap around the house, softening the edges of its silence. He closed his eyes and let the music settle inside him, a quiet balm to the mind and soul. He thought about what it meant to hold space for things that do not change, for places that stay still while the world moves on. The doors that never opened were a symbol, not of loss or neglect, but of patience and acceptance. Sometimes what lies behind a closed door is not meant to be revealed. Sometimes the very act of waiting, of holding still, is its own kind of opening. The traveler realized that the house and its closed doors mirrored parts of himself. Memories tucked away, feelings held gently beneath the surface, moments too delicate for hurried handling. In the silence, he found a kind of peace, a quiet understanding that not everything must be confronted or explained. As the nights passed, the traveler felt a soft transformation within. The weight of restless thoughts lightened, replaced by a calm that grew with each breath. The house's silent doors, standing firm and patient, became a guide, teaching him that sometimes the greatest comfort comes not from rushing forward, but from simply being present in the stillness. And so, under the gentle watch of the stars, the traveler stayed, wrapped in the quiet embrace of the house that never opened, finding rest in its unspoken stories and the soft rhythm of time itself. The traveler awoke to a soft drizzle one morning. The sky was a pale gray, and the air smelled fresh, heavy with the scent of damp earth and wet leaves. The rain fell gently, tapping quietly against the stone walls of the old house, creating a soothing rhythm that seemed to blend with the heartbeat of the village itself. Wrapped in a worn cloak, he stepped outside to feel the cool drops on his skin. The world was hushed, softened by the rain, and the usual bustle of the village slowed to a gentle murmur. Even the birds took refuge, their songs quiet and sparse. It was a day for stillness, for quiet reflection. The house, soaked by the rain, seemed even more ancient and wise. Water traced winding paths down the mossy stones, pooling at the threshold of the doors that never opened. The traveler knelt and watched as small droplets gathered and slipped away, never forcing their way inside. He thought about the nature of these doors, steadfast, unyielding, yet not hostile. They did not slam shut in anger, nor did they creak open invitingly. Instead, they simply remained, accepting the passage of time and weather alike, untouched by the hurry of the world. The traveler understood that the doors were a boundary, a place between the known and the unknown, the present and the past, the visible and the hidden. Sometimes such boundaries offer comfort. a safe space where things can simply be without pressure or expectation. He imagined the stories held within the house, lives lived quietly, moments cherished in silence, and memories that needed no voice to exist. The doors held these treasures gently, like a mother cradling a sleeping child. As the rain continued, the traveler closed his eyes and listened to the steady pulse of water on stone and leaf. It was a lullaby of the earth, slow and sure, inviting rest and calm. In that moment, surrounded by the gentle rain and the quiet strength of the closed doors, he found a peaceful stillness settling deep within him. The doors that never opened were no longer just a mystery. They became a symbol of patience, acceptance, and the quiet power of simply allowing things to be as they are. Days turned into weeks, and the traveler found himself becoming part of the village's quiet rhythm. He no longer felt like a stranger, but like a gentle observer of time itself. The old house stood like a steadfast guardian, its closed doors a constant presence in the shifting world around it. One afternoon, as golden light filtered through the leaves, the traveler noticed the small garden beside the house. Though untended for many years, delicate wildflowers had begun to bloom. Soft blues, pale yellows, and gentle whites peeking through the grass and moss. The flowers seemed to thrive quietly, untouched by the passage of seasons or the absence of care. The traveler knelt beside them, brushing his fingers lightly over the petals. He thought about how life often finds a way, even in places left alone or forgotten. The closed doors of the house did not stop growth. Instead, they created a space where nature could whisper its secrets softly. He reflected on the idea that sometimes, what seems closed or unreachable is not empty or dead, but quietly alive in its own way. The house held its memories and moments carefully, like the roots of the flowers hidden beneath the soil, nourishing life unseen. That evening, as twilight settled and the first stars blinked awake, the traveler sat once more near the doors. He no longer wondered what lay beyond them. Instead, he felt gratitude for the quiet lesson they offered, reminders that not all openings are visible, and that peace often comes from acceptance, rather than seeking. The doors that never opened had become a quiet friend, teaching patience and the beauty of stillness. In their silence, they spoke volumes, and the traveler listened with a heart growing ever calmer. The traveler's days in the village grew slower, filled with quiet moments that stretched gently like the soft morning light through the trees. He found himself wandering off into the old house, drawn by a peaceful curiosity that felt more like a gentle conversation than a restless question. One morning, as the mist lingered low over the fields, the traveler noticed something new. A small bird had made its home on the windowsill of the old house, a tiny nest woven from twigs and soft feathers, tucked safely beneath the worn stone ledge. The bird chirped softly, its delicate song cutting through the stillness like a fragile thread of hope. The traveler watched with quiet wonder as the bird tended to its eggs, turning them carefully with its beak, whispering in the language of patience and care. It was a humble scene, simple and unnoticed by most, yet profoundly alive. Here, in this place of closed doors and silent walls, life continued quietly and faithfully. He thought about the lessons held in such small acts, the waiting, the nurturing, the trust in time's slow unfolding. The bird did not hurry or push. It simply stayed, devoted to its task, accepting the unknown with quiet grace. The traveler realized that the house, the doors, and the nest were all parts of a larger story. A story not of grand gestures or loud declarations, but of steady, gentle presence. Sometimes the most powerful openings are not of doors swinging wide, but of hearts learning to wait, to hold space, and to trust the unfolding journey. As the sun climbed higher, casting warm light over the village, the traveler felt a deep calm settle within him. The closed doors no longer felt like barriers or mysteries to solve. Instead, they became symbols of a quiet sanctuary, places where silence holds meaning and stillness nurtures growth. In this place of waiting, the traveler found rest, not in answers, but in acceptance. The doors that never opened were not doors at all, but invitations to slow down, to breathe deeply, and to find peace in the gentle rhythm of time itself. As the seasons turned, the village shifted softly around the old house. Leaves blossomed into bright green in the spring, then deepened into warm amber and crimson as autumn arrived. Yet through every change, the house remained quiet and still, its doors never stirred, holding their secrets firmly but without resistance. The traveler observed how life outside the house moved in cycles, children growing taller, the river swelling and ebbing with the rains, and the village breathing with the steady flow of days and nights. Yet the house, like a silent guardian, seemed untouched by these rhythms, standing in calm contrast to the lively world around it. One evening, under a sky painted with streaks of pink and purple, the traveler sat once more near the doors. A gentle wind rustled the trees, carrying the soft scent of earth and flowers. He closed his eyes and allowed the stillness to wash over him, feeling as if the house itself was a quiet refuge for his restless thoughts. He thought about the nature of waiting, how sometimes the most meaningful journeys are not those of movement or discovery, but those of patience and presence. The doors that never opened were a reminder that not all answers come quickly, and that some mysteries are best honored by simply allowing them to be. The traveler found comfort in this acceptance. He realized that peace is not found by forcing open closed doors, but by sitting quietly before them, trusting that when the time is right, understanding will come in its own way. As night fell, stars scattered softly across the sky, their gentle light reflecting in the traveler's calm eyes. The doors remained shut, but their silence was no longer lonely. It was full, a presence felt deeply in the quiet, steady heartbeat of the world. And in that quiet, the traveler knew he had found a place where rest was possible, where the noise of life softened into a gentle hum, and where the doors that never opened held a quiet promise of peace. The traveler's time near the old house grew deeper in stillness, as if the very air around him carried a quiet wisdom. Each day he felt more attuned to the subtle rhythms, the soft sway of branches in the breeze, the gentle call of distant birds, the faint scent of earth and moss rising after a light rain. In the presence of the closed doors, these small details became profound, like whispered truths shared in silence. One morning, as the sun began to warm the village, the traveler noticed the first light catching on the intricate patterns carved into the door's wooden surface. Time had worn the details smooth in places, yet hints of artistry remained, swirling lines and delicate shapes, like the echoes of forgotten stories. He traced the patterns slowly with his eyes, imagining the hands that once carved them, the intentions behind each curve and line. In that moment, the traveler felt connected, not just to the house, but to the generations before him who had lived and loved here. Though the doors remained shut, they were a bridge between past and present, a silent witness to lives intertwined with the land and each other. He reflected on the idea that some doors are meant to protect, to hold safe what cannot yet be shared. They are not walls to keep out, but guardians of what is precious and fragile. Sometimes, the greatest strength lies in quiet patience, in honoring the boundaries set by time and memory. The traveler's heart settled in this understanding. He no longer felt the need to pry or hurry. Instead, he embraced the calm waiting, knowing that some openings happen within, in moments of reflection and acceptance, rather than through physical gates. As the day unfolded, the traveler sat beneath the old tree by the house, feeling the steady pulse of life around him. The doors that never opened stood quietly beside him, no longer mysteries to solve, but companions in the gentle journey toward peace. As the sun began its slow descent, casting a warm golden glow across the village, the traveler felt a deep sense of completion. The day spent beside the old house, with its doors that never opened, had taught him more than he had expected, not through discovery or change, but through stillness and acceptance. He rose and walked slowly to the doors one last time. His hand rested gently on the worn wood, feeling the cool surface beneath his fingertips. There was no need to open them, no urgency to uncover what lay hidden inside. The doors had already opened something within him, a quiet space for patience, for peace, for understanding. The traveler turned away, carrying with him the soft lessons of the house and the village. In the stillness of those closed doors, he had found a refuge for his restless mind and a gentle reminder that sometimes the greatest openings are not of the world around us, but of the heart within. As twilight deepened and stars began to sprinkle the sky, the village settled into peaceful silence. The house stood firm and calm, its doors closed but never locked, waiting, resting, and quietly holding the stories that time had entrusted to them. And so the traveler walked on, his spirit lighter, his breath slower, carrying with him the gentle truth of the doors that never opened. that sometimes peace is found not by pushing forward, but by learning to be still. Have you fallen asleep yet? If not, that's perfectly fine. Gently close your eyes now and settle into a comfortable position. Let your body relax fully. Breathe slowly and deeply. Feel the gentle weight of your limbs sinking softly into the surface beneath you. There's nowhere you need to be, and nothing pressing to do. Just lie still and allow yourself to drift gently toward sleep. Tonight, here on Boring History for Sleep, I'll share with you a story from long ago about statues that have stood silently for centuries, watching time flow by with calm, quiet patience. As you listen, let the steady rhythm of history and the cool, solid presence of these ancient stones lull you deeper and deeper into rest. So close your eyes, breathe easy, and let the story carry you peacefully into sleep. Long ago, in a land where the sun rose and set over vast stretches of stone and sand, there stood a city unlike any other. This city was not bustling with noisy crowds or hurried footsteps, but rather it was a place of stillness and quiet power. At its heart were statues, immense silent figures carved from marble and granite, standing tall and proud, watching over the city through countless seasons and centuries. The statues had been placed there by hands long gone, sculpted with care and reverence by people who believed these stone guardians held more than mere shapes and forms. They were thought to embody wisdom, protection, and the passage of time itself. Their faces, weathered by wind and rain, carried expressions both solemn and serene, as if they were listening to the whispers of history carried on the breeze. As you imagine this ancient city, picture the warm sun bathing the stone streets, the faint scent of jasmine drifting through quiet courtyards, and the soft hum of the wind threading gently through the arches and columns. The air feels heavy with stories, with memories held deep in the cracks and carvings of every statue's surface. These statues had witnessed empires rise and fall, wars begin and end, and countless generations live out their days beneath their unwavering gaze. They stood through storms that rattled the rooftops and skies painted with brilliant sunsets, never moving, never speaking, but always watching. Though they were made of cold stone, there was a warmth in their presence, a silent comfort for the people who walked beneath their shadows. In a world that changed quickly and often harshly, the statues offered a quiet steadiness, a reminder of time's slow, patient unfolding. As the city settled into the calm rhythm of daily life, the statues remained eternal, their stories written not in words, but in the very stones from which they were formed, stones that held the secrets of centuries, waiting to be heard. Morning light filtered softly through the hazy sky, casting gentle shadows that stretched long across the ancient city. The statues stood silently, their worn features catching the sun's early glow. Around them, the city began to stir. Quiet footsteps on cobblestone streets, the distant murmur of voices waking to a new day, and the faint aroma of fresh bread baking in ovens tucked away in narrow alleys. Despite the city's slow awakening, the statues remained motionless, as they had for countless years. They bore the marks of time, cracks traced like delicate veins across their marble faces, moss clung softly to crevices, and bird feathers occasionally rested upon their broad shoulders. Yet in their stillness, there was a kind of life, a steady presence that seemed to breathe with the pulse of the city itself. The people who lived beneath these stone guardians moved about their daily lives with reverence. Children often paused in their play to glance up at the statues, feeling a mixture of awe and comfort beneath those watchful eyes. Elders shared stories of times long past, tales woven with respect for the silent protectors who had seen generations grow and pass away. In the market square, merchants arranged their goods, the colors of spices, fabrics, and pottery painting the scene with vibrancy. Through it all, the statues watched, unmoved by the rush of commerce, the chatter of bargaining voices, or the laughter that echoed between stone walls. The statues were more than mere decoration. They held the weight of memory, guardians of a city's soul. Their presence invited calm, grounding restless minds with a sense of continuity and safety. For anyone burdened by the noise of life, the statues offered a moment of stillness, a place to breathe and remember that some things endure beyond fleeting troubles. As the day unfolded, shadows shifted and lengthened, and the sun arced slowly toward the horizon. The statues stood quietly, their eyes fixed on the unfolding stories beneath them. watching patiently through centuries that whispered softly like a lullaby, carried on the wind. As the afternoon sun began its slow descent, casting a warm, golden glow across the ancient city, the statues took on a new kind of presence. The light played softly over their weathered surfaces, illuminating every crack, every carved detail, as if revealing the quiet stories etched into their stone faces. The city itself seemed to hold its breath in those quiet moments. Street vendors folded their stalls, children's laughter faded into gentle whispers, and the cool breeze carried the faint scent of blooming night flowers from nearby gardens. It was a time when the world felt hushed and contemplative, perfect for reflection. The statues, standing tall and still, seemed to listen to the gentle hum of the city's slowing heartbeat. Though made of cold stone, there was a warmth in their steadfast gaze, an unspoken understanding of the passage of time and the cycles of life unfolding beneath them. Long ago, these statues had been more than mere sculptures. They were guardians, storytellers, and symbols of hope. Their creators had believed that the stones held a spirit, a silent voice that could comfort and guide those who looked upon them. Through wars, celebrations, losses, and triumphs, the statues remained unmoved, bearing witness to all with quiet dignity. As twilight deepened and the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the statues took on a new kind of magic. The fading light softened their edges, blending stone and shadow into a timeless embrace. In this peaceful hour, the city seemed to rest beneath their watchful eyes, soothed by the steady presence of these ancient sentinels. For those who paused to truly see, the statues offered a gentle reminder that while the world changes and rushes forward, there is comfort in stillness, in patience, and in the enduring strength of watching quietly through the centuries. As night fell over the ancient city, a gentle hush settled upon the stone streets and quiet courtyards. The air grew cool and still, carrying with it the faint, earthy scent of distant gardens and worn stone. Above, a vast canopy of stars began to shimmer softly, their light twinkling like tiny fires scattered across the deep velvet sky. The statues stood as they always had, silent, unmoving, and timeless. Yet beneath their cold, unyielding surfaces, one could imagine the weight of centuries pressing gently, as if each layer of stone held stories carved not only by skilled hands, but by the very passage of time itself. The wind whispered secrets between the cracks and crevices, weaving through the carved robes and faces with a soft sigh, as though the statues breathed alongside the city. Beneath their watchful gaze, the city's inhabitants had long found comfort in their presence. For many, these statues were more than mere stone figures. They were anchors in a world often swept by uncertainty. To the weary traveler returning home, the sight of these solemn guardians offered a quiet reassurance, proof that some things remain steadfast, unshaken by storms or the relentless march of years. On this particular night, the traveler who had come to know the city's rhythm settled beneath the largest statue in the central plaza. The figure towered above, draped in flowing robes carved with exquisite detail, its expression serene, yet deeply knowing. The traveler traced the lines of the statue's face with his eyes, feeling the calm radiate outward like a gentle wave. As he sat in the cool shadow, memories stirred within him, of times when he too had sought refuge from life's noise and chaos, when sleep was elusive and worries clung like shadows. Here, in the stillness beneath these ancient stone watchers, he found a rare peace. The statues seemed to offer more than silent observation. They extended an unspoken invitation to rest, to surrender to the soothing embrace of night. The traveler imagined the hands that had crafted these figures so long ago, artists who had poured their faith and hope into each chisel stroke, believing that their work would outlast them all. Those hands had shaped more than stone. They had shaped a sanctuary, a place where the restless could find solace simply by standing still beneath the gaze of enduring time. Night deepened, and the city's lights flickered softly, lanterns glowing in windows, casting gentle pools of amber across cobblestones. The traveler closed his eyes, breathing slowly, feeling the steady heartbeat of the city and the statue's silent vigil. In that quiet moment, the boundary between stone and soul seemed to blur, and he was wrapped in a timeless calm that whispered of patience, endurance, and the quiet strength found in stillness. And so, beneath the watchful eyes of the statues that had seen centuries pass like whispers on the wind, the traveler let go of his worries. He allowed himself to be carried on the gentle current of peace, sinking deeper into rest, cradled by the unchanging presence of these silent guardians. As the first pale light of dawn began to soften the edges of the night, the ancient city slowly awakened once again. A delicate mist rose from the cool stones and cobblestones, wrapping the streets in a shimmering veil that blurred the sharp outlines of rooftops and arches. The statues, still standing tall and unmoving, appeared softened by the morning haze, their silhouettes merging gently with the quiet world around them. The traveler found himself drawn once more to the plaza, where the largest of the statues stood sentinel. In the early light, he could see the subtle play of shadows across its weathered face, the faint traces of a smile, a quiet serenity that had endured through countless dawns. The air was fresh, tinged with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers blooming in hidden corners, and the soft murmur of waking life whispered through narrow alleys and open windows. Around him, the city began to stir with gentle sounds. An artisan's hammer tapping rhythmically in a distant workshop, the soft clatter of wooden carts rolling slowly along cobblestone lanes, and the faint laughter of children greeting the new day with quiet joy. Yet beneath this gentle activity, a profound stillness persisted, held steady by the silent presence of the statues. The traveler settled on a worn stone bench beneath an ancient olive tree nearby. He breathed deeply, letting the cool morning air fill his lungs, and as he exhaled, he felt the lingering weight of restless thoughts begin to lift. Here, beneath the watchful eyes of the stone guardians, there was a sense of timeless calm that reached deep into his soul. He imagined the countless people who had passed through this city over the centuries, farmers, merchants, lovers, dreamers, all moving through their lives beneath the quiet gaze of these statues. Each had brought their own stories, hopes, and fears, yet all had found comfort in the steady presence of these silent sentinels. The statues had seen joy and sorrow, beginnings and endings, but had remained unshaken, their steadfast watch a reminder of the enduring nature of time and memory. As the sun climbed higher, spilling warm light over the city's ancient stones, the traveler reflected on the paradox of these statues. Their cold, unyielding surfaces held the warmth of countless human stories. They were both witnesses and participants in the flow of life, silent keepers of a history written not in words, but in the quiet moments shared beneath their gaze. With each breath, the traveler felt himself becoming part of that history, connected to the countless souls who had once sought refuge and rest in the shadow of these stone figures. And in that connection, he found a gentle healing, a reminder that though life moves swiftly and sometimes unpredictably, there are places of stillness and peace that endure, waiting to cradle the weary heart. The statues that had watched for centuries stood unwavering, their stories etched deep into the fabric of the city and into the hearts of those who paused long enough to listen. And for the traveler, as dawn gave way to day, they offered a sanctuary of quiet strength and endless patience, a place where he could finally lay down his burdens and simply be. As the day wore on, the ancient city basked in the golden light of late afternoon. Shadows grew longer, stretching lazily across the worn cobblestones, weaving between the statues that stood like silent sentinels, watching over the city's every breath. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sun-warmed stone, fragrant herbs from hidden gardens, and the faint hint of smoke rising from distant hearths. The traveler wandered slowly through narrow alleys lined with crumbling walls, tracing his fingers lightly along the rough surfaces, feeling the texture of centuries beneath his touch. Each stone seemed to whisper stories, of joyous festivals long past, of whispered promises shared beneath moonlit skies, of sorrows born in silence when the world seemed too heavy to bear. In the heart of the city, the plaza with its towering statues remained a place of stillness amidst the gentle hum of life. Here, merchants called softly to one another, their voices blending with the soft clink of pottery and the rustle of fabric. Children played quietly nearby, their laughter like the delicate chime of bells, while elders sat in shaded corners, exchanging memories and wisdom beneath ancient trees. The statues, worn yet dignified, seemed to absorb and reflect this quiet tapestry of life. Their expressions, carved with painstaking care, held traces of both solemnity and peace. They had witnessed not only the passage of time, but the unfolding of countless human experiences: hope, loss, love, and resilience, all etched invisibly into their enduring forms. The traveler paused beneath the largest statue, its gaze fixed eternally on the horizon where sky met earth. He closed his eyes, allowing the sounds and scents of the city to wash over him. Within this moment of deep stillness, he felt a profound connection to the city, to the countless souls who had come before, and to the statues themselves. It was as if the quiet strength of these stone figures was seeping into his very being, grounding him in a calm that transcended time. As the sun dipped lower, casting a warm amber glow that softened every edge, the traveler noticed a gentle breeze stirring the leaves overhead. The statues seemed almost to breathe with the shifting air, their silent presence a constant amidst change. In this sacred quiet, he found not only peace, but a subtle awakening, a reminder that some of the most enduring stories are told not in words, but in the patient watching and waiting of steadfast hearts. And so, as dusk settled and the city prepared to rest, the traveler remained in the embrace of the statue's timeless vigil, in the company of stone guardians who had watched for centuries. He discovered a sanctuary of quiet strength and gentle hope, a place where the restless soul might finally find its rest. As twilight deepened into night, the city transformed beneath a canopy of stars that sparkled softly, casting a gentle glow over the weathered stones and narrow lanes. The statues stood bathed in silver moonlight, their surfaces shimmering faintly as if touched by a subtle magic. Shadows danced lightly across their carved features, revealing new depths and textures unseen in daylight. The air was cool and still, carrying with it the delicate fragrance of night-blooming jasmine and distant cedarwood fires. Somewhere far off, a lone owl hooted softly, its call echoing through the quiet streets like a whispered lullaby. The city, now cloaked in darkness, held a sacred stillness that invited reflection and repose. The traveler wandered slowly through the moonlit plaza, each step softened by the worn cobblestones beneath his feet. He paused beneath a statue of a figure draped in flowing robes, its face serene yet resolute. He reached out a tentative hand, fingers brushing lightly against the cool stone, and felt a deep connection, not just to the sculpture itself, but to the countless souls who had passed beneath its gaze. In this serene moment, the traveler's mind drifted gently to memories of his own, times of uncertainty, loss, and longing that had shaped his journey. Yet here, in the presence of these silent guardians who had witnessed centuries unfold, he found solace. The statues embodied a quiet resilience, an enduring strength that transcended hardship and change. He imagined the hands that had carved these figures, artists who had worked with devotion and hope, pouring their spirit into every detail. Their faith in the power of permanence, in the stories held by stone, resonated deeply within him. The statues were not merely monuments. They were vessels of memory, keepers of wisdom, and symbols of patience. As the night deepened, the traveler settled beneath an ancient olive tree nearby. The gentle rustle of leaves overhead mingled with the distant murmur of the city, settling into rest. He closed his eyes and breathed slowly, feeling the steady rhythm of the night pulse through him. The statues stood as silent witnesses to this moment of peace, their presence a balm to the restless heart. In the quiet embrace of moonlight and stone, the traveler felt a profound sense of belonging and calm. The doors of his own worries seemed to ease open, inviting stillness and surrender. And in that stillness, beneath the watchful eyes of the statues that had stood for centuries, he found a gentle refuge, a place where time slowed and the soul could breathe freely. The night deepened further, wrapping the ancient city in a soft cloak of darkness, pierced only by the scattered glow of lanterns flickering in windows and the distant twinkle of stars overhead. The statues, resting in the gentle embrace of moonlight, seemed almost alive, their silent forms casting elongated shadows that stretched across the empty plazas and winding alleys. The cool night air carried the faintest whispers of the past, echoes of footsteps long vanished, faint laughter from celebrations centuries ago, and the soft murmur of voices carried by the wind. The traveler wandered slowly beneath the arches of a forgotten courtyard, where ivy clung tenaciously to crumbling stone walls and the scent of night-blooming flowers lingered heavy in the air. He paused to breathe deeply, feeling the coolness of the night seep into his skin, calming his restless thoughts. Around him, the city was asleep, yet beneath the surface, a gentle pulse of life endured, carried in the heartbeats of the stones themselves. Each statue, with its time-worn features and weathered grace, stood as a testament to endurance and memory. Their faces, carved with such care and purpose, held the weight of countless stories, of triumph and sorrow, of love found and lost, of hopes whispered quietly beneath starlit skies. The traveler imagined these silent watchers as keepers of secrets, entrusted with the guardianship of the city's soul. As he moved through the shadows, the traveler felt an overwhelming sense of connection, not only to the place, but to the endless flow of time itself. The statues, steadfast and unyielding, embodied a stillness that transcended the chaos of life. In their silent vigil, he found a reflection of his own yearning for peace, for a sanctuary from the noise of the world. The moon climbed higher, casting a pale silver light that danced softly upon the sculpted surfaces. The traveler settled beside a statue of a figure holding a small child, its expression tender and protective. In that moment, he felt the gentle warmth of compassion emanate from the stone, a reminder that even in stillness, there is profound love and care. As the night waned, the traveler closed his eyes, letting the quiet strength of the statues seep into his being. The cool breeze whispered lullabies through the leaves, and the city's ancient heart beat steadily beneath the surface. Here, in the company of stone sentinels who had watched for centuries, he found a deep and abiding calm, a timeless peace that embraced him gently and held him safe. As the first pale light of dawn began to spread gently across the horizon, the ancient city slowly stirred from its nocturnal rest. The cool, quiet air was tinged with the soft hues of pink and lavender, painting the sky with a promise of a new day. Shadows retreated cautiously, giving way to the warm embrace of morning light, which spilled softly over the weathered stones and winding alleys. The statues stood silently, bathed in this gentle glow, their surfaces catching the early sun in subtle highlights that revealed the intricate details carved centuries ago. Cracks and chips bore witness to the countless seasons they had endured, yet their presence remained unwavering, like steadfast sentinels guarding the memory of the city's soul. The traveler found himself drawn once again to the heart of the plaza, where the largest statue towered with a dignified grace. The figure's expression was serene, yet imbued with a quiet strength that seemed to reach beyond the physical, touching the very spirit of the city. As he approached, the traveler noticed the delicate play of light and shadow across the folds of the statue's robe, and the faint traces of moss that softened its edges, blending stone and nature in a timeless embrace. Around him, the city began to hum softly with life. The distant clatter of a blacksmith's hammer rang rhythmically, mingling with the gentle chatter of early risers opening their shops. The scent of fresh bread wafted from nearby bakeries, while the melodic calls of birds filled the air with a delicate symphony. Yet amidst this gentle bustle, the plaza remained a sanctuary of calm, anchored by the silent gaze of the statues. The traveler paused to reflect on the enduring nature of these stone figures, their ability to witness countless stories unfold without judgment, to hold space for joy and sorrow alike. He felt a profound connection to the generations who had walked these streets before him, each carrying their own hopes and fears, their own fleeting moments of triumph and loss. In that quiet moment, beneath the watchful eyes of the statues, the traveler understood that these guardians were more than mere monuments. They were keepers of memory, vessels of time, and reminders that while life is ever-changing, some truths endure, steadfast and eternal. As the sun climbed higher, casting a warm glow over the city, the traveler breathed deeply, allowing the peaceful strength of the statues to fill him. He felt a gentle resolve growing within, a quiet courage to face the unknown with patience and grace, inspired by the silent wisdom carved into stone centuries ago. And so, as the city awakened fully to the day, the traveler carried with him the enduring presence of the statues that had watched for centuries, a timeless companion on his journey through the ever-changing tapestry of life. As the day waned and the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, casting long golden rays across the ancient city, a profound stillness settled once more over the streets and plazas. The soft light wrapped itself gently around the statues, illuminating their time-worn features with a warm glow that seemed to breathe life into the cold stone. Shadows lengthened and deepened, weaving between the statues like silent threads connecting past and present. The traveler stood quietly in the heart of the plaza, gazing up at the towering figures that had watched over the city for centuries. Their silent presence was both comforting and humbling, reminders of endurance, patience, and the slow unfolding of time. Each statue, though unmoving, held within its carved form a story far richer than words could tell. a testament to the countless lives that had passed beneath their gaze, the joys and sorrows woven into the fabric of the city's history. Around him, the city began to slow as lanterns flickered to life in windows, and the gentle murmur of evening settled like a soft blanket. The traveler breathed in deeply, feeling the weight of his own journey lighten in the quiet embrace of this timeless place. Here, beneath the watchful eyes of the statues that had seen centuries unfold like whispers on the wind, he found a sanctuary, a refuge from the restless noise of the world. He thought of the hands that had shaped these figures, the artists who had carved hope and memory into stone, believing in the power of permanence amidst the fleeting nature of life. Their work had outlasted empires and generations, standing as silent witnesses to the endless dance of change and continuity. As twilight deepened into night, the traveler closed his eyes and let the calm of the statues wash over him. In their stillness, he discovered not emptiness, but a profound fullness, a space where patience and presence could flourish, and where the restless heart might finally find peace. And so, as stars began to sprinkle the darkening sky, the traveler turned away from the plaza, carrying with him the gentle wisdom of the statues that never spoke but always watched, an eternal reminder that sometimes the greatest strength lies in quiet endurance, and the deepest stories are told in silence. Are you already asleep? Or maybe you're still drifting in that dreamy, hazy place between wakefulness and rest. Either way, it's perfectly all right. If you're still awake, I invite you to close your eyes gently, settle into a comfortable position, and let your mind wander softly. Now, get ready for a story that might be a little dull, just the way we like it here on Boring History for Sleep. Tonight's tale is called The Maps That Led to Nowhere. It's a quiet journey through forgotten paths and ancient mysteries, designed to carry you gently into a deep, peaceful sleep. In the age before modern technology, when the world was vast and largely unknown, maps held a power unlike anything we can easily imagine today. They were not just tools for navigation, but symbols of hope, adventure, and the promise of discovery. To hold a map was to hold a possibility, a pathway to new lands, hidden treasures, and stories yet to be told. Imagine a time when explorers, driven by curiosity and courage, set sail across unknown seas or ventured into dense, uncharted forests. Their maps were often hand-drawn on fragile parchment, inked with uncertain lines and embellished with mysterious symbols. Each map was a work of art and speculation, pieced together from travelers' tales, star charts, and fragments of knowledge passed down through generations. In small villages and bustling ports alike, these maps were treasured possessions. They were shared with hushed reverence, studied by eager eyes longing to understand the world beyond their familiar horizons. The thrill of tracing a finger along a winding coastline or a mountain range sparked dreams of adventure and the unknown. Yet not all maps led to glory or discovery. Many were flawed, incomplete, or based on myths and legends rather than fact. Some guided explorers into dead ends, vast deserts without water, dense jungles where paths disappeared, or treacherous waters where ships vanished without a trace. These were the maps that led to nowhere, drawing the brave into silence and mystery. As you listen, imagine the anticipation and uncertainty that gripped those who trusted these fragile guides. Picture the creaking ships battling relentless waves, the explorers pressing forward through tangled wilderness, their hearts pounding with hope and fear. The maps promised a future bright with possibility, but sometimes they only offered endless wandering. This story is not about triumphant conquests or well-charted territories. Instead, it is a quiet reflection on the nature of exploration, the courage to venture into the unknown, even when the path may lead nowhere at all. As the early morning mist clung softly to the shores of distant lands, explorers prepared their vessels with a mixture of hope and trepidation. The salty tang of the sea filled the air, mingling with the scent of damp wood and tar. As sailors busied themselves with ropes and sails, each hand-painted map lay carefully unfurled on weathered tables, its faded lines tracing routes that had been whispered about in taverns and council halls. These maps were precious yet fragile, a delicate blend of fact, guesswork, and myth. The ink often bled slightly over time, blurring coastlines and obscuring details, while blank spaces held ominous warnings or simply faded into the unknown. To trust such a map was to embrace uncertainty, to place faith in the promise of discovery despite the risk of getting lost. Imagine the emotions coursing through the hearts of those about to embark. There was excitement, a spark ignited by the thought of uncharted lands, treasures hidden beyond horizons, or new worlds awaiting their footsteps. Yet beneath that excitement lay anxiety, a quiet fear of the unknown that lurked in every shadowed bay and beneath every clouded sky. The ships pushed off, creaking as they left familiar harbors behind, their sails billowing in the rising wind. Days stretched into weeks as crews scanned the horizon, eyes searching for signs from their fragile guides, the maps that promised direction but could not guarantee safety. Waves whispered tales of other ships lost to these very waters, swallowed by storms or hidden reefs unmarked on any chart. Sometimes, the explorers found themselves at dead ends, vast stretches of barren coastline, offering no shelter, dense forests that swallowed the sun and their voices alike, or endless plains stretching beyond sight. The maps, once sources of hope, became reminders of their vulnerability and the vastness of the unknown. Yet even in these moments of uncertainty and hardship, the spirit of exploration endured. The explorers pressed onward, driven not just by the promise of discovery, but by a deeper courage, the willingness to face the unknown with open hearts and steady hands. Their journeys, though often leading to nowhere, were woven with quiet determination and resilience. As you listen, imagine the gentle rocking of the ships beneath starlit skies, the whispered prayers for safe passage, and the shared stories around flickering fires when the day's search ended. These were moments of reflection where hope mingled with doubt and the true nature of adventure revealed itself, not always in grand triumphs, but in the steadfast will to continue despite uncertainty. As the explorers ventured deeper into unknown territories, the landscape shifted beneath their feet like a living tapestry, woven with mystery and challenge. Thick forests rose on either side of narrow paths, their ancient trees stretching skyward, their branches intertwining to form a cathedral of leaves filtering dappled sunlight onto the soft, moss-covered ground. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth, wildflowers, and the distant song of unseen birds echoing through the canopy. The maps they carried, though treasured, often proved inadequate against the vast complexity of nature. Rivers changed course, hills rose unexpectedly, and landmarks faded or disappeared altogether. Sometimes the explorers found themselves standing before towering cliffs or endless swamps, barriers the maps had not revealed or had only hinted at with vague lines and question marks. Feel the weight of uncertainty pressing on the hearts of those who carried these fragile guides. Imagine the quiet moments at dusk when weary travelers gathered around flickering campfires, their faces worn but resolute. They pored over their maps, tracing routes with tired fingers, whispering hopes and fears into the night. The maps that had once sparked dreams of glory now seemed like riddles to solve, puzzles with missing pieces. Yet within these moments of doubt, there was also profound resilience. The explorers learned to read the land itself, to trust the whispers of the wind and the guidance of the stars. They listened to the rhythm of the earth beneath their feet, learning to sense which paths held promise and which led to dead ends. Each step forward was a testament to human curiosity and the quiet courage that blooms in the face of the unknown. Picture the camaraderie forged in these wild places, the shared laughter over simple meals, the stories told to keep fear at bay, the silent support offered in moments of exhaustion or despair. These bonds became as vital as any map, anchoring the travelers through uncertainty and danger. And though many of their journeys ended not in triumph but in retreat, in maps folded away and trails forgotten, the spirit of exploration endured. For in every wrong turn, every path that led nowhere, there was a lesson, a whisper that sometimes the true journey is not about the destination, but about the courage to set out at all. As the explorers pressed onward, the landscape grew ever more untamed and enigmatic. Vast deserts stretched endlessly beneath scorching suns, their golden dunes shifting like waves frozen in time. The heat shimmered in the air, distorting horizons and turning the world into a mirage where reality seemed to dance just out of reach. Sand whispered softly with each breath of wind, carrying ancient secrets and the faintest echoes of footsteps long erased. Imagine the explorers' faces, streaked with dust and sweat, their eyes scanning the barren expanse for any sign of life or shelter. The maps in their hands, delicate parchment worn thin at the folds, offered little guidance here. Lines once drawn with hope and certainty blurred under the relentless sun, and landmarks faded into obscurity. The promises these maps held now felt distant, almost unreachable, like the shimmering heat on the farthest dune. Nights in the desert were a stark contrast to the blazing days. The temperature dropped sharply, wrapping the travelers in a cold embrace beneath a sky littered with stars so bright and numerous, they seemed almost close enough to touch. Around flickering campfires, the explorers gathered in silence, sharing stories and quiet prayers. The desert's vastness weighed heavily on their spirits, both a reminder of their smallness in the grand tapestry of the world and a challenge to their endurance. Yet even amid hardship and uncertainty, a subtle beauty revealed itself. The desert held a stillness unlike any other, a profound quiet that filled the spaces between thoughts and worries. The explorers learned to listen to the shifting sands, the distant call of a lone night bird, and the steady rhythm of their own breath. In this emptiness, they found moments of clarity, where the soul could breathe and the heart could find strength. The maps that once seemed so vital now took a backseat to intuition and experience. The explorers discovered that sometimes guidance comes not from inked lines, but from patience, observation, and trust in the journey itself. Each step, whether forward or hesitant, became part of a larger story, a story of human courage confronting the vast unknown. Imagine the quiet determination in their movements, the way hands steadied each other, and how moments of doubt gave way to flickers of hope. Even when paths vanished and destinations proved elusive, the spirit of exploration endured, woven into the very fabric of their beings, carried forward in the silent promise to keep seeking, no matter where the maps led. As the explorers pressed further into unknown lands, the terrain shifted again, this time to dense, tangled jungles where sunlight barely pierced the thick canopy overhead. The air was heavy, warm, and thick with moisture, filled with the chorus of unseen insects and distant calls of wild creatures. Every step was a cautious negotiation with twisting roots, slick moss-covered stones, and the ever-present threat of the unfamiliar lurking just beyond sight. Imagine the explorers' faces, glistening with sweat, brows furrowed in concentration as they hacked through dense undergrowth with sharpened blades. The maps they clutched, once bright with possibility, now seemed like fragile lifelines, uncertain guides through a living maze. Rivers forked unexpectedly, paths vanished under a flood of greenery, and landmarks they had counted on were hidden beneath layers of leaves and vines. The jungle was a world unto itself, a realm where time felt suspended, and the pulse of nature dominated every breath. Sounds filled the air, the rhythmic drip of water from leaves, the rustle of animals moving stealthily through the brush, the distant roar of waterfalls cascading into unseen pools. The explorers learned to listen deeply, attuning themselves to the subtle signals that nature offered. A broken twig, a patch of disturbed earth, a bird's alarm call, all clues in a landscape that resisted easy understanding. At night, the jungle transformed again. The thick canopy blocked the stars, and darkness pressed close like a living thing. Around small fires, the explorers gathered tightly, their voices hushed against the sounds of the nocturnal wilderness. They shared stories of homes left behind, of hopes yet unfulfilled, and fears whispered beneath the watchful eyes of unfamiliar constellations. Despite the hardships, a profound sense of wonder pervaded the group. The jungle, with all its challenges and mysteries, was a testament to the wild, untamed beauty of the world, an endless source of discovery and awe. Each new clearing revealed plants and creatures unlike any they had seen before, each day's journey a step deeper into the heart of the unknown. The maps, though imperfect and often misleading, were still treasured. They represented dreams, memories, and the human desire to understand and connect with the world. Yet the explorers learned that sometimes the greatest wisdom lay not in following lines drawn by others, but in trusting one's senses, adapting to the present moment, and embracing uncertainty with courage. In this dense, vibrant wilderness, the explorers found not only obstacles but lessons about resilience, humility, and the quiet strength born from facing the unknown without certainty. And though the maps led many paths that ended abruptly, the journey itself became a story of human spirit, forever etched in the wild places they dared to explore. The explorers, worn but undeterred, continued their journey beyond the dense jungles and into sprawling mountain ranges that rose like ancient giants, their peaks piercing the heavens and cloaked in swirling mists. The air grew thinner and cooler with each step, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faint earthy aroma of hidden springs bubbling beneath rugged cliffs. Imagine the scene: towering cliffs covered in moss and lichen, narrow paths winding precariously along steep slopes, and the distant sound of cascading waterfalls echoing through deep valleys. The mountains seemed both majestic and indifferent, their silent watch stretching back through time. As the explorers climbed higher, feeling the weight of the world both around and within them, their breaths came in ragged gasps, muscles aching from the relentless ascent. The maps, frayed and stained from days of travel, showed jagged lines tracing passes and peaks. But the real terrain was far more daunting and unpredictable. Avalanches had shifted paths. Sudden storms rolled in, blanketing the world in thick fog and freezing rain. Each step was measured, a balance of hope and caution. In this stark, unforgiving environment, the explorers faced solitude in its purest form. The vastness of the mountains humbled even the bravest souls. Nights were bitterly cold, stars gleaming with fierce clarity overhead as they huddled in makeshift shelters, their faces etched with weariness and resolve. Around the fire's flickering glow, stories were shared softly, memories of home, the longing for warmth and comfort, and dreams of the unknown ahead. Yet within this harshness, there was a profound beauty, the way sunlight broke through the clouds to kiss snow-capped peaks, the delicate wildflowers bravely blooming in crevices, and the haunting call of an eagle soaring high above. The mountains spoke a language of endurance and quiet strength, reminding the travelers that resilience is forged not in ease but through challenge. The maps that guided them here were more than just tools. They were symbols of human curiosity and the desire to bridge the gap between the known and the unknown. Even when the paths proved treacherous or led to impassable cliffs, the act of following those lines was an act of faith, a testament to the spirit that pushes forward despite uncertainty. The explorers learned to listen to the whispering winds, the shifting stones beneath their feet, and the steady beat of their own hearts. In this sacred silence, they discovered a deeper connection to the land, to one another, and to the timeless quest for meaning that had drawn them to these peaks. And as dawn broke over the rugged horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, the travelers pressed on, carrying with them the lessons of the mountains, the fragile maps, and the enduring hope that had led them this far. As the explorers descended from the towering mountains, they found themselves entering a vast expanse of rolling plains that stretched endlessly beneath an ever-changing sky. The grass whispered softly with the passing breeze, a sea of green waves rippling under the sun's warm gaze. Wildflowers speckled the landscape, their colors muted yet persistent, while distant herds of animals moved slowly across the horizon, silhouettes against the fading light. The plains were a different kind of challenge, less immediate than the jagged peaks or tangled jungles, but no less demanding. The flatness stretched on, a vast emptiness that tested patience and resolve. Days blended into one another, marked only by the slow arc of the sun and the occasional call of a lone hawk soaring overhead. The explorers learned to read subtle signs, changes in the wind's direction, the pattern of clouds, or the behavior of animals, as guides in a world that the maps only vaguely depicted. The maps, once filled with hopeful lines and marked destinations, now bore smudges and tears, their edges frayed by constant handling. Some routes led to dead ends or dry riverbeds, others hinted at settlements long abandoned or places lost to time. Yet even in uncertainty, the explorers found a quiet rhythm, a dance between following the known and trusting their instincts. Imagine the moments of camaraderie around evening fires, when exhaustion softened into warmth and stories flowed like gentle rivers. Tales of past adventures mingled with dreams yet to be realized, creating a tapestry of human experience woven through the vast open land. The explorers spoke softly of home and hope, their voices low to preserve the plain's serene hush. Beneath the endless sky, the explorers felt both humbled and uplifted. The plains, with their vast openness and subtle beauty, reminded them of the infinite possibilities and the smallness of any single journey. It was a place to reflect on the journey so far, the triumphs, the mistakes, the paths that had led nowhere, and those that still held promise. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet, the explorers settled into their tents, their bodies weary, but their spirits quietly strong. The maps, worn but treasured, lay folded beside them, a symbol of all they had faced and all that remained unknown. In this vast and timeless landscape, the explorers found a deeper understanding that sometimes the greatest journeys are not those measured by miles or discoveries, but by the courage to continue despite uncertainty, and the grace to find meaning even when the maps lead to nowhere. As twilight deepened over the vast plains, the sky transformed into a tapestry of soft purples, deep blues, and scattered stars that shimmered faintly against the growing darkness. The explorers, wrapped in worn cloaks against the evening chill, gathered around flickering campfires that cast dancing shadows on their tired faces. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of dry grass and distant wood smoke, mingling with the subtle whispers of the night. The plains, which had seemed so endless and open by day, took on a different character under the moonlight. Shadows stretched long and mysterious, and the gentle rustle of the breeze through tall grasses became a lullaby that both comforted and unsettled. The vastness that had once felt liberating now whispered secrets of solitude and the unknown. Imagine the explorers' hearts beating quietly as they settled into the night, some lost in thought, others softly sharing stories that carried the weight of hope, regret, and dreams yet to be fulfilled. Each crackle of the fire seemed to echo with memories of journeys past and the uncertain paths that still lay ahead. The maps, now fragile and faded, were folded carefully, resting like silent companions beside them, reminders of all that had been sought and all that remained elusive. In the quiet moments between words, the explorers felt a profound connection to the land beneath them, a living, breathing entity that held their stories and theirs alone. The plains, with their unending horizons and hidden depths, taught patience and humility, urging the travelers to listen deeply to the world and to themselves. As the night wore on, constellations slowly shifted overhead, their ancient patterns telling stories of heroes and wanderers long gone. The explorers traced these celestial tales with weary eyes, finding comfort in the timeless dance above. Beneath this vast sky, they understood that their own journey was but a single thread in the grand fabric of history, a story woven with courage, curiosity, and the quiet resolve to keep moving forward. And so, as the fire dwindled to glowing embers and the world slipped deeper into sleep, the explorers lay back beneath the stars, carried gently by the soft breath of the plains. In this serene embrace, the restless spirit found a moment of peace, cradled by the vastness of the night and the unspoken promise of discovery yet to come. As dawn's first pale light crept over the horizon, the vast plains slowly awoke from their nocturnal slumber. A gentle breeze stirred the tall grasses, sending waves of soft green rippling across the landscape like an endless sea. The air was crisp and cool, tinged with the fresh scent of morning dew and wildflowers that clung stubbornly to the earth beneath the explorers' weary feet. The travelers stirred in their campsites, stretching limbs stiffened by the night's chill. Their faces, etched with lines of fatigue and determination, reflected a quiet resolve to face another day of uncertainty and discovery. The maps, now tattered and worn beyond recognition, were carefully unfolded once more, their faded ink tracing routes that promised hope, even as the unknown stretched endlessly before them. Imagine the weight of expectation and apprehension in their hearts as they packed their belongings, each item a vital piece in the fragile puzzle of survival and exploration. The vastness of the plains offered no landmarks or guideposts, only the open sky and the distant silhouette of mountains beckoning beyond the horizon, a reminder that the journey was far from over. The explorers moved with practiced rhythm, their footsteps soft against the earth, their senses alert to the subtle shifts in wind and wildlife. Each moment was a dance with the unknown, a balance between caution and courage. They had learned to read the land not through maps alone, but through intuition. Listening to the whisper of grasses, the flight of birds, and the patterns of clouds that foretold weather. As the sun climbed higher, casting warm light that gilded the grasses and sparked tiny jewels of dew, the travelers paused briefly by a small spring, a precious oasis in the sprawling wilderness. Here, the quiet murmur of water over smooth stones offered a moment of respite and reflection. The explorers drank deeply, their spirits lifted by the simple gift of refreshment and the enduring beauty of the natural world. In this serene pause, the travelers' thoughts turned inward, contemplating the meaning of their arduous quest. The maps had led them down many paths, some promising, others barren. Yet the true journey, he realized, was not merely about destinations marked on fragile parchment, but about the resilience, hope, and wisdom gained along the way. The statues of their own spirit, strong, silent, and enduring, were reflected in the landscape itself, a reminder that even when paths seem lost or uncertain, there is grace in the persistence of moving forward. And so, with renewed strength and quiet determination, the explorers set their sights once more on the distant horizon, carrying with them the lessons of the plains and the unyielding desire to discover what lay beyond the maps that had led them here. As the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the sky with soft hues of amber and rose, the explorers found themselves standing at the edge of a vast, uncharted expanse that stretched endlessly before them. The maps they carried, once symbols of hope and guidance, had led them through deserts, jungles, mountains, and plains, sometimes to promising discoveries, other times to dead ends and silent mysteries. As dusk settled and the world softened into twilight, a profound stillness enveloped both the land and their weary hearts. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of evening blossoms and earth cooling after the heat of the day. Shadows lengthened, stretching like gentle fingers over the rugged terrain, while distant stars began to twinkle softly in the darkening sky. The explorers gathered quietly, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of campfires, each carrying a blend of exhaustion, reflection, and a quiet sense of accomplishment. Though the maps had led many paths that ultimately went nowhere, the journey itself had become something far greater, a tapestry woven from courage, resilience, and the unyielding human spirit. Each step taken, each obstacle faced, and each moment of uncertainty had shaped them, revealing not just the world beyond the known, but also the depths within themselves. The explorers sat beneath the vast sky, sharing stories and silent moments, their bonds forged in the shared trials and triumphs of their quest. Around them, the ancient land seemed to hum with a timeless energy, as if acknowledging their passage and the stories they carried forward. In the quiet that settled over the camp, the traveler reflected on the lessons of the maps that led to nowhere. Sometimes, he realized, the most meaningful journeys are not those that end in discovery, but those that teach patience, acceptance, and the beauty of the unknown. The maps were guides, yes, but the true path was found within, the courage to venture forth without certainty, the grace to embrace detours, and the wisdom to find peace in the silence of unanswered questions. As night deepened and stars blanketed the sky, the explorers lay back, their eyes tracing constellations that had guided travelers long before them. In that vast, quiet moment, surrounded by the whispers of the land and the soft glow of firelight, they found a profound peace, a gentle reminder that sometimes the greatest adventures are those that lead us inward to the places where the maps end but the heart's journey begins. Is your mind calm, or are thoughts still swirling gently? Either way, you're in a safe space here. Find a comfortable spot, close your eyes if you'd like, and breathe deeply. Tonight's story on Boring History for Sleep is the Tower Library of Lost Letters, where forgotten messages wait quietly in time. Let the calm words guide you toward peaceful dreams. In the heart of an ancient city, hidden away from bustling streets and hurried footsteps, stood a tower unlike any other, a slender, soaring structure known simply as the Tower Library of Lost Letters. Its stone walls, weathered by centuries of sun and rain, were wrapped in creeping ivy that whispered secrets with every breeze. From its narrow windows, the soft glow of candlelight flickered through stained glass, casting colorful patterns on the worn, wooden floors inside. The tower was a place of quiet mystery, a sanctuary for letters long forgotten by time and the world outside. These were not ordinary letters, but messages once filled with hope, sorrow, love, and longing, letters that had slipped through the cracks of history, left unopened and unread. They were carefully collected here, each one folded delicately and placed upon towering shelves that stretched endlessly toward the ceiling. As you imagine stepping through the heavy oak doors, feel the cool hush that settles over the library, a silence broken only by the faint rustling of parchment and the soft creak of ancient shelves shifting ever so slightly. The air carries the scent of aged paper mingled with the subtle aroma of lavender and wood smoke, creating a comforting embrace for those who enter. Within these walls, time seems to slow. The letters hold a stillness that is almost sacred, each one a frozen moment of human emotion waiting patiently to be heard once more. The library itself breathes softly with the weight of memories, joyful reunions, tearful farewells, secret confessions, all captured in delicate handwriting fading with age. Picture the solitary librarian who tends to this quiet haven, moving gently between the aisles with careful reverence. Their hands, worn yet steady, brush lightly over the spines of countless volumes and envelopes. They are the keeper of stories lost and found, a guardian of voices that might otherwise have been silenced forever. As the day drifts on outside, inside the tower, the soft light shifts, casting shadows that dance slowly across the pages. And somewhere, perhaps, a single letter waits quietly to be opened, a message that, when read, might bridge the gap between past and present, reconnecting hearts separated by time. As the gentle light of morning filtered through the stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscopic patterns upon the tower's worn wooden floors, the tower library of lost letters awoke from its silent slumber. Dust motes floated lazily in the golden beams, dancing softly in the still air, as if the very atmosphere held its breath in reverence for the stories held within. The library was a labyrinth of towering shelves and narrow aisles, each crammed with bundles of letters and faded parchments tied carefully with ribbons of faded silk or frayed twine. The scent of old paper mingled with the faint aroma of lavender sachets tucked between volumes, and the occasional flicker of candlelight lent a warm, flickering glow to the quiet corners. Imagine wandering slowly through this maze of memories, your fingers grazing the delicate edges of envelopes and folded sheets, feeling the texture of centuries pressed beneath your touch. Each letter was a fragile vessel of human emotion, some bearing smudges of tears, others stained with the faint scent of perfume or smoke. They whispered tales of joy, heartbreak, longing, and hope, echoes of voices long past but never truly lost. The librarian moved gracefully among the stacks, a figure cloaked in simple, timeless robes that brushed the floor with each measured step. Their face was soft with age, eyes bright with the weight of countless stories carried within. With gentle care, they would select a letter, unfolding it slowly as if awakening a sleeping soul, reading the faded script aloud in a voice both tender and clear, filling the vast space with words that bridged centuries. Outside the tower, the city bustled and roared with life, oblivious to the quiet sanctuary hidden above. But within these walls, time was suspended, allowing the lost letters to breathe again, to speak their truths and touch hearts once more. The library was more than a place. It was a living testament to the enduring power of human connection, a haven where forgotten words found their way home. As the afternoon light waned and shadows lengthened, the librarian paused by a particularly worn letter, its edges tattered and its ink faded to a whisper. There was something about this letter that called softly to the soul, a silent plea waiting patiently to be heard. The room seemed to hold its breath as the librarian prepared to unlock the secrets contained within those fragile folds. As the sun dipped lower, casting long amber shadows through the tall windows of the tower, the library seemed to transform into a realm suspended between reality and memory. The warm glow of candlelight flickered across the shelves, creating a dance of light and shadow that played upon the fragile parchments and delicate envelopes like whispered secrets. The air grew thick with the mingling scents of old paper, beeswax, and the faint trace of lavender, wrapping the space in a timeless embrace. The librarian's hands, steady and reverent, carefully unfolded the worn letter that had beckoned from the shadows. The parchment was thin and brittle, its edges frayed by the passage of countless years, the ink faded but still legible beneath the soft illumination. As the words began to fill the quiet room, a story long forgotten slowly awakened. A tale of longing, separation, and hope woven delicately through the ink-stained lines. Imagine the letter's author, a figure from a distant past, writing under the dim glow of a flickering candle, their heart heavy with the weight of unsaid words and unfulfilled dreams. Perhaps they were separated by vast oceans, or by walls both physical and invisible, yet their hand reached across time and space in this fragile gesture, a plea for connection and remembrance. As the librarian read aloud, the room seemed to breathe with the emotions etched into every sentence, the trembling hope, the aching sorrow, the quiet resilience. The letters, once mere scraps of paper, became living echoes, bridging the gap between past and present, whispering stories that might have otherwise been lost to silence. Outside, the city's clamor faded into the distance, replaced by the deep, soothing quiet of the tower. Time here moved slowly, measured by the turning of pages and the soft rustle of parchment. Each letter told its own unique story, yet all shared a common thread: the human desire to be seen, to be heard, and to be remembered. As the final words of the letter lingered in the air, the librarian folded the fragile parchment with care and placed it gently back among its companions. The room seemed to sigh softly, a testament to the power of words to transcend time and touch the soul. In that moment, the tower stood not just as a repository of lost letters, but as a guardian of human emotion, a sacred space where stories wait patiently, ready to be rediscovered and held close once more. As the night deepened, the Tower Library of Lost Letters became a sanctuary of shadows and whispers, bathed in the soft glow of flickering candlelight. Outside, the city's noise faded to a distant murmur, replaced by the gentle rustling of pages and the occasional creak of ancient floorboards beneath the librarian's measured footsteps. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and beeswax, mingling with the faint, soothing aroma of lavender that seemed to drift eternally through the tower's narrow corridors. The library was a labyrinth of stories waiting patiently to be rediscovered. Each shelf bowed under the weight of countless envelopes and bound collections, their contents rich with the unspoken emotions of generations long past. Some letters bore the faint trace of perfume, others the smudge of tears, and many carried the delicate texture of hands that had poured their hopes, fears, and dreams into every carefully chosen word. Imagine the solitary figure of the librarian, moving quietly among the stacks, their fingers brushing tenderly over the brittle edges of forgotten messages. With every step, the weight of history seemed to pulse softly beneath the floorboards, a heartbeat echoed by the stories held captive within these walls. The librarian's eyes, sharp yet kind, held the wisdom of countless tales heard and lives touched. Tonight, the librarian paused before a narrow shelf tucked deep within a shadowed alcove. There lay a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon, their paper worn and fragile, edges curling with age. These letters told a story unlike any other, a story of love and loss, of longing stretched across vast distances and years. As the librarian carefully untied the ribbon and unfolded the first letter, the room seemed to lean in, eager to hear the whispered voices of the past. The letter was penned in elegant script, the ink faded but still vibrant with emotion. It spoke of promises made beneath starry skies, of dreams carried on the wings of the wind, and of a hope that refused to wither despite the harshness of time and circumstance. With every word, the room grew warmer, filled with the intangible presence of those who had once poured their souls into these pages. Outside, the moon cast its silvery light through the stained glass windows, painting the library's stone walls with fragmented hues of blue, red, and gold. The gentle flicker of candle flames seemed to dance in harmony with the letter's tale, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow that enfolded the tower in a timeless embrace. In this quiet sanctuary, where lost letters waited to be heard again, the past and present intertwined. The librarian, keeper of forgotten voices, became a bridge, connecting hearts separated by time, reminding all who entered that even the faintest whisper of love or hope could endure forever. As dawn's first light gently brushed the city, the Tower Library of Lost Letters rested in a serene hush, its ancient stones absorbing the quiet promise of a new day. Soft beams of sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, scattering fragments of color across the wooden floors and the countless bundles of letters that filled the shelves. The delicate dance of light and shadow brought life to the silent stories, illuminating the fragile parchments and casting a gentle glow on the faded ink. Imagine the weight of centuries pressing softly upon the tower's walls, a tangible presence that seemed to hold every whispered secret and tender confession penned by hands long gone. The scent of aged paper mingled with hints of lavender and the faint aroma of wax from extinguished candles, wrapping the space in a comforting embrace that invited visitors to linger in contemplation. The librarian began the day with reverent care, moving slowly through the aisles as if walking through a sacred garden of memories. Their fingers traced the edges of envelopes tied with faded ribbons, some delicate enough to crumble under the lightest touch, each one a testament to the enduring power of human connection. Every letter was a vessel of emotion, hopeful farewells, passionate declarations, sorrowful apologies, and heartfelt dreams, all captured in ink and preserved by time. As the librarian carefully selected a particular bundle, the weight of the moment deepened. These letters, bound together by fragile threads of remembrance, held a story that transcended the ordinary, a tale woven with longing and loss, of voices seeking to bridge distances measured not just by miles, but by years and silence. The anticipation hung thick in the air, as if the tower itself held its breath, eager to release the hidden truths contained within those fragile pages. Outside, the city stirred slowly to life, the distant murmur of footsteps along cobblestone streets, the gentle clatter of shutters being drawn open, and the soft murmur of early risers greeting the dawn. Yet within the tower's walls, time moved differently, measured by the turning of pages and the unfolding of emotions that reached across generations. The librarian unfolded the first letter with meticulous care, revealing delicate script that spoke of a love both tender and tumultuous, a connection tested by separation and circumstance. As the words filled the quiet room, they seemed to echo through the tower's chambers, weaving a tapestry of longing that enveloped the reader in its gentle embrace. In the sacred space, where forgotten voices found new life, the past and present converged in a dance of remembrance. The letters whispered stories not just of those who wrote them, but of all who had ever yearned to be understood and remembered. And within the tower's silent vigil, the hope of reunion and the healing power of words endured, timeless and unbroken. The afternoon sun dipped lower, casting a warm, honeyed light through the narrow windows of the Tower Library of Lost Letters. This golden glow caressed the walls, illuminating dust particles that floated lazily in the still air, creating a shimmering haze that seemed to suspend time itself. The soft murmurs of the city beyond were muffled by the thick stone walls, leaving the tower wrapped in a profound, almost sacred silence. Within this quiet sanctuary, the librarian moved with deliberate grace, their footsteps soft against the creaking wooden floorboards. Their hands, aged yet steady, brushed lightly over the spines of ancient books and the delicate edges of countless letters, each a fragile testament to emotions long preserved. The weight of history pressed gently around them, as though the very stones remembered the touch of every hand that had ever held a lost letter. The librarian paused before a small alcove bathed in soft light, where a single worn chest rested, its wood darkened by time and wrapped with rusted iron bands. This chest was said to hold letters of particular significance, messages never sent, words spoken only in the heart, and confessions too fragile for the outside world. With reverence, the librarian lifted the heavy lid, revealing a carefully arranged collection of envelopes, each tied with faded ribbons and etched with names now faded from memory. As the librarian selected one such letter, they unfolded it slowly, revealing handwriting so delicate it seemed to tremble beneath the fingers. The letter spoke of whispered promises made beneath starlit skies, of separations endured with silent strength, and of hope that refused to be extinguished by time or distance. Each sentence was imbued with a tenderness and vulnerability that transcended the years, reaching across the centuries to touch the present moment. Outside, the fading light softened the city's edges, bathing rooftops and spires in a gentle twilight glow. The scent of blooming night jasmine drifted faintly through the open windows, mingling with the warm aroma of aged parchment and beeswax. The tower seemed alive with memory and longing, a place where the past and present entwined in an endless embrace. The librarian read on, their voice a quiet thread weaving the letter's story into the fabric of the evening. The words carried the weight of dreams deferred and the sweetness of love cherished despite separation. In this space, the loneliness of lost letters transformed into a collective heartbeat, a chorus of voices yearning to be heard and understood. As darkness settled fully over the city, the librarian carefully replaced the letter, closing the chest with a soft sigh. The Tower Library of Lost Letters stood silent once more, a guardian of fragile stories and enduring emotions, its walls holding fast to the whispered hopes and tender truths contained within. As night deepened around the Tower Library of Lost Letters, a calm settled over the ancient city like a velvet cloak, softening edges and muffling sounds. The tower itself seemed to breathe gently in the cool darkness, its weathered stones glowing faintly under the pale light of a waxing moon. Inside, the silence was profound, broken only by the occasional creak of timber settling and the soft flutter of parchment as the librarian moved with care through the labyrinth of memories. Imagine the library's high ceilings, where beams stretched overhead, cloaked in shadows that danced with every flicker of candlelight. The shelves towered endlessly, packed with bundles of letters tied with ribbons of every hue, some bright with age, others faded to whispers of color. Each bundle told its own story, a quiet testament to the hands that had written and held them, to the emotions that had poured into the ink and paper. The librarian paused by a narrow aisle where the faintest scent of rose petals lingered, a subtle perfume woven into the fibers of old letters. Here lay a collection of correspondences bound by love and loss, their pages yellowed, but hearts still beating through the fragile script. As the librarian gently unfolded one, the soft glow of candlelight illuminated words steeped in longing, a voice reaching across distance and time, carrying promises and regrets entwined in delicate calligraphy. Outside the tower's tall windows, stars shimmered in a midnight sky, their ancient light traveling across vast expanses to reach this quiet sanctuary. The city below slept peacefully, unaware of the tender stories held within these walls, stories of whispered secrets, unspoken farewells, and the hope that lingers in every final goodbye. The librarian's voice, low and steady, wove the letter's narrative into the night air, filling the space with warmth and a poignant melancholy. Each phrase breathed life into the forgotten, each sentence a bridge connecting souls separated by fate, yet united in the enduring power of words. In this moment, the Tower Library of Lost Letters transformed into more than a repository. It became a living heart, pulsing with the emotions of countless lives, a sacred space where memory and hope converged. The librarian, guardian of these silent voices, moved with gentle purpose, honoring the fragile beauty of every story entrusted to their care. As the candle burned low, casting flickering shadows that danced like spirits along the walls, the tower stood resolute, a beacon for the lost, a refuge for the unheard, and a testament to the timeless truth that even the quietest letters can carry the loudest echoes of the human heart. The hours slipped by softly as the night deepened within the Tower Library of Lost Letters, the outside world slipping further into silence beneath a blanket of stars. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast gentle, shifting patterns on the ancient stone walls, wrapping the room in a warm, intimate glow that softened the sharp edges of time and memory. The librarian moved slowly among the towering shelves, their footsteps hushed against the worn wooden floors. Each breath they took seemed to echo with the weight of countless stories, tales of love and longing, secrets whispered across the distance of years, and hopes that had defied silence. The delicate parchment rustled softly as they carefully selected another letter, its edges curled and ink faded to a gentle whisper of the past. Imagine the quiet intimacy of reading words penned in a different era, handwriting that speaks not only through the letters themselves but through the pauses between them, the curves of each stroke, and the faint stains left by tearful eyes or anxious hands. The letter unfolded a narrative of a love hidden from the world, of dreams held close in shadowed corners, and of promises whispered beneath moonlit skies. Beyond the stained glass windows, the moon sailed slowly across the sky, casting silver beams that mingled with the golden candlelight, creating a dance of light and shadow that seemed to breathe life into the forgotten words. The air was thick with the scent of lavender and old paper, mingling with the faintest hint of rain carried on a distant breeze. The librarian's voice, soft and steady, filled the quiet room as the story unfolded. A tale of separation and reunion, of hope rekindled after long years, and of the enduring power of connection despite time's cruel distance. With every phrase, the letters seemed to awaken, transforming from mere ink and paper into living echoes that resonated deep within the soul. The tower itself seemed to respond, a silent witness to these fragile moments where past and present entwined. The ancient stones held the vibrations of love and loss, joy and sorrow, their silence a sacred space where stories long forgotten found voice once more. As the candle burned low and the night deepened, the librarian gently folded the letter and placed it back among its companions. The room sighed softly, a breath carried on the timeless winds of memory and hope. In this sanctuary of lost letters, every story told was a beacon, a reminder that even the quietest words can illuminate the darkest nights and that the bonds we forge through writing transcend the boundaries of time and space. The first light of dawn began to seep gently into the Tower Library of Lost Letters, casting a pale, ethereal glow that softened the once sharp edges of the night. The stained glass windows, now awash with the delicate colors of morning, scattered shards of ruby, emerald, and sapphire across the time-worn wooden floors. Dust motes danced lazily in the beams, their slow movement like a silent symphony, echoing the quiet breath of the library. The librarian, weary but devoted, moved carefully among the towering shelves. Their fingers lingered over the spines of countless bundles, tracing the contours of frayed ribbons and the faint impressions of hands that had held these letters long ago. Each envelope was a vessel of emotion, hope, regret, longing, and love, all pressed tightly between folds of fragile parchment, waiting for a moment to be heard again. Imagine the lives behind these letters, distant voices carried across seas and mountains, hearts beating in sync despite separation, words penned in desperation or joy under dim candlelight. The stories were as varied as the faded inks and worn papers, some joyful reunions, some sorrowful farewells, some quiet confessions hidden in the folds of secrecy. The librarian paused before a small, dusty window seat, where a cluster of letters rested in a delicate basket. Among them lay a particularly aged envelope, its paper brittle and edges torn, yet its contents pulsing with the vibrant echo of a love once fierce and unyielding. The librarian unfolded the letter with reverence, breathing life into the faded script as the words flowed softly into the hushed air. Outside, the city began to stir, the faint clang of a blacksmith's hammer, the muted chatter of early risers, and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by a morning breeze. Yet within the sanctuary of the tower, time seemed suspended, allowing these whispered voices from the past to resonate fully. The letter told a tale of separation by circumstance and distance, yet also of hope that burned steadfast through years of silence. It spoke of letters sent and received, of messages carried by trusted hands and secret paths, and of the fragile thread of connection that bound two souls together despite the odds. As the librarian read, the weight of those emotions filled the room, weaving an invisible tapestry of human experience that transcended time. The tower held these stories close, a guardian of memories that might otherwise have been lost to the passage of years. In this quiet morning light, the librarian carefully folded the letter and placed it back among its companions. The Tower Library of Lost Letters stood as a silent sentinel, a place where past and present converged, and where the enduring power of words continued to bridge hearts separated by time and space. As the sun climbed higher, spilling warm golden light through the stained glass windows of the Tower Library of Lost Letters, the ancient space seemed to come alive with a gentle, radiant energy. The colors from the glass scattered like jewels across the wooden floor, illuminating countless bundles of letters stacked carefully on towering shelves. Each letter, fragile yet steadfast, held a piece of history, a frozen heartbeat of human connection that transcended time. The librarian moved slowly through the aisles, their steps measured and reverent, as if walking through a sacred cathedral of memories. The air was thick with the mingled scents of aged parchment, beeswax, and the lingering fragrance of lavender sachets tucked between books. It was a scent that spoke of comfort and continuity, a reminder that even the most delicate threads of the past could be woven into the present. Imagine the countless stories held within these walls, tales of love and loss, hope and despair, secrets whispered in the quiet hours of night, and dreams carefully folded into envelopes and sent across vast distances. Each letter was a voice, a presence, a moment captured and preserved against the relentless march of time. Today, the librarian paused before a particular shelf, where a bundle of letters tied with a faded blue ribbon lay nestled among others. These letters, weathered and worn, told a story unlike any other, one of a lifelong correspondence between two souls bound by affection and circumstance, their words a lifeline through years of separation and silence. As the librarian carefully unfolded the top letter, the soft glow of afternoon light revealed delicate script filled with tenderness and longing. The words spoke of shared memories, unspoken promises, and the enduring hope that love could survive any distance or hardship. With each phrase, the story unfolded like a delicate flower, blooming anew in the quiet sanctuary of the library. Outside, the city moved with its usual rhythm, oblivious to the sacred space within the tower. Yet inside, time slowed to a gentle pulse, measured by the turning of pages and the whisper of voices long gone but never forgotten. The library stood as a testament to the resilience of human connection, a place where even the quietest letters could echo with profound meaning. As the afternoon waned and shadows stretched long across the floor, The librarian gently refolded the letter and replaced it with care. The Tower Library of Lost Letters remained a guardian of stories, silent, steadfast, and eternal, inviting all who entered to listen, remember, and find comfort in the timeless dance of words and hearts. Are you feeling sleepy yet? Or maybe you're still lingering in that peaceful space between waking and dreaming. Wherever you are right now, it's perfectly okay to just relax, settle in, and let your body soften. Take a slow, deep breath and prepare to drift gently toward rest. Tonight, on Boring History for Sleep, I'll share a quiet story called The Monastery That Whispered to the Wind. It's a gentle tale of silence, faith, and the soft voices carried on the breeze, designed to lull you softly into a deep, restful sleep. Nestled high upon a rugged mountain ridge, far removed from the bustling world below, stood an ancient monastery known to few, a place whispered about in quiet tales as the monastery that whispered to the wind. Its stone walls, weathered by centuries of relentless storms and gentle sunlight alike, seemed to grow naturally from the earth itself, covered in moss and climbing ivy that danced softly in the mountain breeze. Imagine the narrow, winding path that led to this sacred place, carved through tangled forests and steep cliffs. Each step along the trail was accompanied by the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of mountain birds, their songs weaving through the crisp, pure air like a delicate symphony. The scent of pine and wildflowers mingled with the fresh mountain breeze, filling the lungs with a soothing balm for the weary traveler. As you approach the monastery's heavy wooden doors, worn smooth by the hands of countless monks who had come before, feel the profound stillness that hangs in the air, a silence so deep it seems to absorb all sound, inviting reflection and peace. Inside, the cool stone floors are smooth beneath bare feet, and the soft flicker of candlelight casts gentle shadows along vaulted ceilings and ancient frescoes faded by time. This was a place where the outside world faded away, replaced by the quiet rhythms of prayer, contemplation, and the ceaseless whisper of the wind through the surrounding peaks. The monks who lived here embraced a life of solitude and simplicity, listening deeply to the voices carried on the breeze, voices that spoke not in words, but in the language of nature and spirit. Picture the small cloisters where monks would gather at dawn, their chants rising and falling like the ebb and flow of the wind itself, filling the space with a sacred harmony. In the solitude of the gardens, the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of a mountain stream provided a constant, calming presence, nature's own lullaby that eased restless minds and soothed troubled hearts. Within these ancient walls, time seemed to slow, bending around the lives dedicated to silence and reverence. The monastery was more than stone and wood. It was a living sanctuary where the spirit and the wind danced together, whispering secrets of peace and endurance through the ages. The morning sun slowly crept over the jagged peaks surrounding the monastery, casting a soft, golden glow that spilled like honey over the ancient stones and lush gardens. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a fragrance that seemed to cleanse the soul with each inhalation. As dawn broke, the quiet world stirred gently, welcoming a new day beneath the endless sky. The monks began their day with quiet ritual, their footsteps barely a whisper on the cold stone floors. Clad in simple robes dyed a muted shade of earth, they moved with deliberate grace, each gesture a part of a timeless dance of devotion and discipline. Their voices rose in low, harmonious chants that echoed softly through vaulted halls, weaving a tapestry of sound that seemed to blend seamlessly with the whispering wind outside. Imagine the spacious cloisters open to the mountain air, where the monks would gather in the early hours. The stone columns, worn smooth by centuries of touch, framed the gardens where ancient olive trees stood sentinel, their twisted branches reaching skyward as if in silent prayer. Beneath them, beds of lavender and wild thyme released their sweet perfume, mingling with the fresh mountain breeze in a soothing symphony of scents. In the quiet corners of the monastery, small wooden desks held parchments and quills, remnants of the monks' daily practice of copying sacred texts and writing meditations. The faint scratch of pen on paper mingled with the distant call of a hawk soaring high above, its cry carried down on the crisp morning air. Every sound was a thread in the monastery's fabric, a reminder that even in silence, life thrived with subtle vibrancy. Outside, the wind whispered through the narrow mountain passes, curling around rocky outcrops and rustling through the tall grasses that clung stubbornly to the slopes. The breeze carried stories of distant lands and ancient times, weaving unseen connections between the monastery and the wider world. For the monks, these whispers were a sacred language, messages of peace, endurance, and the ceaseless flow of life. Picture a single monk standing alone on a terrace, gazing out over the vast valleys below. His eyes, serene and contemplative, followed the winding rivers that glinted like silver ribbons in the sunlight. The wind caught the edge of his robe, lifting it gently as if to remind him of the invisible bonds between all things. In that moment, the monastery was not just a place of stone and ritual, but a living heart attuned to the breath of the mountains and the song of the wind. As the day unfolded, the rhythm of the monastery continued. Silent prayers, shared meals taken in simple gratitude, and moments of quiet reflection beneath ancient arches. Time seemed to stretch and bend, measured not by clocks, but by the rising and setting of the sun, the changing of the seasons, and the eternal whisper of the wind that carried the monks' thoughts beyond the walls of their sanctuary. As afternoon drifted into evening, the monastery basked in a gentle twilight that softened the rugged mountain edges and painted the sky in hues of lavender, rose, and deepening blue. The air cooled, carrying the faint, sweet scent of blooming night flowers and the earthy musk of pine needles dampened by a late mist. The soft rustling of leaves and distant bird calls mingled with the subtle sounds of monks' footsteps and whispered prayers, creating a serene symphony that seemed to echo through time itself. Imagine the monastery's ancient courtyard, enclosed by ivy-clad stone walls, where monks moved with quiet purpose between the gardens and cloisters. Each step was measured, deliberate, a part of the day's rhythm woven with reverence and intention. The stone benches, worn smooth by countless years of contemplation, invited moments of stillness beneath the canopy of stars that would soon grace the sky. In one shadowed corner, a small fountain trickled gently, its cool water sparkling in the fading light. The sound was a delicate murmur, like a whispered secret shared between earth and sky, that seemed to soothe restless minds and invite reflection. Nearby, wild herbs and flowers grew untamed, their colors muted yet vibrant in the dimming light, symbols of resilience and quiet beauty amid the harsh mountain terrain. The monks gathered in the chapel as night fell, their voices rising in soft chants that swelled and ebbed like the wind outside. The vaulted ceiling, adorned with faded frescoes depicting saints and angels, seemed to capture the prayers and carry them upward, weaving them into the very fabric of the mountain air. Candles flickered gently, their golden light casting dancing shadows that lent the space a timeless, sacred atmosphere. Outside, the wind stirred more insistently, threading its way through the narrow mountain passes and whistling softly around the tower's weathered stones. It carried with it 1,000 stories, of pilgrims and wanderers, of whispered blessings and unanswered prayers, each note a fragment of the monastery's long, silent history. Picture a solitary monk standing by an open window, gazing out over the darkening valleys below. His eyes reflected the flickering candlelight as he breathed deeply, feeling the cool night air fill his lungs. In that quiet moment, the wind seemed to speak directly to him, a gentle voice reminding him of the eternal dance between silence and sound, between stillness and movement. As night deepened, the monastery settled into profound peace. The whispered chants softened to a lullaby, and the tower stood as a silent sentinel, holding the prayers and hopes of generations past and present. In this sacred space, where the wind whispered its ancient song, the monks found rest, renewal, and a deep connection to the world beyond their walls. As the night deepened, the monastery embraced a profound stillness, the kind that settles softly like a velvet blanket, muffling sound and slowing the very pulse of the world. The moon rose slowly over the distant peaks, casting its silvery light through the narrow windows and painting the ancient stone walls with a gentle, ethereal glow. Shadows danced quietly along the vaulted ceilings, weaving in and out of the faded frescoes that told stories of saints, solitude, and transcendence. Imagine the cool, serene air that filled the cloisters, carrying with it the faint scent of lavender and pine, mingled with the warmth of beeswax candles burning low in iron sconces. The stone floors, worn smooth by countless footsteps over centuries, reflected this dim light in muted pools, inviting quiet reflection and reverence. The monks moved through the halls like whispers themselves, their simple robes trailing softly as they glided between cells and chapels. Their voices had long since fallen silent for the night, leaving only the rhythmic sound of their breath and the occasional creak of settling stone. In this sacred quiet, even the faintest sound, like the turning of a page or the soft sigh of the wind through the trees, felt amplified, a reminder of the monastery's enduring presence. Outside, the wind whispered through the ancient cypress trees that stood sentinel along the mountain paths, rustling their dark needles in a gentle song that mingled with the distant hoot of an owl. It was a sound both haunting and comforting, carrying the weight of countless prayers and the timeless dance of nature. Within the solitude of his cell, a monk sat by a small wooden desk, the flicker of a solitary candle illuminating his face as he wrote carefully in a leather-bound journal. His pen moved slowly, each stroke deliberate, and imbued with the quiet contemplation of a soul seeking meaning in stillness. The words were not hurried but savored, a dialogue between the inner world and the vast silence beyond the monastery walls. Picture the monk pausing, lifting his gaze toward a small window where the moonlight spilled in softly. His eyes, calm and thoughtful, reflected the silver glow as the wind carried whispers from the mountains, words without voice, prayers without form, a sacred communion between earth, sky, and spirit. In this moment of profound stillness, the monastery was more than a place of stone and shadow. It was a living sanctuary, a sacred space where the unseen and the eternal met. Here, the wind was not merely a passing breeze, but a messenger, carrying the hopes and sorrows of generations, urging those who listen to find peace in the gentle rhythms of life and faith. As the first pale light of dawn began to filter gently through the narrow stained glass windows of the monastery, a soft golden glow spilled across the ancient stone floors and worn wooden benches. The tower library of lost letters, nestled within these sacred walls, awoke slowly from its nocturnal slumber, wrapped in a hushed stillness that seemed to cradle centuries of whispered secrets and tender memories. The early morning air was crisp and carried the faint scent of dew-kissed wildflowers from the monastery gardens, mingling with the earthy aroma of ancient timber and parchment. Outside, the mountain breeze stirred the branches of towering pines and rustled through the delicate leaves of olive trees that stood sentinel in quiet courtyards. The gentle sounds of awakening birds echoed softly against the stone walls, weaving a melody of hope and renewal. Within the sacred sanctuary, the librarian moved with deliberate grace, their footsteps light and measured upon the time-worn floors. Cloaked in simple robes that brushed softly against the stones, they navigated the labyrinth of towering shelves, each laden with bundles of letters bound by ribbons faded with age. Their fingers traced the delicate edges of fragile parchments, reverently handling each as a precious treasure, a testament to lives lived, loves lost and found, and stories yearning to be heard once more. Imagine the weight of these silent voices filling the air, the hopes, regrets, and longing folded carefully into every envelope, preserved by time yet pulsing with the vibrancy of human emotion. The librarian paused before a particularly worn bundle, its threads frayed and the paper brittle, yet holding a story rich with tenderness and sorrow. With gentle hands, the letter was unfolded, revealing script faded but still filled with heartfelt words, a message carried across years, a bridge between hearts separated by distance and circumstance. As the librarian read aloud, the words seemed to weave through the stillness, wrapping the room in a tapestry of soft emotions. Each sentence carried the weight of whispered promises, quiet farewells, and the enduring flame of hope that defied time's relentless passage. The fragile letter became a living thread connecting past and present, a reminder that even the faintest voice can resonate through the ages. Outside, the monastery gardens basked in the soft glow of morning, petals glistening with dew and leaves shimmering under the caress of sunlight. The world beyond the tower stirred gently, monks beginning their daily rituals, the distant murmur of flowing water from mountain springs, and the subtle rustling of wildlife in the surrounding forests. Yet within these walls, time seemed to bend and soften, measured not by clocks, but by the rhythm of stories unfolding and hearts reconnecting. The librarian folded the letter carefully, returning it to its place among countless companions. The Tower Library of Lost Letters stood as a silent guardian, a sanctuary where forgotten voices found new life, and where the timeless power of words continued to bridge the spaces between souls. As the morning light grew brighter, spilling through the stained glass windows and casting kaleidoscopic colors upon the worn stone floors of the monastery, the tower library of lost letters seemed to awaken more fully from its quiet slumber. The gentle hum of the city beyond was softened by thick stone walls and arched ceilings, allowing the library to remain a sanctuary, untouched by the haste of the outside world. The librarian moved with deliberate grace, their footsteps almost imperceptible as they made their way deeper into the labyrinth of shelves and aisles, each lined with countless bundles of letters tied with ribbons of faded silk or simple twine. The air was heavy with the mingled scent of old paper, beeswax candles, and the subtle fragrance of dried lavender tucked between volumes, an aroma that seemed to hold memories in its very essence. Imagine the delicate textures beneath the librarian's fingertips, the brittle parchment, the softened ink, the faint impressions of hands that once clutched these letters tightly in moments of hope, fear, or longing. Each letter was a fragile vessel of human emotion, preserving whispers of love, sorrow, and dreams suspended in time. The librarian paused before a narrow shadowed alcove where a particular bundle rested, its ribbons nearly undone, its edges frayed and softened by age. These letters held a story of enduring love and quiet sacrifice, penned across decades and continents. The librarian carefully unfolded the top letter, revealing elegant handwriting that seemed to dance across the page in fluid strokes, conveying not just words but the tremors of a heart reaching across space and silence. Outside, the soft rustle of trees and the distant murmur of mountain streams mingled with the subtle creak of ancient timbers. Light filtered through dusty panes, illuminating motes that drifted like tiny stars within the tower's hallowed halls. The world felt suspended, held in a moment between breath and heartbeat, where past and present converged in the silent resonance of these lost letters. As the librarian read aloud, their voice gentle and steady, the room filled with the fragile beauty of the letter's story, a tale of separation and reunion, of promises made and kept, of hope that endured despite the relentless passage of years. The words wove a tapestry of emotion that transcended time, reminding all who listened of the timeless power of connection and memory. The letter was carefully folded and returned to its resting place, joining countless others in the quiet vigil of the Tower Library of Lost Letters. Here, in this sacred space, stories waited patiently to be rediscovered. Voices long silent found new resonance, and the enduring spirit of humanity was honored in every fragile fold. As twilight deepened into night, the Tower Library of Lost Letters transformed into a sanctuary, bathed in soft candlelight and shadows that danced like whispers upon ancient stone walls. The air grew cooler, tinged with the scent of beeswax, mingled with the faintest traces of lavender and old parchment, a fragrance that seemed to carry the weight of countless stories, love, loss, and hope woven through time. The librarian moved silently among the endless rows of shelves, their steps as light as a breath, fingers gently tracing the worn spines and delicate envelopes that held forgotten words. Each bundle was a treasure chest of human emotion, fragile yet enduring, containing whispers of laughter and tears, promises whispered under starlit skies, and silent confessions inked in moments of solitude. Imagine the flickering candlelight illuminating a letter tied with a ribbon faded by centuries. As the librarian unfolded its fragile folds, the delicate script revealed a story of longing and separation, of hearts connected across vast distances and time itself. The words carried the weight of unspoken dreams and quiet courage, a testament to love that transcended barriers and endured despite silence. Outside, the night breeze stirred the ivy that clung to the tower's stone exterior, its soft rustling blending with the distant murmur of the city, settling into sleep. The stars, bright and distant, twinkled like tiny lanterns guiding lost souls home. Within the tower, time seemed to slow, measured only by the turning of pages and the gentle cadence of whispered stories brought to life once more. The librarian's voice, soft and steady, wove the letter's narrative into the stillness, filling the room with a warmth that transcended the chill of the night. Each word was a thread in a tapestry of human connection, weaving together past and present, loss and hope, silence and song. As the candle burned low, casting long shadows that flickered like memories upon the walls, the librarian carefully refolded the letter and returned it to its place among countless others. The Tower Library of Lost Letters stood as a guardian of fragile truths and timeless emotions, a sacred space where even the quietest voices could find resonance and where the past's gentle echoes could soothe the restless heart. The night deepened, and the Tower Library of Lost Letters settled into a profound stillness that felt like a gentle embrace. The flickering candlelight cast warm, wavering shadows along the ancient stone walls, their surfaces etched with centuries of silent witness. Each corner of the vast room seemed alive with quiet memories, as if the very air carried whispers of lives long past, waiting patiently to be heard once more. The librarian moved slowly and reverently through the labyrinth of shelves, their footsteps barely audible on the worn, wooden floors. Fingers brushed gently over the delicate parchment and fragile envelopes, some tied with silk ribbons that had faded to muted tones, others secured with simple twine. Frayed by the passage of time, each bundle was a treasure trove of human emotion, holding stories of love, loss, hope, and longing, threads woven into the fabric of countless lives. Imagine the gentle rustle of a letter being unfolded, its pages yellowed and edges curled with age. The faded ink revealed elegant script, flowing like a tender melody across the fragile paper. As the librarian's voice rose softly to read, the room seemed to breathe with the emotions captured within the words. An intimate confession, a secret vow, a heartfelt farewell. Outside, the night wind whispered through the ivy that clung to the tower's weathered stone exterior, carrying the scent of distant forest and blooming night flowers. The stars shimmered overhead, their light filtering through the narrow windows to mingle with the golden glow of candle flames, creating a dance of light and shadow that wrapped the library in an otherworldly aura. Within this sacred space, time seemed to lose its grip. The boundaries between past and present blurred as the stories carried on the fragile pages came alive, filling the silent corners with the warmth of human connection. The letters, once forgotten and left unread, became vessels of hope and remembrance, bridging gaps carved by years and distance. The librarian's voice softened as the story drew to a close, the last words lingering in the air like a whispered prayer. Carefully, the letter was folded and returned to its place among the countless others, each waiting patiently for the moment when it might once again touch a listening heart. In the stillness that followed, the Tower Library of Lost Letters stood as a guardian of fragile memories and enduring emotions, a timeless sanctuary where the quietest voices could find resonance and where the power of words continued to weave its gentle magic across the ages. As dawn's first light began to seep softly through the high stained glass windows of the Tower Library of Lost Letters, the ancient sanctuary slowly stirred from its nocturnal embrace. The delicate hues of pink and gold filtered through the colored glass, casting a kaleidoscope of shimmering patterns across the worn stone floors and towering shelves lined with countless fragile bundles of letters. Each ray of morning light seemed to breathe new life into the room, illuminating the faint dust motes that danced gently in the still air. The librarian moved quietly along the narrow aisles, their footsteps hushed against the smooth wood beneath. Their hands, aged and steady, caressed the edges of fragile parchment and the faded ribbons that bound so many stories of human connection. Stories of longing, love, regret, and hope, preserved through the endless passage of time. Each letter was a vessel of emotion, a delicate whisper from the past carried across generations. Imagine the many hands that had once held these letters, hands that trembled with excitement, clutched tightly in moments of fear, or reached out with longing in the stillness of the night. The words inscribed on these pages were not mere ink and paper, but the very essence of lives once lived, echoes of laughter, tears, dreams, and silent prayers etched forever into fragile folds. The librarian paused before a small window seat, where a single bundle of letters, restful, rested beneath the soft morning light. This collection held a tale of enduring hope and quiet devotion, penned across oceans and years by souls, bound by love and separation. With great care, the librarian unfolded the top letter, revealing a script that flowed with the tender cadence of whispered affection and unyielding faith. Outside, the world began to awaken. The distant calls of birds heralded the new day, and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by a soft breeze filled the air. Yet within the tower's walls, time seemed suspended, allowing these fragile voices from the past to resonate fully, their stories unfolding anew with every breath. As the librarian read aloud, the room filled with the warmth of the letter's words. Promises of reunion, memories cherished across the silence, and the enduring strength of a love that defied time's relentless march. The story wove a delicate tapestry of emotion, binding past and present in a sacred dance of remembrance and hope. Carefully, the letter was folded and placed back among its companions, resting once more in the protective embrace of the Tower Library of Lost Letters. Here, in this timeless haven, forgotten voices found sanctuary, and the profound power of human connection echoed softly through the ages. As the sun's warm light poured fully into the Tower Library of Lost Letters, the ancient sanctuary felt alive with a quiet, radiant energy. The stained glass windows scattered brilliant hues of crimson, emerald, and sapphire across the weathered stone floor, casting shifting patterns that seemed to dance gently with the passing of time. Each colored fragment of light fell softly upon the countless bundles of letters that lined the towering shelves, illuminating the fragile threads that bound memories across centuries. The librarian moved deliberately through the aisles, their footsteps light and measured as they navigated the labyrinth of stories held within this sacred space. Cloaked in simple robes that whispered softly against the worn floorboards, they reached for a bundle tied with a delicate, faded ribbon, a collection of letters rich with emotion and history. Their hands, steady and reverent, unfolded the fragile pages to reveal ink-stained words that carried the weight of lives once lived and loves once held close. Imagine the countless moments encapsulated within these letters: the hurried script of lovers parting at dawn, the trembling hand of a soldier writing home from the distant battlefields, the delicate curves of a confession penned in secret, and the wistful musings of souls separated by time and circumstance. These letters were more than words on paper. They were vessels of human experience, whispering stories of hope, despair, resilience, and enduring connection. As the librarian read aloud, their voice wove a tender narrative through the stillness, a story of reunion after long years apart, of promises kept despite distance, and of the quiet strength found in memories cherished and shared. The words seemed to breathe life into the silent room, wrapping it in a gentle warmth that transcended the barriers of time. Outside, the world moved on. Breezes stirred the leaves of ancient trees, birds sang their morning songs, and the city below bustled with the rhythm of daily life. Yet within the Tower Library of Lost Letters, time remained suspended, held in delicate balance by the fragile threads of memory and the sacred power of the written word. With care, the librarian folded the letter and returned it to its resting place, surrounded by countless others, each waiting patiently for the moment they might once again be read, remembered, and held close. The Tower Library stood as a timeless guardian of human emotion and connection, a sanctuary where the past and present entwined in an endless dance of whispered hopes and enduring love. Are you feeling calm and ready to drift into sleep? Or perhaps your mind is still wandering softly between wakefulness and dreams. Wherever you find yourself right now, take a deep breath, settle into a comfortable position, and allow your body to relax fully. Tonight, on Boring History for Sleep, I'll share a quiet and gentle story called The Orchard That Bloomed Only Once. It's a tale of fleeting beauty, hope, and the delicate dance of time, perfect for guiding you softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. In a forgotten valley cradled by gentle hills and whispered to by soft wandering winds, there once lay an orchard unlike any other. This was no ordinary grove of trees, but a place shrouded in quiet mystery and delicate beauty. The orchard that bloomed only once. For years, its branches remained bare and silent, waiting patiently beneath the ever-changing skies, until one magical season, when the entire orchard burst into a breathtaking symphony of blossoms, painting the landscape in hues of pale pink, soft white, and shimmering gold. Imagine walking along the winding paths that meandered through this secluded haven. The air was thick with the scent of earth and wildflowers, mingling with the subtle fragrance of distant pine forests. Sunlight filtered gently through a lattice of leaves, dappling the ground in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The orchard felt alive yet serene, a quiet sanctuary untouched by the hurried footsteps of the world beyond its borders. In that rare season of blooming, the orchard transformed into a living masterpiece. Petals fluttered like delicate butterflies in the soft breeze, creating a whispering carpet beneath the ancient trees. Birds gathered to sing among the branches, their melodies weaving through the fragrant air, while bees hummed lazily as they danced from flower to flower, gathering the last drops of nectar before the blossoms faded. The people who lived nearby regarded the orchard with awe and reverence. Stories were told of the orchard's bloom as a symbol of fleeting beauty and precious moments, reminders to cherish the present and to find grace in the transient nature of life. For a brief time, the orchard seemed to hold the very essence of hope and renewal, a reminder that even in silence and waiting, there is the promise of magnificent transformation. Picture an old gardener whose weathered hands had tended the soil and nurtured the trees through years of quiet seasons. He walked slowly beneath the blooming canopy, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of blossoms and memories alike. To him, the orchard was not just a collection of trees, but a living testament to patience, love, and the gentle power of nature's cycles. As the sun dipped lower, casting a golden glow over the petals, the orchard seemed to sigh, a soft, contented breath that echoed through the valley. And somewhere in that tranquil moment, the orchard whispered its ancient secret, that sometimes the most extraordinary beauty comes not from constant bloom, but from the patient, silent waiting for the perfect moment to shine. As the days grew longer and the gentle warmth of spring caressed the valley, the orchard's silent anticipation deepened. The bare branches, once skeletal against the sky, began to swell with tiny buds, promises of the dazzling bloom yet to come. The air around the orchard was charged with a quiet energy, subtle yet unmistakable, as if the earth itself was holding its breath in reverence. Imagine standing at the edge of the orchard, feeling the soft breeze carry the faintest hints of floral sweetness, mixed with the fresh scent of damp soil and new growth. Sunlight filtered through clouds that drifted lazily across the sky, casting shifting shadows that played across the grass and winding paths. The orchard was alive with delicate sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant trill of songbirds, and the faint hum of bees beginning their work. Throughout the valley, people awaited the orchard's transformation with a mixture of hope and wonder. Elders spoke in hushed tones of the magic that only occurred once in a lifetime, the moment when the trees would burst forth in a symphony of blossoms, a spectacle of life's fleeting beauty. Children ran eagerly along the paths, their laughter echoing softly, while artisans and poets found inspiration in the orchard's slow awakening, capturing its essence in brushstrokes and verses. The gardener, an aged man whose hands bore the marks of decades spent nurturing the land, moved with deliberate care among the trees. His eyes, clouded yet sharp, followed the progress of each bud, his fingers brushing gently over rough bark and tender shoots. For him, the orchard was a sacred charge, a living legacy passed down through generations, a testament to patience, resilience, and the cyclical dance of nature. Picture a quiet evening when the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and violet. The orchard shimmered under the soft glow of twilight, the buds casting faint shadows like promises held close. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying stories of seasons past and dreams yet to unfold. In that tranquil moment, the valley seemed suspended in time, wrapped in the gentle embrace of anticipation. The orchard's secret was not only in the fleeting bloom itself, but in the long, silent waiting, the unseen moments of growth, the quiet struggles beneath the soil, and the steady heartbeat of life preparing to burst forth. It was a reminder that beauty often emerges from patience, and that the most profound transformations are those nurtured slowly, with care and hope. As night fell and stars began to twinkle overhead, the orchard stood ready, its branches poised to burst into a breathtaking display, a fleeting celebration of life's delicate and transient grace. The night before the orchard's long-awaited bloom was cloaked in a profound stillness, the valley wrapped in the soft embrace of twilight and the gentle hush of anticipation. The sky stretched vast and clear overhead, dotted with countless stars that shimmered like distant candles, their light weaving through the cool night air. A delicate breeze stirred the branches, carrying whispers of secrets and promises from far beyond the hills. Imagine standing beneath the ancient trees, their limbs reaching skyward in quiet reverence, silhouetted against the soft glow of the moon. The buds, swollen and heavy with promise, seemed to pulse with life in the darkness, as if the orchard itself were holding its breath, poised on the cusp of transformation. The scent of earth and delicate blossoms mingled in the cool air, a fragrance so subtle and sweet it seemed almost otherworldly. The gardener made his rounds under the silvery light, his footsteps soft on the dewy grass, his hands, weathered by years of tending to the land, moved gently over the bark and leaves, as if speaking a silent prayer to the orchard. There was a quiet tenderness in his touch, a deep connection forged over seasons of waiting and care. To him, the orchard was not just a place, it was a living testament to patience, resilience, and the enduring hope that springs eternal in the heart. Around the valley, the night seemed alive with anticipation. The village lay silent, windows dimmed, as if holding itself in respectful stillness. Only the occasional flutter of wings or the soft murmur of nocturnal creatures disturbed the calm. In this fragile silence, the orchard stood as a sacred space, a place where time itself seemed to slow, and the ordinary world gave way to the extraordinary. As the hours deepened and the moon traced its path across the sky, the first hints of dawn began to paint the horizon with pale strokes of pink and gold. The orchard, once shrouded in darkness, prepared to awaken. The buds trembled slightly in the morning breeze, ready to unfurl their delicate petals in a fleeting celebration of life and beauty. The gardener paused on the hill overlooking the orchard, watching as the first soft light kissed the tips of the branches. His heart swelled with quiet reverence, knowing that the bloom, so brief and so precious, was a gift not only to the valley, but to all who dared to believe in the power of patience and hope. And so, with the world holding its breath, the orchard stood poised on the edge of transformation, ready to bloom only once, but forever etching its delicate beauty into the memory of the land. As the first golden rays of dawn spilled over the horizon, the valley surrounding the orchard came alive in a symphony of light and color. The gentle warmth of the morning sun filtered through a tapestry of soft pink clouds, casting a radiant glow over rolling hills, dew-kissed grasses, and the ancient trees poised in quiet anticipation. The air was thick with the fresh scent of blossoms yet to open, mingling with the earthy perfume of moist soil and the faint sweetness of wild herbs carried on a whispering breeze. Imagine walking slowly along the winding paths that meandered through the orchard, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen petals from seasons long past. The delicate branches, heavy with buds swollen to bursting, stretched outward like eager hands reaching toward the sky. Light danced on every surface, the shimmering dew on leaves, the delicate veins of petals poised to unfurl, and the rough texture of bark that told stories of resilience and time. Around the orchard, life stirred softly. Birds fluttered from branch to branch, their songs a gentle prelude to the day's unfolding, while bees buzzed lazily, awakening from their slumber to visit early blooms in sheltered corners. The subtle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of growth and renewal, carrying a message of hope woven through the very fabric of the land. The gardener moved with quiet reverence through the rows of trees, his footsteps slow and deliberate. His hands, calloused from years of tending, brushed gently over the bark and tender shoots, his eyes reflecting a deep connection to this sacred place. Each tree was a cherished companion, each bud a promise nurtured through seasons of patience and care. For him, the orchard was a living poem, a testament to the beauty born from waiting and the fleeting magic of moments caught between stillness and bloom. Picture the valley bathed in soft light as the first petals began to open, delicate and shimmering with the morning's dew. The orchard seemed to breathe, a soft exhale carried on the wind, stirring petals like whispers of dreams fulfilled. The branches, once barren and silent, now sang with color and fragrance, painting a fleeting masterpiece that held the hearts of all who beheld it. As the day unfolded, the orchard's bloom became a celebration of life's transient beauty, a reminder that some of the most precious moments are those we wait for patiently, those that come only once but leave a lasting imprint on the soul. The gentle sway of blossoms in the breeze, the hum of life stirred anew, and the warm glow of sunlight combined to create a sanctuary of peace and wonder. And as the sun climbed higher, the orchard stood radiant, its fleeting bloom a quiet testament to the enduring dance of time, hope, and the extraordinary grace found in moments that, though brief, shine with infinite brilliance. As midday sun bathed the orchard in its warm embrace, the blossoms reached their peak, a breathtaking symphony of color and fragrance that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the valley. Petals shimmered like silk in the gentle breeze, each flower a delicate masterpiece painted in soft hues of blush pink, creamy white, and golden amber. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of nectar, a heady perfume that drifted lazily through the branches and mingled with the earthy aroma of sun-warmed soil and moss-covered stones. Imagine standing beneath the blooming canopy, the soft carpet of petals crunching lightly beneath your feet as you wandered slowly along winding paths. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating shifting mosaics of light and shadow that danced upon the ground like gentle whispers. The orchard was alive in every sense, a living poem of fleeting beauty and quiet celebration. Around you, life moved in harmony with the bloom. Bees buzzed tirelessly, flitting from flower to flower in a dance as old as time, their delicate legs dusted with golden pollen. Butterflies, painted with colors both vivid and subtle, drifted like floating petals, their gentle wings stirring the warm air. Birds sang from hidden perches, their melodies weaving through the fragrant branches in a delicate chorus that filled the valley with serene music. The gardener, his face weathered by years of tending the land, moved slowly through the orchard. His eyes, bright with a quiet joy, traced the delicate blossoms as if reading a sacred text written in petals and light. Each tree held a story, each flower a memory, a testament to the patient care and deep love that had nurtured this fleeting spectacle. He paused often, reaching out to touch a blossom, feeling the softness of its petals and the strength of its fragile stem. Imagine the gentle hum of life all around, a symphony of whispers, breaths, and heartbeats harmonizing with the steady rhythm of nature's pulse. The orchard seemed to breathe, exhaling a sigh of contentment that rippled through the valley, touching every leaf, stone, and creature. Time itself appeared to slow, inviting all who beheld this miracle to pause, to breathe deeply, and to savor the fragile magic of a moment suspended between past and future. Yet beneath this breathtaking beauty lay a quiet truth, the knowledge that such bloom was fleeting. The petals would soon fall, carried away on the wind like whispered secrets, returning the orchard once more to its silent slumber. This inevitability lent the moment a bittersweet poignancy, a gentle reminder of life's transient nature and the preciousness of moments lived fully. As afternoon waned and shadows lengthened, the orchard stood resplendent, a fleeting jewel nestled within the valley's embrace, a quiet testament to the enduring dance of hope, patience, and the extraordinary grace found in moments that bloom but once, yet linger forever in the heart. As the afternoon sun slowly dipped toward the horizon, casting a warm amber glow across the orchard, the delicate blossoms began their gentle farewell. Petals, once vibrant and full of life, now fluttered softly on the breeze like whispered farewells, drifting lazily downward to form a fragile carpet upon the earth. The air was thick with the bittersweet scent of fading nectar, mingled with the rich, damp fragrance of soil, freshly awakened by the day's warmth. Imagine walking through the orchard at this quiet hour, each step stirring the fallen petals and sending tiny clouds of fragrant dust into the still air. The light played gently on the rough bark of ancient trees, their twisted branches now bare again, silhouetted against a sky painted in soft shades of rose and gold. The entire valley seemed wrapped in a tender embrace, holding both the beauty of the moment and the inevitability of its passing. Around you, the sounds of life had softened. The distant call of a lone bird echoed faintly over the hills, and the whisper of wind through the grass carried a melancholy song. Bees, once buzzing energetically among the flowers, now moved slowly, their work done for the season. The gentle rustle of leaves and the faint murmur of a nearby stream blended with the quiet breaths of nature settling in for evening. The gardener stood quietly beneath the fading canopy, his weathered hands clasped loosely before him. His eyes, filled with a mixture of reverence and wistfulness, traced the last delicate petals as they danced and fell. To him, the orchard was a living poem, a cycle of waiting, blooming, and letting go. He knew the bloom's brevity was what made it so precious, a lesson whispered by every petal that drifted away. Picture the orchard bathed in the soft glow of twilight, the trees now resting in peaceful silence. The petals on the ground shimmered faintly in the fading light, like memories scattered across the earth. The valley held its breath in a moment of stillness, a sacred pause between what was and what would be. And in this quiet hour, the orchard seemed to whisper its eternal secret, that beauty is not measured by duration, but by the depth of its presence, that even the briefest bloom can leave a lasting imprint on the heart, and that in patience and release, there is a profound grace. As darkness gently settled and stars began to twinkle overhead, the orchard rested, cradled by the night, a place of peace, memory, and the quiet promise of renewal to come. As twilight deepened into night, the orchard lay swathed in the soft embrace of the descending darkness, its once vibrant blossoms now a scattered memory on the earth below. The sky above stretched wide and vast, a deep indigo canvas dotted with stars shimmering faintly like distant fires. The cool night air carried the gentle scent of damp earth, mingling with the lingering sweetness of petals that clung stubbornly to the branches. Imagine walking slowly among the trees beneath the starry sky, the soft crunch of fallen petals underfoot your only companion. The gentle rustling of leaves whispered ancient secrets, stories of cycles past and promises yet to come. The orchard, though silent now, held a profound presence, a stillness that spoke not of endings, but of quiet transformation and the eternal dance of life and time. The gardener stood in the center of the grove, his figure outlined by the pale moonlight filtering through the branches. His weathered face was lifted toward the heavens, eyes reflecting the countless stars that had witnessed the orchard's centuries of blooms and rest. His hands, rough yet gentle, rested lightly on the trunk of an ancient tree, feeling the steady pulse of life beneath its bark, a reminder that beneath apparent stillness, growth continued unseen. Around the orchard, the night hummed softly with the sound of nocturnal creatures stirring. The distant call of an owl echoed through the valley, accompanied by the rustle of small animals weaving through the underbrush. A cool breeze stirred the branches, sending soft cascades of leaves fluttering like whispered prayers into the darkness. In this sacred solitude, the orchard seemed to breathe, a living testament to resilience, patience, and the cyclical nature of existence. The gardener's heart swelled with quiet gratitude, knowing that the orchard's fleeting bloom had touched countless souls, inspiring hope and wonder in its brief, brilliant moment. Picture the sky slowly shifting as the night deepened, the constellations tracing timeless patterns overhead. The orchard rested beneath the celestial tapestry, a place where time itself seemed to fold gently upon itself, weaving past and future into a seamless present. And so, as the world slept and dreams wove their delicate threads, the orchard awaited the promise of spring once more, a reminder that even the most transient beauty holds the power to echo through eternity, softly but surely. The night deepened further, wrapping the orchard in a serene stillness that felt like a sacred hush. The stars above glittered in a velvet sky, their cool light spilling softly over the valley and bathing the ancient trees in a gentle silver glow. The air was crisp and fragrant with the subtle scent of night-blooming jasmine and dew-kissed earth, mingling with the lingering aroma of petals long fallen. Imagine standing quietly beneath the skeletal branches, your breath visible in the cool night air, as the orchard held its silent vigil. The trees, bare now but brimming with the promise of life hidden deep within their roots, seemed to pulse gently with the heartbeat of the earth. The soft rustling of leaves whispered like a lullaby, weaving through the branches in a delicate dance with the cool night breeze. The gardener moved slowly along the winding paths, his steps measured and reverent. His eyes, reflecting the starlight, carried a deep understanding, the knowledge that beneath the apparent stillness, the orchard was alive with unseen rhythms. He paused often to touch the rough bark of a tree, or to feel the soft earth beneath his fingers, sensing the quiet stirrings of renewal preparing for the coming season. Around the orchard, the night creatures added their own gentle melodies, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small mammals in the underbrush, and the soft chirping of crickets hidden among the grass. These subtle sounds blended with the whispering wind, creating a symphony of quiet life that wrapped the valley in comfort and peace. Picture the gardener standing in a small clearing, looking up at the sky where constellations traced ancient stories in delicate light. His thoughts drifted to the cycles of nature, the ebb and flow of seasons, the dance of bloom and rest, and the enduring promise of new beginnings. In this tranquil moment, he felt a profound connection to the orchard and to the timeless rhythms that shaped all life. As the night wore on, the orchard lay in peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of darkness and the watchful gaze of the stars. Though the blossoms had faded, their beauty lingered in memory and spirit, a quiet testament to the fleeting grace of life and the enduring power of hope. As the first tender light of dawn began to creep over the distant hills, the orchard stirred gently from its night's rest, wrapped still in a soft veil of mist that clung lovingly to every leaf and branch. The cool, crisp air, carried the faint, sweet scent of earth and dew, mingled with the distant melodies of awakening birds greeting the new day. The sky, painted in delicate hues of blush and gold, stretched endlessly above, promising renewal and quiet hope. Imagine standing at the edge of the orchard just as the morning unfurls, soft beams of sunlight filtering through the lingering mist, casting ethereal halos around each gnarled tree. The fallen petals, now a gentle mosaic of pink and white, glistened with dewdrops, each a tiny prism catching the light in a silent celebration of the day's first moments. The ground beneath your feet felt cool and soft, a tender reminder of nature's endless cycle of rest and rebirth. The gardener moved slowly among the trees, his footsteps muted on the damp earth. His hands, aged and strong, reached out to touch the tender shoots that had begun to emerge, the promise of new life hidden beneath the orchard's slumbering surface. His eyes, filled with a mixture of reverence and quiet joy, traced the delicate outline of each branch as it reached skyward, yearning for the sun's nurturing warmth. Around him, the valley hummed softly with the gentle rhythms of morning. The rustle of leaves stirred by a waking breeze, the gentle murmur of a nearby brook weaving its way through the landscape, and the distant calls of songbirds weaving a delicate tapestry of sound. The world seemed to hold its breath, savoring the stillness between night and day, between what was and what was yet to come. Picture the gardener pausing in a small clearing, looking upward as the sun's rays broke fully through the mist, bathing the orchard in golden light. His heart swelled with a quiet hope, knowing that though the orchard's magnificent bloom had faded, the cycle of life and renewal continued with unwavering faith. The fleeting beauty of the blossoms, like precious moments in life, had left an indelible mark, a testament to patience, grace, and the enduring power of nature's rhythm. And so, as the day blossomed fully around him, the gardener continued his tender vigil, nurturing the orchard's hidden promise with gentle hands and a steadfast spirit. For in the quiet renewal beneath the surface, there lay the seeds of future beauty, waiting patiently for their own moment to shine. As the sun climbed higher, bathing the valley in warm, golden light, the orchard began to hum softly, with the gentle stirrings of life beneath its surface. The trees, once bare and silent, now held within their roots the quiet pulse of renewal, unseen yet inexorable. The air was filled with the rich scent of earth warming under the sun's touch, mingling with the subtle fragrance of new growth and the promise of seasons yet to come. Imagine walking slowly through the orchard's waking paths, your footsteps soft on the mossy earth as you trace the delicate patterns left by the fallen petals. The scattered blossoms, like faded memories, carpeted the ground in a tapestry of blush and ivory, their fragile beauty preserved briefly in the cool morning light. The branches above, still leafless, reached skyward as if in silent prayer, waiting patiently for the first buds of spring to awaken. The gardener moved with quiet reverence among the trees, his weathered hands brushing lightly over the rough bark and soft soil. His eyes, filled with a tender hope, traced the subtle signs of life, the faint green shoots pushing through the earth, the tiny buds swelling along the branches, and the gentle hum of bees beginning their early dance. To him, each moment was a sacred promise, a whispered assurance that the orchard's story was far from over. Around the orchard, the valley buzzed gently with the rhythms of nature, the flutter of wings as birds flitted between branches, the distant murmur of a brook weaving through the landscape, and the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a playful breeze. The world seemed alive with quiet anticipation, each element harmonizing in a delicate symphony of renewal and hope. Picture the gardener pausing in a sun-dappled clearing, gazing upward as the light shifted and shimmered through the emerging leaves. His heart swelled with a deep gratitude for the cycles of life, the patience of waiting, the grace of change, and the eternal dance between endings and beginnings. The orchard, with all its fleeting beauty and quiet resilience, stood as a testament to the enduring power of hope and the gentle miracles woven through time. As the day unfolded fully around him, the gardener continued his watchful care, tending to the earth and nurturing the delicate buds that held the promise of a new bloom. The orchard's legacy was one of silent strength and patient waiting, a story whispered on the wind and etched forever in the hearts of those who cherished its fleeting, radiant beauty. Are you feeling calm and ready to drift into sleep? Or perhaps your mind is still wandering softly between wakefulness and dreams. Wherever you are right now, take a deep breath, Settle into a comfortable position and allow your body to relax fully. Tonight, on Boring History for Sleep, I'll share a quiet and gentle story called The Secret Wells of Forgotten Cities. It's a tale of hidden depths, silent mysteries, and the lifeblood flowing beneath ancient streets, perfect for guiding you softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. Beneath the dust and ruins of civilizations long swallowed by time, there lie hidden treasures not of gold or jewels, but of water, quiet, life-giving wells that once sustained bustling cities now forgotten. These are the secret wells of forgotten cities, hidden deep beneath layers of earth and stone, silent witnesses to the lives and stories of countless generations. Imagine wandering through an ancient city, its streets worn by centuries of footsteps, its buildings crumbled and reclaimed by nature. The sun filters through gaps in broken walls, casting fragmented light onto mosaics faded with age. Vines creep along cracked columns, and wildflowers bloom in the cracks of forgotten plazas. Beneath your feet, deep below the surface, hidden chambers hold the secret wells, sources of life, hope, and sometimes mystery. The air in these subterranean spaces is cool and still, carrying the faint scent of damp stone and ancient minerals. Water trickles softly, echoing in the darkness like a whispered promise. The wells were more than mere reservoirs. They were sacred places where communities gathered, where rituals were performed, and where the rhythm of daily life was sustained through the quiet flow of water. Picture the people of these cities long ago, men, women, and children who relied on these wells for their very survival. The wells were centers of social life, places where stories were exchanged, bonds forged, and moments of respite found amid the bustling rhythms above. The water itself was said to hold healing powers, and many wells were revered as sacred, guarded carefully and honored through generations. Over time, as cities fell to ruin and nature reclaimed its dominion, these wells were buried beneath layers of earth, their secrets fading into legend. Yet beneath the surface, water still flows, quiet and eternal, waiting to tell its story to those who listen with patience and reverence. As you settle into the quiet tonight, imagine descending into these shadowed chambers, feeling the cool dampness on the stone walls and hearing the gentle murmur of water that has witnessed the rise and fall of empires. In the stillness of these secret wells, there is a timeless echo, a connection to life, endurance, and the hidden depths within us all. As you step deeper into the labyrinthine tunnels beneath the forgotten city, the air grows cooler and heavier with the scent of damp stone and ancient earth. The faint glimmer of torchlight flickers against rough walls, revealing the subtle textures of centuries-old masonry and creeping moss that has claimed its place in the shadows. Every step echoes softly, a quiet rhythm that seems to beat in time with the slow drip of water echoing through hidden chambers. Imagine the intricate network of passageways winding beneath the city like veins, connecting secret wells that once served as lifelines for the people above. These wells were engineering marvels of their time, carefully carved cisterns designed to collect and store precious water from distant springs, rain, and underground streams. Their surfaces are worn smooth by the hands of countless generations who drew from their depths, each touch a testament to survival and continuity. The water within the wells glistens faintly, catching the flicker of light like a pool of liquid silver. It holds stories beneath its surface, tales of daily life, whispered prayers, and sacred rituals. At the well's edge, long-forgotten offerings might still lie buried in sediment. Shards of pottery, coins, or tokens meant to honor the spirits believed to dwell within the water's depths. Picture the community that once thrived here, gathering around these wells in moments of respite and renewal. The air above the ground buzzed with life, but beneath, these hidden sanctuaries offered cool refuge and quiet companionship. Children's laughter may have echoed off the stone walls, mingling with the soft murmur of conversation as neighbors exchanged news, stories, and solace. The wells were not just sources of water, they were places of connection, where the physical and the spiritual intertwined. Many believed the water possessed healing powers, capable of soothing ailments both of body and soul. Ceremonies were held here, prayers whispered into the darkness, hopes cast upon the shimmering surface. Over the centuries, as the city above crumbled and new civilizations rose, the tunnels and wells fell into shadow, sealed off by rubble and time. Yet the water remained, a silent witness to the ebb and flow of history, an eternal pulse beneath the forgotten stones. As you stand here now, Imagine the cool touch of the water, the smooth, worn stones beneath your fingertips, and the profound stillness that wraps the secret wells. In this hidden place, beneath the noise and dust of ages, there is a timeless presence, a quiet reminder that life persists in even the most concealed and overlooked spaces. The deeper you venture into the subterranean labyrinth, the more the air thickens with the whispers of centuries past. The walls, built from carefully hewn stones, bear the faint carvings of ancient hands, symbols and inscriptions, perhaps prayers or blessings, etched into the rock to protect the wells and those who depended on their life-giving waters. Each mark is a silent testament to the hopes and fears of generations long vanished, yet never truly forgotten. Imagine the chamber of one of these secret wells, a vaulted space dimly lit by flickering torches held in iron sconces, where shadows dance and mingle like restless spirits. The well itself is a deep circular basin carved directly into the bedrock, its surface smooth and worn by the countless hands that had once drawn water with clay pots or carved wooden buckets. The water gleams dark and cool, reflecting the wavering light, holding the weight of unspoken stories beneath its tranquil surface. The sound here is a symphony of subtle echoes, the gentle drip of water falling from ancient pipes, the soft splash as droplets meet the pool, and the faint rustle of hidden creatures moving quietly in the dark. The air carries a cool moisture, refreshing and slightly sweet, mingled with the earthy aroma of stone and damp moss. In this secret place, time feels both suspended and eternal. Picture those long-ago inhabitants gathering at the well's edge, faces glowing with the reflected torchlight, voices low and warm as they shared news, laughter, or prayers. The wells were centers of life, social hubs beneath the earth, where the community came together in moments both ordinary and sacred. They carried with them the weight of their daily lives, joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, all converging around this vital source of sustenance. Some wells were believed to hold more than just water. They were thought to be portals between worlds, gateways where the veil between the living and the divine thinned. Offerings, small trinkets, coins, or carefully folded notes might have been left at their edges, tokens of gratitude or pleas for protection. The soft murmurs of ritual incantations could almost be heard echoing in the silence, a spiritual conversation with forces unseen yet deeply felt. With each passing year, as the city above was buried beneath the shifting sands of time, these wells remained hidden, guardians of secrets, keepers of life's essence. They whispered of resilience and endurance, quietly sustaining the land and the memory of its people. As you stand now, gazing into the still dark waters, feel the profound connection to those who came before, the steady pulse of life beneath the ruins, the silent witness of water flowing patiently through the ages. In this quiet sanctuary, beneath layers of earth and history, the secret wells invite you to listen to the stories that flow like hidden currents beneath the surface, waiting to be heard once again. The passage from the well chamber led deeper into the earth, winding like a ribbon of shadow and stone through the heart of the forgotten city. The air grew cooler and more humid, filled with the faint echo of water trickling far beyond sight. Each step along the narrow corridor seemed to resonate with the weight of countless footsteps from centuries past. Pilgrims, laborers, children, all drawn to the wells for the simple, vital gift of water. Imagine the walls closing in gently, cloaked in moss and lichen that softened the rough stone, their green tendrils reaching as if to embrace the history held within. Small alcoves lined the corridor, each housing remnants of daily life: a broken pot, a rusted tool, fragments of cloth, silent artifacts that whispered stories of ordinary lives woven through the extraordinary architecture. The muted glow of torches reflected off puddles in the uneven floor, where water gathered in shallow pools, shimmering like liquid glass beneath the flickering light. The smell of wet stone mingled with faint traces of ancient herbs, suggesting that some corners of these tunnels may once have been sanctuaries or places of healing, spaces where water's life-giving properties were honored not just practically, but spiritually. Picture the labyrinthine nature of these tunnels, twisting and branching into hidden chambers and secret passageways. Some led to small cisterns, carved meticulously into bedrock to store water for times of drought or siege. Others opened into vast caverns, where echoes stretched endlessly, the sound of distant dripping water creating a haunting melody that seemed to hold the collective memory of the city. The secret wells were not merely functional structures, but marvels of ancient engineering and sacred sites. Their construction required careful knowledge of geology and hydrology, skills passed down through generations. The care and reverence with which these wells were built and maintained speak to the profound respect early inhabitants had for water, a resource both precious and life-sustaining. As you walk these subterranean halls in your mind, imagine the reverence and gratitude felt by those who came here daily. Each bucket drawn was a lifeline, each sip a blessing. These wells bore witness to laughter and tears, to celebrations and grief, standing silently through the rise and fall of empires. The hidden water flowed steadily still, an eternal thread connecting past to present. Beneath the ruins and rubble of forgotten streets, these secret wells held life's essence, quiet, enduring, and patiently waiting to be rediscovered. Deep within the hidden heart of the forgotten city, the secret wells continued their quiet vigil beneath layers of earth and stone. The chambers surrounding them were cloaked in shadows, where the flickering light of torches revealed ancient inscriptions worn by time and water. These carvings told stories of gods and spirits, of blessings granted and prayers whispered, connecting the tangible world to the unseen realms beyond. Imagine the stillness of these underground sanctuaries, the air thick with the scent of damp stone, and the faint traces of incense long extinguished. The water in the wells shimmered softly, reflecting the subtle glow of lanterns, as if holding the light of 1,000 years within its depths. The surface rippled gently with each drop that fell, a timeless melody that echoed through the labyrinthine tunnels. In these sacred spaces, the people of the city had once gathered not only to draw water, but to connect with each other, with the divine, and with the very life force that sustained them. Ceremonies were held here beneath vaulted ceilings, where priests or priestesses chanted in ancient tongues, their voices rising and falling like the tide, calling blessings upon the wells and the community. Picture offerings left at the edges of the wells, small vessels filled with grains, precious oils, or carved amulets meant to honor the spirits believed to dwell within the waters. These gifts were tokens of gratitude and hope, gestures that spoke to the profound relationship between humanity and the natural world. The wells were more than mere infrastructure. They were living symbols of faith, endurance, and the cyclical rhythms of life. The tunnels echoed faintly with the laughter and footsteps of children who had once played in these subterranean halls, their voices a reminder of generations nurtured by the life-giving waters below. The wells witnessed the quiet moments of daily life, hands reaching down to fill clay pots, the exchange of whispered words, the shared burdens and joys of a community bound together by survival and hope. Over the centuries, as empires rose and fell, these wells remained steadfast, their waters flowing undisturbed beneath the shifting sands of time. Now, though forgotten and concealed, they continue to hold their secrets, silent guardians of life's essence, patiently waiting for rediscovery. As you imagine standing beside one of these ancient wells, feel the cool, damp air on your skin and the smooth, worn stone beneath your fingertips. Hear the gentle drip of water, steady and unchanging, a heartbeat beneath the ruins. In this quiet place, beneath the weight of history and earth, the secret wells invite you to listen to the stories they carry and the timeless flow of life that connects us all. As you delve deeper into the subterranean world of the forgotten city, the air grows cooler and the soft echo of dripping water becomes a constant companion. The winding corridors widen into spacious chambers, each carved meticulously from the bedrock, their vaulted ceilings supported by ancient stone pillars etched with symbols of protection and reverence. These halls, illuminated by the faint glow of oil lamps suspended from wrought iron brackets, feel alive with the weight of countless stories whispered across centuries. Imagine the delicate play of light and shadow dancing across the damp stone walls, revealing layers of mineral deposits that shimmer faintly like hidden gems. The scent of cool water mingles with the earthy aroma of moss and lichen, carpeting the floor in soft patches of green that seem to pulse with quiet life. Stalactites hang like silent sentinels from above, dripping slowly into crystal-clear pools below, each drop sending ripples across surfaces untouched for ages. Within these vast chambers, the secret wells take on a sacred presence. Their waters, dark and deep, reflect the flickering flames and the subtle movement of shadows, creating a mesmerizing tableau of light and liquid. The wells are often surrounded by stone benches or altars where offerings, Small carvings, pots of oil, fragrant herbs, once rested, placed by those who sought favor or healing from the life-giving waters. Picture the ancient inhabitants descending these steps in reverence, their footsteps muffled by soft rugs of moss and crushed leaves, gathering at the well's edge for communal rituals. Their voices, though long silenced, seemed to echo in the stillness, a litany of gratitude, hope, and supplication. Water was more than sustenance. It was a sacred gift, a symbol of purity and renewal, binding the community in shared reverence. Over time, layers of soil and debris covered these hallowed spaces, concealing them beneath the city's ruins. Yet the wells endured, their waters flowing silently and steadily, a testament to resilience and the enduring spirit of life. In the quiet depths, the pulse of the past continues, a rhythmic heartbeat beneath the rubble, waiting patiently to be rediscovered. As you stand here in the subterranean sanctuary, feel the cool moisture on your skin, the solid stone beneath your feet, and the timeless presence that fills the air. Listen closely to the gentle murmur of water and the soft whisper of history, carried on every breeze that finds its way into these hidden chambers. Here, in the secret wells of forgotten cities, the essence of life flows eternal, silent, steady, and profound. As you move further into the labyrinth of forgotten passageways, the atmosphere grows denser with a sense of reverence and ancient mystery. The walls, rough-hewn from centuries-old stone, are cool to the touch and whisper tales of the countless hands that shaped them, hands that toiled, prayed, and lived intertwined with the waters they sought to protect. Moss and lichen cling stubbornly to the crevices, softening the harshness of the stone with vibrant swathes of green, while tiny fungi glow faintly in the dim light, lending the chambers an otherworldly shimmer. Imagine the soft drip of water echoing in the vastness, each drop a note in a slow, haunting symphony that reverberates through the vaulted ceilings. The sound weaves with the subtle flutter of unseen wings and the quiet scurrying of small creatures that have made these secret spaces their home. This underground world is alive, not in the way of bustling cities above, but with a timeless pulse that speaks to the enduring rhythm of nature and life itself. The secret wells themselves are sanctuaries carved with exquisite care, some adorned with faded frescoes that hint at their once sacred status, others lined with smooth, water-worn stones polished by the passage of generations. The water within is astonishingly clear, reflecting the flickering torchlight like liquid mirrors, revealing glimpses of the deep, cool pools that stretch down beyond sight. You can almost sense the currents below, flowing unseen yet eternal, carrying the essence of life through the veins of the earth. Picture the ancient inhabitants descending the stone steps, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lamps. Their expressions are a mixture of hope and solemnity as they gather around these wells, not just for the water, but to partake in rituals that bind them to their community and to the cycles of the natural world. Offerings laid on stone altars, fresh flowers, carved figurines, bowls of grain, are tokens of gratitude and pleas for protection, symbols of the sacred trust placed in these hidden springs. As time wore on and the city above crumbled into ruin, these subterranean sanctuaries fell into shadow, their secrets buried beneath layers of earth and memory. Yet beneath the rubble and silence, the waters continued their quiet journey, an unbroken thread linking past to present, life to memory. As you stand in this hushed sanctuary, feel the cool embrace of the air, thick with moisture and history. Let the steady murmur of water soothe your thoughts, and the weight of centuries settle gently on your shoulders, not as a burden, but as a reminder of resilience, connection, and the enduring dance between humanity and the earth. Here in the secret wells of forgotten cities, the pulse of life flows on, silent, steadfast, and profound, waiting patiently for those who listen with open hearts to hear its timeless song. The deeper you venture into the shadowed heart of the forgotten city, the more the secret wells reveal themselves not just as sources of water, but as sanctuaries of memory and resilience. The air here is cool and heavy, imbued with the scent of wet stone, earth, and the faint trace of ancient incense that still lingers, whispering of long-past rituals. The flickering torchlight reveals intricate carvings on the walls, symbols of protection, abundance, and the eternal cycle of life and death, etched by hands seeking to honor the sacredness of water and the spirits believed to dwell within. Imagine standing in one of the largest chambers, where the well opens like a dark mirror, its surface calm yet endlessly deep. The still water reflects the wavering flames, creating an illusion of stars beneath the earth, as if a hidden cosmos exists just beyond sight. Around the well, smooth stone benches bear the worn marks of countless visitors, pilgrims, citizens, priests, who came seeking solace, healing, or communion with forces beyond the tangible world. The gentle drip of water from overhead stalactites forms a soft, rhythmic song, mingling with the hushed murmurs of unseen creatures and the distant echo of footsteps long vanished. The chamber breathes with an ancient life, a heartbeat beneath the city that has witnessed triumph and tragedy, faith and despair. Picture the community that once thrived above these wells, farmers, merchants, families, whose lives were sustained by this hidden network of water and stone. The wells were more than functional, they were places of gathering, ritual, and reverence. Ceremonies marked the changing seasons, rites of passage, and prayers for rain or healing. Offerings left by grateful hands, small vessels of oil, carefully folded papers inscribed with wishes, or tokens carved from bone and wood, still rest in alcoves, silent testimonies to the deep bond between people and their lifeblood. As centuries passed, new civilizations rose and fell, but the secret wells remained constant, quietly sustaining the land beneath shifting sands and ruins. They are sacred relics of human ingenuity and spiritual devotion, reminding us that even in forgotten places, the essence of life flows steadily and endlessly. Now, as you stand here, enveloped by the cool, damp air and the profound silence, allow yourself to feel the connection to all who have come before. Listen closely to the gentle murmur of water and the whispered stories that ripple just beneath the surface. In this hidden sanctuary, the secret wells of forgotten cities invite you to remember that life endures quietly and steadfastly beneath the weight of time. As the first soft light of dawn began to filter through cracks in the ancient stones, the secret wells of the forgotten city stirred once more beneath layers of dust and silence. The air was cool and tinged with the faint scent of moss and wet earth, carrying whispers of a world long vanished, yet eternally present in the flow of water and memory. Rays of pale sunlight wove through the labyrinthine tunnels, casting slender beams that illuminated particles of dust, dancing like tiny stars suspended in the stillness. Imagine standing on the worn steps leading down to one of these wells, feeling the rough texture of stone beneath your fingertips and the cool moisture that clings to the air. The water below gleamed like liquid glass, serene yet mysterious, holding within its depths the stories of countless lives, of laughter and tears, of struggle and hope, of love whispered beneath moonlit nights and promises sealed in secrecy. The silence here is profound, broken only by the gentle drip of water from stalactites overhead, each drop creating ripples that spread slowly across the surface, echoing through the cavernous space. The echoes mingle with the soft rustling of unseen creatures, their delicate movements weaving a symphony of life in this hidden sanctuary. The very walls seem to hum with the energy of the past, vibrating with memories embedded in the stone and water alike. Picture the ancient inhabitants, farmers drawing water for their families, priests performing sacred rites, children playing in the shadows, all connected by the lifeblood flowing through these secret wells. These places were more than sources of sustenance. They were centers of community and spirituality, where the physical and metaphysical intertwined. Offerings of herbs, carved stones, and written prayers once adorned the edges of these wells, symbols of faith and gratitude to the forces believed to govern life and water. Over the centuries, as empires crumbled and new worlds rose, the wells remained steadfast, their waters flowing silently beneath the shifting sands of time. Now, buried beneath ruins and whispers, they carry a sacred promise, a connection between past and present, earth and spirit, memory and hope. As you stand in this hidden sanctuary, breathe deeply and listen. Let the cool air fill your lungs and the soft murmur of water soothe your mind. Feel the enduring pulse of life beneath your feet and the quiet strength of the secret wells, a timeless reminder that even in forgotten places, the essence of existence flows steadily, patiently, eternally. As the sun climbed higher, its golden light filtering softly through cracks and fissures in the ancient stone above, the secret wells of the forgotten city shimmered beneath the surface, their waters alive with the quiet pulse of life and memory. The chamber around the wells was bathed in a gentle glow, illuminating the intricate patterns carved into the stone walls, symbols of protection, fertility, and the sacred dance of water and earth that had guided generations. Imagine standing in this vast underground sanctuary, the cool, damp air brushing softly against your skin, carrying the faint scent of minerals and moss. The water before you is crystal clear, its surface reflecting flickering torchlight and the subtle movement of shadows that play across the chamber like whispers of the past. Each ripple tells a story. Each drop carries the weight of countless moments, births celebrated, lives mourned, promises made, and dreams nurtured in silence. Around the wells, remnants of ancient rituals remain. Weathered altars adorned with faded offerings, tiny bowls chipped by time, fragments of pottery painted with forgotten symbols, and delicate threads of cloth worn thin by the passage of hands stand as silent witnesses to the faith and hope that once filled these sacred spaces. The stones themselves seem to pulse with a sacred energy, a testament to the reverence and care bestowed upon them by those who came before. Picture the community that once thrived above, their lives intimately entwined with these waters. For them, the wells were lifelines, spiritual centers where the boundaries between the earthly and the divine blurred. Priests and priestesses conducted ceremonies beneath vaulted ceilings, their voices rising and falling in hymns that echoed through the stone corridors, weaving prayers into the very fabric of the city. As centuries passed, the city above faded into legend. Buildings crumbled and streets vanished beneath the weight of time. Yet beneath it all, the secret wells endured, guardians of life's essence, flowing silently through the layers of history. They carry within them the whispers of a world lost but not forgotten, a reminder that even in the depths of obscurity, life's vital force persists. Now, as you stand quietly by the well, feel the coolness of the air, the steady drip of water, and the profound stillness that envelops this hidden place. Let the silence wash over you, soothing your thoughts and calming your spirit. In the secret wells of forgotten cities, time folds gently upon itself, carrying with it the eternal dance of life, memory, and hope. Have you begun to feel the calm of the night settling in? Maybe your thoughts are slowly unwinding, or perhaps you're still gently hovering between wakefulness and dreams. Wherever you are right now, take a slow, deep breath and find a comfortable place to rest. Tonight, on Boring History for Sleep, I'll tell you a quiet, soothing story called The Lantern Keepers on Lonely Cliffs. It's a tale of steadfast guardians, flickering lights against endless darkness, and the gentle power of hope carried through the winds, perfect for guiding you softly into restful sleep. Perched high upon the jagged edge of a solitary cliff, where the restless sea met the endless sky, stood a weathered lighthouse known to the few who remembered it as the home of the Lantern Keepers. This was no ordinary place. It was a sanctuary carved from stone and wind, a beacon of light and hope standing firm against the relentless battering of storm and tide. The cliffs rose steep and rugged, their sheer faces cloaked in mist and crowned with wild grasses that swayed like whispers in the salty breeze. Imagine the endless horizon stretching out before you, where the sky's soft hues blend seamlessly with the churning waters below. Waves crashed against jagged rocks, sending sprays of seafoam high into the air, while seabirds wheeled and called in haunting melodies that echoed through the salt-thick air. The lighthouse stood solitary yet proud, a sentinel guarding the shores, its lantern room glowing faintly like a heartbeat in the dark. The keepers themselves were a small, devoted group, bound by duty and quiet courage. Their lives were rhythms of vigilance and solitude, tending the flame that pierced the night and guided weary sailors safely home. They moved with steady purpose along winding staircases worn smooth by generations, their footsteps soft against the cold stone floors. Their hands, calloused yet careful, maintained the great lantern and polished the glass panes through which the light shone, a labor of love and necessity. Inside the lighthouse, the scent of sea salt mingled with burning wick and old wood, filling the narrow rooms with a comforting yet haunting atmosphere. Weathered journals lay scattered on wooden tables, filled with notes on storms and tides, tales of ships saved, and moments of quiet reflection by the keepers. The walls bore marks of time, etched initials, carved symbols, and faded photographs of those who had kept the light burning through decades of relentless nights. Picture the long hours spent watching the horizon, the interplay of light and shadow on the restless waves, and the ever-present sound of wind, a constant companion that carried both the whisper of the sea and the silent prayers of those who depended on the light. The keepers were both guardians and witnesses to the untamed power of nature, living lives intertwined with the ocean's moods and mysteries. As night falls and the first stars appear, the lantern's flame is lit, casting its warm, steady glow far across the dark waters. It is a signal of safety and hope, a steadfast promise that even in the darkest hours, there is light to guide the way. As twilight melted into night, the lighthouse perched on the lonely cliffs became a glowing beacon against the vast canvas of the darkening sky. The lantern room's golden light pulsed softly, weaving through the thick sea fog that rolled in from the ocean, transforming the landscape into a dreamlike realm where sea and sky blurred into one endless horizon. Below, waves crashed relentlessly against the jagged rocks, their thunderous song a constant reminder of the raw, untamed power that surrounded this remote outpost. Imagine standing at the edge of the cliff, feeling the cold spray of salty sea mist on your face, and hearing the haunting cries of distant seabirds as they circle the lighthouse in restless flight. The wind tugged insistently at your clothes and hair, carrying the sharp tang of brine and the subtle undertone of ancient seaweed. The rocky path winding up to the lighthouse was slick with moisture, the jagged stones worn smooth by centuries of storms and footsteps, each step echoing the countless journeys taken by the keepers who had lived and worked here. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with history and quiet purpose. The walls of the lighthouse, built from weathered granite blocks, were cool and rough beneath your touch. Oil lamps cast flickering shadows in the narrow stairwell, their light dancing with the occasional gust of wind that slipped through tiny cracks. The sound of creaking wood and the rhythmic ticking of a heavy clock mingled with the distant roar of the ocean, creating a symphony of solitude and steadfast vigilance. The lantern keepers moved with practiced ease, their movements fluid yet deliberate as they carried out their nightly duties. One keeper carefully trimmed the wick of the massive lantern, coaxing a steady flame to life that would pierce the darkness for miles. Another polished the glass panes until they gleamed like crystal, ensuring that the light's reach would be unhindered by grime or fog. Their hands, roughened by salt and weather, moved with reverence and care, each task a vital act in the sacred duty they upheld. Outside the windows, the vast ocean stretched endlessly, its surface shimmering in the lantern's glow. Ships, silhouetted against the Black Sea, depended on the solitary light to navigate safely through treacherous waters. For centuries, the keepers had watched over these perilous routes, their lives intertwined with the fates of countless sailors and travelers. Picture the quiet moments between storms, when the wind softened and the stars spilled overhead like scattered diamonds. In these rare respites, the keepers gathered in the small kitchen, sharing stories and quiet laughter over steaming mugs of tea. The air was thick with the warmth of camaraderie, a fragile comfort against the isolation of their vigil. As the night deepened, the lantern's glow remained unwavering, a steadfast pulse in the darkness, a beacon of hope and guidance. The lantern keepers stood watch, their eyes fixed on the horizon, hearts tethered to the eternal rhythm of sea and sky. As the night wore on, the lighthouse perched on the lonely cliffs stood as a solitary guardian against the vast, dark expanse of the sea and sky. The waves below crashed endlessly against the jagged rocks, sending sprays of salt water high into the air, where the lantern's glow caught the droplets like tiny stars scattered in the mist. The wind howled through the narrow crevices of the cliffs, carrying the distant, haunting calls of seabirds as they glided silently over the restless waters. Imagine standing near the lantern room's large glass panes, feeling the chill of the night air seep through the cracks despite the thick stone walls. The golden light inside cast a warm halo, a stark contrast to the cold, dark night beyond. The rhythmic turning of the lantern mechanism filled the air with a steady hum, punctuated occasionally by the soft creak of ancient gears and the faint whisper of the wind outside. Within this ancient tower, the lantern keepers moved with a quiet purpose, their faces illuminated by the flickering light as they tended to their duties. One keeper peered through the thick glass, scanning the horizon for signs of approaching ships or brewing storms. His eyes, sharp and steady, caught every flicker and shadow, attuned to the subtle changes in the sea and sky that could signal danger or hope. In the small living quarters, another keeper sat by a wooden table, writing in a weathered journal by the soft glow of a candle. The pages held meticulous records, notes on tides, wind patterns, and past storms, alongside sketches of ships and landmarks. These journals were treasures passed down through generations, each keeper adding their own observations and stories to the tapestry of the lighthouse's history. Picture the moments of solitude that stretched long between duties, the quiet ticking of a clock, the soft rustle of pages turning, and the steady breathing of those who lived their lives suspended between vigilance and quiet reflection. The keepers were bound by duty, but also by the profound loneliness of their station, isolated from the world, yet forever connected to the lives they sought to protect. Outside, the sea continued its eternal dance, waves rolling and breaking in a ceaseless rhythm. The moon, high and luminous, cast silver paths across the water, guiding the way for distant vessels. The lighthouse's beacon cut through the darkness, a steadfast signal of safety, resilience, and unwavering hope. As the night deepened, the lantern keepers remained vigilant, their hearts aligned with the pulse of the ocean and the silent watch of the stars. In this lonely, windswept place, they held the light, both literal and metaphorical, guiding souls through darkness and storm, reminding us all that even in solitude, a steadfast light can shine endlessly. As the early hours of the morning stretched quietly over the lonely cliffs, the lighthouse and its steadfast keepers remained vigilant, wrapped in the embrace of the night's lingering shadows. The sea below churned with a restless energy, waves crashing against the rugged coastline, sending bursts of spray high into the air that sparkled momentarily in the lantern's golden glow before dissolving into the mist. The scent of salt and seaweed was thick and sharp, mingling with the cool freshness of the dawn breeze that whispered softly through the grasses atop the cliffs. Imagine the cliffs themselves, ancient sentinels carved by relentless wind and water, their jagged faces covered in patches of hardy moss and resilient wildflowers that cling stubbornly in the thin soil. These cliffs rose steeply into the sky, a wild and breathtaking vista that stretched endlessly toward the horizon, where the dark sea met the pale morning sky. The lighthouse, perched precariously at the edge, stood as both guardian and guide, a beacon that cut through the haze to welcome the coming day. Within the tower's thick stone walls, the lantern keepers continued their timeless routine. One keeper descended the winding staircase, worn smooth by generations of footsteps, carrying a lantern that cast a warm, flickering light. His hands, steady despite the cold, prepared the oil lamps that would greet the dawn, ensuring that the light remained unwavering even as the sun's first rays began to chase away the night. In the cramped kitchen, another keeper brewed strong, steaming tea, its earthy aroma mingling with the salty air seeping in through a weathered window. The warmth of the tea was a small comfort against the chill of the sea breeze that constantly found its way into every crevice of the old lighthouse. Quiet conversations, soft and thoughtful, passed between the keepers as they prepared for the day, their voices blending with the rhythmic pounding of waves and the distant cries of seabirds. Picture the quiet moments shared on the cliff's edge, where the keepers would stand side by side, gazing out across the vast ocean expanse. Their eyes searched the horizon for any sign of movement, a distant sail, the shimmer of a returning ship, or the subtle change in cloud formations that heralded approaching weather. The weight of responsibility was heavy, yet borne with quiet pride, a sacred trust to protect those who braved the perilous seas. The dawn gradually unfolded, painting the sky in shades of lavender, rose, and soft gold. Light spilled over the landscape, bathing the cliffs and lighthouse in a gentle glow that promised safety and new beginnings. The lantern's flame dimmed, making way for the sun's steady rise, but the keeper's watchfulness did not waver. As the day began anew, the lantern keepers on lonely cliffs stood ready, quiet sentinels in a wild and beautiful place, their lives intertwined with the ceaseless rhythm of sea and sky. Their story is one of solitude, dedication, and the enduring power of a single light to pierce the darkest nights. As the sun climbed steadily, casting warm hues across the lonely cliffs and the vast ocean beyond, the lighthouse stood resolute, a solitary beacon of hope etched against the endless sky. The air was thick with the salt-kissed tang of sea spray, mingling with the faint, sweet fragrance of coastal wildflowers that dotted the craggy landscape. The grasses and hardy shrubs danced in rhythm with the restless breeze, their whispers blending with the distant cry of gulls and the rhythmic crashing of waves far below. Imagine walking along the narrow cliffside path leading up to the lighthouse, each step offering breathtaking views of the jagged coastline and the ever-changing sea. The stones beneath your feet were worn smooth by centuries of weather, their surfaces dotted with patches of resilient lichen and moss that clung steadfastly despite the harsh elements. The vast expanse of ocean stretched endlessly, a tapestry of deep blues and greens shifting with the wind and tides. Within the lighthouse, the lantern keepers moved with practiced grace, their bodies attuned to the rhythm of their duties and the pulse of the natural world around them. One keeper carefully inspected the great brass mechanism of the lantern, polishing its intricate gears and lenses until they gleamed like captured sunlight. The delicate dance of light and shadow played across the walls as the keeper worked, the soft scratch of tools against metal blending with the hum of the sea beyond. Another keeper tended the small herb garden nestled in a sheltered nook near the tower's base. The garden, a vibrant patch of life amidst the rocky landscape, was filled with fragrant herbs, thyme, rosemary, and lavender, that offered both practical uses and quiet comfort. The keeper's hands moved tenderly, pruning and nurturing each plant, mindful of the balance between human care and nature's wild resilience. Picture the quiet moments between tasks, when the keepers gathered around a weathered wooden table in the small common room. They shared stories passed down through generations, tales of ships guided safely through fog and storms, of sailors who found their way home by the steadfast glow of the lantern. Their voices were low and steady, weaving a tapestry of history, hope, and camaraderie that filled the room with warmth against the sea's cold breath. Outside, the afternoon light softened as clouds gathered on the horizon, signaling the approach of an evening storm. The ocean's surface darkened, waves growing taller and more restless, pounding against the cliffs with a fierce, unyielding energy. Yet, within the lighthouse's sturdy walls, the lantern keepers remained calm and resolute, their eyes fixed on the horizon, ready to guide those at sea through the coming tempest. The lantern's flame flickered and danced, a steadfast pulse amidst the growing darkness, a symbol of unwavering dedication and the quiet strength that defines these solitary guardians. Their watch was one of vigilance and sacrifice, a silent promise that even in the most desolate places, light endures. As the evening descended upon the lonely cliffs, the lighthouse stood like a steadfast guardian, its lantern casting a warm, unwavering glow that pierced the deepening twilight. The sky above transformed into a canvas painted with the soft hues of dusk, lavender bleeding into deep indigo, speckled with the first shy stars beginning to twinkle in the vast expanse. The ocean below roared with renewed vigor, waves pounding relentlessly against the jagged rocks, sending sprays of salty mist high into the cooling air. Imagine the rugged cliffs, their rough edges softened by the gentle touch of creeping ivy and hardy wildflowers that thrived in the salty breeze. The grasses swayed rhythmically, whispering ancient secrets to the wind that carried them far out to sea. The scent of wet stone mingled with the sharp tang of salt and the faint sweet aroma of blooming sea lavender, filling the air with a heady mix that seemed to awaken every sense. Inside the lighthouse, the lantern keepers moved with practiced grace and quiet determination. One keeper climbed the narrow, spiraling staircase to the lantern room, his footsteps muffled by worn stone. The walls bore the marks of countless hands, scratches, initials, and faded symbols etched over generations, each telling a silent story of those who had come before. As he reached the top, the keeper tended the great lantern with meticulous care, trimming the wick and polishing the glass until it shone brilliantly, ready to cast its guiding light through the darkest night. Below, another keeper prepared the modest supper in the small kitchen, the aroma of hearty stew and fresh bread mingling with the ever-present scent of sea salt. Their conversation was sparse but rich with shared understanding, a language forged by solitude and shared purpose. Outside the window, the rhythmic crash of waves provided a steady soundtrack to their quiet vigil. Picture the moment when the storm finally broke, dark clouds rolling in like an advancing tide, winds howling through the crevices of the cliffs, and rain pelting the stone walls with relentless fury. The lantern's light sliced through the tempestuous night, a beacon of hope for any lost souls battling the treacherous seas. The keeper's hands, steady despite the storm's fury, maintained the flame, knowing lives depended on its steady glow. The tempest raged on, yet within the lighthouse's protective embrace, a sense of calm prevailed, a testament to the resilience and dedication of those who had chosen this solitary path. Their watch was unending, a sacred trust to guide, protect, and endure. As the storm gradually abated and the first light of dawn began to soften the horizon, the keepers allowed themselves a moment of quiet reflection. Outside, the sea lay calm once more, the sky streaked with soft pastels promising a new day. The lighthouse, battered but unbowed, stood proud against the cliffs, a silent guardian whose light would never falter. As the dawn gently broke over the lonely cliffs, the world seemed to hold its breath in the tender light of morning. The lighthouse, steadfast and resolute, stood bathed in a soft glow that spilled across the rugged rocks and wild grasses, illuminating the sea's lingering mist. The waves below moved with a quieter grace now, their restless energy softened by the calm that followed the storm. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the faint, sweet fragrance of coastal blooms and the briny freshness of the ocean. Imagine standing at the cliff's edge, feeling the solid earth beneath your feet, and the vast expanse of sky and sea stretching endlessly before you. The horizon glimmered with the first rays of sunlight, a promise of renewal and hope that echoed the steadfast spirit of the lantern keepers. The scent of damp stone and wild herbs filled your senses, grounding you in this remote sanctuary where nature's rhythms pulse with timeless steadiness. Inside the lighthouse, the keepers moved with gentle purpose, their movements imbued with the quiet dignity of a sacred calling. One keeper tended the hearth, coaxing a soft flame from kindling, its warm glow filling the small living space with comforting light. The room smelled of burning wood, sea salt, and the faint trace of worn leather from the old journals stacked neatly on a nearby shelf. Records of storms weathered and ships guided safely through dark waters. Another keeper prepared a simple breakfast, the aroma of freshly brewed tea mingling with the salty breeze drifting through an open window. The sound of distant seabirds filled the air, their calls weaving through the rocky cliffs like a natural hymn to the morning. Soft laughter and shared stories echoed lightly, breaking the solitude with the gentle bonds of companionship forged through years of shared vigilance. Picture the keepers stepping out onto the narrow balcony that wraps around the lantern room, gazing out at the endless ocean and the sky's unfolding colors. Their eyes scan the horizon, not just for ships or storms, but in quiet reverence for the vastness and beauty of the world they guarded. Each sunrise was both a beginning and a reminder of their unyielding duty to hold the light against darkness. As the day unfolded, the lighthouse remained a beacon, not only of light, but of hope, resilience, and unwavering dedication. The lantern keepers on lonely cliffs carried the weight of generations, their lives a quiet testament to the enduring power of steadfast watchfulness and gentle courage in a world forever in motion. As the day deepened into afternoon, the lighthouse perched on the lonely cliffs became a sanctuary bathed in warm sunlight and the gentle hum of life along the rugged coastline. The golden light spilled over the wild grasses and rocky outcrops, casting long shadows that stretched lazily toward the sea. The ocean sparkled beneath the vast sky, its surface rippling with waves that whispered ancient secrets to the shore. Imagine the breeze, a blend of salty sea air and the subtle sweetness of coastal flowers, caressing your skin as you walk along the narrow path leading to the lighthouse. The cliffs rise steeply on either side, their jagged edges softened by patches of resilient moss and tiny wild blooms that cling stubbornly to crevices. The cries of seabirds echo overhead, their wings cutting graceful arcs against the endless blue. Inside, the lantern keepers moved through their tasks with quiet grace and attentive care. One keeper polished the brass fixtures in the lantern room, the gleam of metal catching the sunlight filtering through the glass panes. The rhythmic ticking of the lighthouse clock marked time steadily, a steady heartbeat amidst the ebb and flow of the tides beyond. In the small kitchen, another keeper arranged freshly gathered herbs into bundles, their fragrances mingling in the warm air, thyme, rosemary, and sea lavender, a living connection to the land and sea that sustained them. The aroma was comforting, a reminder of the simple joys and rituals that punctuated their isolated lives. Picture moments of reflection by the windows overlooking the endless horizon, where the keepers would pause to watch ships pass like shadows, their sails catching the light as they journeyed to distant shores. Each vessel carried stories unknown, lives intertwined with the steadfast glow of the lighthouse, a beacon guiding them through darkness and storm. The cliffs themselves seemed alive with history, etched with the footprints of countless generations who had braved these wild shores. Weathered cairns marked forgotten paths, and ancient carvings hidden among the rocks whispered of those who had come before, their spirits woven into the fabric of this rugged landscape. As the afternoon waned, the light softened to a warm amber, casting a golden veil over the sea and land. The lantern keepers, ever vigilant, prepared for the coming dusk, tending the flame that would once again pierce the gathering shadows. Their lives were rhythms of light and darkness, solitude and purpose, woven together by the enduring call to guide and protect. In this place of wind and wave, stone and fire, the lantern keepers stood as quiet sentinels, keepers not just of light, but of hope, resilience, and the timeless bond between humanity and the wild, beautiful world they called home. As the sun dipped lower toward the horizon, painting the sky with shades of rose and amber, the lonely cliffs and their steadfast lighthouse basked in the quiet majesty of twilight. The sea below, now a deep and mysterious blue, swelled with gentle waves that whispered against the jagged rocks, carrying with them the lingering echoes of the day's light. The air was cool, tinged with salt, and the faint, sweet scent of wildflowers closing for the night. Imagine standing on the narrow ledge near the lighthouse's base, watching as the sky gradually darkened and stars began to peek through the fading glow. The cliffs stretched endlessly on either side, their rugged faces softened by the delicate touch of evening mist that curled like ghostly fingers around the grasses and stone. The rhythmic sound of waves crashing below was a steady heartbeat, a grounding presence amid the vast expanse of ocean and sky. Inside the lighthouse, the lantern keepers moved with practiced calm, preparing for the night's vigil. One keeper carefully checked the lantern's flame, ensuring its steady glow would remain unbroken through the hours ahead. His hands were steady, despite the chill that seeped through the thick walls, his eyes reflecting both the light of the lantern and the vast darkness beyond. In the small common room, the other keepers gathered around a worn wooden table, sharing quiet moments of warmth and companionship. Their voices were low, woven with stories of past storms and distant ships saved by the guiding light. The air was filled with the rich aroma of brewed tea and the faint scent of burning wood from the hearth, comforting and familiar against the vast wildness outside. Picture the soft glow of lantern light flickering against weathered faces, their expressions marked by years of solitude and dedication. Outside, the first stars shone brightly, their cold light a stark contrast to the warm flame within. The ocean's surface shimmered faintly in the moonlight, waves casting silver reflections that danced like spirits over the dark waters. As night deepened, the lighthouse stood as a beacon against the encroaching darkness, a symbol of unwavering hope and steadfast watchfulness. The lantern keeper's eyes scanned the horizon, alert for any sign of ships in distress, their hearts beating in rhythm with the ceaseless pulse of sea and sky. In this sacred place, perched on the edge of the world, the keepers fulfilled a timeless duty to hold the light, to guide the lost, and to remind us all that even in the loneliest places, a steadfast flame can shine endlessly. As the night deepened, the lonely cliffs and their steadfast lighthouse embraced a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic crashing of waves far below and the gentle whisper of the wind weaving through the rugged grasses. The sky stretched above like a vast, dark tapestry, studded with countless stars shimmering softly, their distant light twinkling like fragile beacons in the infinite expanse. The lighthouse's golden glow pulsed steadily, a warm heart beating against the cool embrace of the night. Imagine standing within the lantern room, the air cool and tinged faintly with the scent of burning oil and salt-laden breeze. The great glass panes encircled the flickering flame, casting a halo of light that danced upon the stone walls and reflected in the keeper's eyes that had witnessed countless storms, quiet dawns, and the ceaseless ebb and flow of the sea below. Every detail, the worn brass fixtures, the spiral staircase coiled beneath, the faded photographs of past keepers lining the walls, whispered stories of dedication and resilience. Outside, the cliffs stood silent and strong, carved by millennia of relentless wind and waves. The wildflowers that clung to every crevice now rested beneath the pale light of the moon, their petals closed like tiny guardians of the night. The grasses swayed gently, their rustling a soothing lullaby carried by the breeze. Far below, the ocean mirrored the starry sky, its surface shimmering in a dance of silver and shadow, alive with the secrets of depths unseen. Inside the lighthouse, the lantern keepers embraced the stillness, their watch unwavering. One keeper traced his fingers along the ancient wood of the railings, feeling the smoothness worn by years of touch. Another sat quietly at a small table, penning notes in a weathered journal, a chronicle of the lighthouse's nightly vigil, the changing tides, and the whispers of the sea. Their presence was a quiet testament to perseverance, to the sacred duty of holding light in the face of darkness. Picture the fleeting moments between night and dawn, when the world holds its breath and the horizon begins to blush with the first hint of morning. The lantern's flame, steady and bright, continues to cast its glow, a promise of guidance and hope for all who traverse the wild seas. The keepers' hearts beat in quiet rhythm with the waves below, their souls tethered to the eternal dance of light and shadow. As the night wanes and the first birds herald the coming day, the lighthouse and its steadfast guardians stand ready to greet the dawn, a beacon of enduring light, resilience, and quiet courage perched on the edge of the world. Are your eyes feeling heavy yet? Or are you still gently drifting between wakefulness and dreams? Wherever you are right now, take a deep breath, settle into a comfortable position, and let your body relax completely. Tonight, on Boring History for Sleep, I'll tell you a quiet story called The Gilded Hall That Echoed Empty. It's a tale of grandeur and silence, of beauty lost to time, and the haunting stillness within magnificent walls, perfect for lulling you softly into peaceful sleep. Deep within a land once ruled by kings and queens, hidden beneath layers of dust, in the slow march of centuries, stood the Gilded Hall, a grand palace that once shimmered with opulence and echoed with the lively footsteps of nobles and courtiers. Its walls were adorned with gold leaf and intricate carvings, shimmering like sunlight captured within stone, while towering columns stretched toward vaulted ceilings painted with scenes of myth and glory. The hall was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, a symbol of power and wealth that once dazzled all who entered. Imagine walking slowly through the vast entryway, your footsteps muffled by thick tapestries that still hung, faded but proud, along the walls. The air was heavy with the scent of aged wood, mingled with faint traces of once burning incense and the lingering fragrance of exotic spices brought from distant lands. Sunlight filtered through tall stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns that danced slowly across the marble floor, revealing cracks and wear from centuries of neglect. The hall was silent now, its grandeur muted by time. The once vibrant laughter and music had faded into echoes, whispering faintly through empty chambers where only shadows remained. Dust motes floated lazily in beams of light, settling softly on the remnants of exquisite furniture, ornate chairs carved with lions and eagles, tables inlaid with mother of pearl, and delicate chandeliers that once sparkled with hundreds of candles, now hanging dull and forgotten. Picture the memories held within these walls, lavish feasts where golden goblets clinked in celebration, whispered secrets exchanged behind gilded screens, and grand dances beneath glittering chandeliers. Each corner of the hall bore silent witness to joys and sorrows, victories and betrayals, lives entwined with the fate of the kingdom itself. Yet as time passed, the power that once filled this place waned. The gilded surfaces dulled, the voices fell silent, and the great hall became a hollow shell, beautiful but empty, a reminder of impermanence and the relentless passage of time. As you settle into the quiet tonight, imagine the soft creak of ancient floorboards beneath your feet, the cool touch of marble against your hand, and the gentle hush that envelops the gilded hall. In this place of faded splendor, there is a profound stillness, a space where history lingers like a breath, inviting you to listen closely and drift softly into sleep. As you wander further into the depths of the gilded hall, the vastness of the space becomes more apparent. The soaring ceilings stretch endlessly overhead, their once vibrant frescoes now faded and peeling, telling stories of gods and heroes with muted hues. The air is thick with the weight of history, a mingling of cool stone, lingering incense, and the faintest trace of aged parchment that seems to seep from the very walls. Each step echoes softly, a gentle reminder of the countless footsteps that once hurried along these marble floors. Imagine the grand staircases that spiral upward in graceful arcs, their railings carved with intricate designs of vines and mythical beasts. Dust clings to the steps, disturbed only by the occasional scurrying of small creatures that have made this silent palace their home. The heavy velvet curtains that once framed towering windows now hang in tattered folds, their rich reds and golds dulled by time and neglect. The gilded hall is filled with relics of a forgotten age, cracked porcelain vases, tarnished silverware, and delicate tapestries embroidered with scenes of royal triumphs and tragedies. Each object tells a story, a fragment of a larger narrative woven through the rise and fall of a dynasty. The silence that pervades the hall is thick, but not empty. It carries a resonance, a quiet echo of the passions, ambitions, and secrets that once animated this space. Picture a solitary ray of sunlight piercing through a crack in the stained glass, illuminating motes of dust that drift like tiny spirits in the air. It falls upon a grand, once ornate throne, now weathered and worn, its velvet seat faded and torn. This throne, once the seat of absolute power, stands vacant, an emblem of impermanence and the inevitable retreat of even the greatest reigns. The chill of the marble floor seeps through your shoes as you move deeper into the hall, the coolness grounding you in the present even as the past surrounds you. Somewhere in the distance, the soft creak of old wood hints at the slow settling of the ancient structure, a whispered reminder that time continues its steady march, even here. In this quiet, majestic emptiness, there is a solemn beauty, a stillness that invites reflection on the transient nature of glory and the gentle acceptance of change. The gilded hall, though hollow and silent, remains a place of memory and mystery, where the past lingers in the soft glow of fading light. As you continue your slow, quiet journey through the gilded hall, the vastness of the space unfolds like a story whispered by the shadows. The walls, once alive with intricate frescoes and gilded moldings, now reveal the gentle scars of time. Cracks tracing delicate webs across the painted ceilings, faded gold leaf flaking in soft, shimmering patches, and layers of dust settling into every corner like a silent shroud. The air hangs heavy, cool, and still, carrying the scent of ancient stone mingled with the faintest hint of wood smoke from forgotten hearths. Imagine the great chandeliers, once dazzling with hundreds of candles, now dangling precariously from rusted chains. Their crystals, dulled and clouded, catch the stray beams of light filtering through broken windows, casting fractured rainbows across the floor. Beneath them, the polished marble gleams faintly beneath the patina of age, worn smooth in places by generations of footsteps that have long since faded into memory. The vast tapestries that line the walls are now ghostly relics, their rich threads frayed and faded, depicting scenes of kings and queens, battles won and lost, and celebrations that once filled the hall with music and laughter. The fabric, delicate and brittle, whispers stories of lives intertwined with the rise and fall of empires, of love and loss etched into every stitch. Picture a long, empty banquet table stretching across the center of the hall, its surface scarred and weathered. Silver candelabras lie toppled, their once brilliant shine tarnished by time, and cracked porcelain plates bear the faint stains of meals long forgotten. Chairs, carved with intricate designs and gilded accents, stand askew or lie toppled in the silence, their plush upholstery torn and faded. As you walk, the soft echo of your footsteps mingles with the distant drip of water somewhere in the shadows, perhaps a leaky ceiling or the slow seep of moisture through ancient stone. It is a subtle reminder that life still clings to this place, that even in silence and decay, there is movement and change. The gilded hall's empty echoes carry the weight of centuries, echoes of whispered conversations, of footsteps hurried and hesitant, of music swelling and fading into silence. It is a place suspended between past grandeur and present stillness, where every surface holds a fragment of a story, waiting patiently to be heard. As you pause in the center of the hall, surrounded by fading beauty and quiet decay, there is a profound sense of melancholy and reverence. The gilded hall may be empty now, but its soul remains, a testament to the impermanence of power and the enduring grace of memory. As you venture further into the heart of the gilded hall, the vast chambers unfold like a solemn cathedral of forgotten splendor. The soaring ceilings, once adorned with brilliant frescoes depicting mythic battles and celestial beings, now bear the muted hues of faded grandeur. Cracks spiderweb delicately across the painted surfaces, their edges softened by centuries of dust and neglect. The silence here is almost tangible, broken only by the occasional creak of settling stone or the distant flutter of a forgotten tapestry stirred by a faint draft. Imagine running your fingers along the ornate moldings that trace the contours of the walls, once gilded with gold leaf, now tarnished and flaking, revealing layers of plaster beneath. The intricate carvings of vines, flowers, and mythical creatures speak of a time when every detail was crafted with painstaking devotion. The floor beneath your feet, a mosaic of tiny tiles arranged in elaborate patterns, is chipped and worn, yet still holds a quiet beauty, catching stray beams of light that filter through stained glass windows, cracked and clouded by time. The grand fireplace dominates one end of the hall, its stone mantel carved with figures of warriors and queens long since vanished. Ashes lie cold and gray in the hearth, remnants of countless fires that once filled the room with warmth and light during cold winter nights. Nearby, a shattered mirror hangs crookedly, its fractured surface reflecting fragmented glimpses of the hall's faded glory. Picture the faint traces of past lives lingering in the air, the delicate scent of once burning incense mingled with the mustiness of aged velvet and leather-bound books abandoned on a dusty shelf. A solitary silver goblet rests overturned on a side table, tarnished but still gleaming faintly, hinting at celebrations that echoed through these chambers. Faint scratches and scuff marks along the walls suggest hurried footsteps or moments of quiet desperation, memories etched into the very fabric of the place. As your footsteps echo softly, the hall seems to breathe, a slow, rhythmic pulse that connects past to present. Light and shadow play together in a delicate dance, revealing hidden alcoves where faded portraits of ancestors gaze silently, their eyes filled with stories of pride, sorrow, and forgotten dreams. The air hums with the weight of history, inviting you to listen closely to the whispers carried on every breeze that slips through broken windows. In this space, grandeur and decay intertwine, creating a haunting beauty that speaks to the impermanence of human endeavor and the enduring power of memory. The gilded hall, though empty and silent, remains a living testament to the passage of time, a place where the past lingers softly, ready to cradle those who seek its quiet embrace. As you move deeper into the gilded hall, the sense of faded grandeur becomes more palpable. The vast chambers stretch endlessly before you, their walls adorned with peeling frescoes and tapestries dulled by time, yet still whispering stories of opulence and power. The floor beneath your feet, once polished marble, is now mottled and cracked, a mosaic of shattered history that bears silent witness to centuries of footsteps, celebrations, and quiet sorrows. Imagine the chandeliers hanging from the high vaulted ceilings, once brilliant with countless crystals reflecting candlelight, now draped with cobwebs, their crystals dulled and missing, swinging gently in a breeze that seems to carry the sighs of forgotten voices. The walls echo faintly with the ghosts of music and laughter, mingling with the distant drip of water leaking from the cracked roof above. The air is thick with the scent of old wood, dust, and faint traces of fragrant oils once burned in ornate holders. Amid the decay, delicate wildflowers have found their way through cracks in the floor and walls, their fragile blooms a poignant contrast to the grandeur that slowly crumbles around them. They bend and sway as if breathing life into the silent halls, softening the harshness of neglect with their quiet resilience. Picture the remnants of a grand feast, rusted silverware scattered across a long table, fragments of china etched with gold filigree, and dried petals from garlands that once adorned the room. The chairs, some toppled, others leaning uncertainly, are upholstered in faded velvet, threadbare and worn. Each piece, though broken and forgotten, tells a story of lavish gatherings where kings and queens once danced and dined, their laughter filling the gilded space. As you walk through these corridors of memory, your footsteps stirring the dust, you might catch glimpses of faded portraits hanging crookedly on the walls, faces painted with loving detail, now softened by time and neglect. Their eyes seem to follow you, silent witnesses to the rise and fall of empires, their expressions a mixture of pride, sorrow, and timeless dignity. The gilded hall, with all its beauty and desolation, holds a profound stillness that invites contemplation. It is a place where the echoes of grandeur mingle with the gentle reminders of mortality and change, where every crack and faded brushstroke tells a story of impermanence and the enduring grace found in memory. As the light fades and shadows deepen, the hall becomes a sanctuary of quiet reflection, a space to ponder the passage of time and the delicate balance between creation and decay. As dusk settles softly over the gilded hall, the fading light filters through the stained glass windows, casting muted colors onto the cracked marble floor. The air grows cooler, carrying a whisper of the night's approach, mingled with the faint scent of aged wood and forgotten incense. Shadows lengthen and stretch, wrapping the vast chambers in a gentle embrace of twilight and silence. Imagine the delicate dance of candlelight flickering against the gilded moldings and faded tapestries, their worn threads catching the glow like fragile veins of gold and crimson. The chandeliers sway slightly in a faint draft, their crystals tinkling softly, a lullaby of light and shadow in the stillness. The gentle creak of ancient timbers echoes faintly, a reminder of the hall's slow, steady breathing as it settles into the quiet of evening. The grand fireplace, though cold and empty now, holds traces of warmth long past, blackened stones telling stories of countless fires that once filled the hall with light and comfort. Nearby, a tarnished silver mirror, cracked but intact, reflects the flickering flames of a solitary candle placed carefully on an ornate table. The table is cluttered with relics of forgotten days, a rusted key, a half-burned letter sealed with faded wax, and a delicate locket, its clasp worn by time and touch. Picture the vast expanse of the hall now shrouded in shadow, where faint outlines of carved columns and arched doorways dissolve into the growing darkness. The silence is profound, broken only by the soft sigh of wind slipping through cracked windows and the distant hoot of an owl perched somewhere in the desolate courtyard beyond. Amidst this enveloping stillness, the hall feels alive, not with the bustle of past grandeur, but with the gentle pulse of memory and loss. The very stones seem to hold their breath, guarding secrets whispered in hushed tones long ago. Dust motes drift lazily in the candlelight, swirling like tiny specters that dance to the rhythm of forgotten tales. As night deepens, the gilded hall stands as a poignant reminder of impermanence, the beautiful and the broken entwined in a delicate balance. Its empty echoes invite reflection on the passage of time and the quiet dignity found in embracing the shadows as much as the light. As the night deepens within the gilded hall, the silence grows thick and heavy, enveloping every corner like a soft velvet cloak. The moon, pale and distant, casts a ghostly silver light through the cracked stained glass, painting the faded tapestries and weathered stone with ethereal hues. Shadows pool in the vast recesses, dancing gently as a faint breeze stirs the ancient curtains, their once vibrant reds and golds, now muted and threadbare. Imagine standing in the center of the hall, where the vast expanse echoes with the faintest whispers of the past, the rustle of silk gowns, the murmur of secret conversations, the soft laughter of forgotten courtiers. The marble floor beneath your feet is cold and smooth, worn by centuries of footsteps, now long silenced. Your breath forms a mist in the chill air, mingling with the faint scent of old parchment and the lingering trace of sandalwood incense once burned in ceremonial rites. The grand chandeliers sway gently, their crystals tinkling like distant bells in the hush. Each fragile drop of glass holds the memory of countless celebrations, of feasts and dances, of moments suspended in time, yet forever etched into the fabric of the hall. Nearby, a shattered vase lies forgotten, its delicate fragments catching the moonlight like shattered stars scattered across the polished floor. Picture the high vaulted ceiling above, where faded frescoes depict mythic tales of gods and heroes. Colors dulled but images still powerful, telling stories of triumph and tragedy in brushstrokes, softened by time. The pillars that line the hall are carved with intricate patterns of vines and mythical beasts, their details worn but still majestic, standing as silent sentinels to a grandeur long past. In the stillness, the hall feels alive with a gentle melancholy, a reverence for beauty lost, and a quiet acceptance of the inevitable decay that time brings. Dust motes drift lazily in the moonbeams, swirling like tiny spirits carrying echoes of the past. The air hums softly with the weight of memory, inviting you to listen, to breathe, and to become part of the endless story whispered by these gilded walls. As you linger in the sacred silence, there is a profound sense of connection, a bridge between what was and what remains, between light and shadow, grandeur and emptiness. The gilded hall, though echoing empty now, holds a timeless grace, a delicate beauty born of impermanence and the enduring power of memory. As the night deepened, the gilded hall transformed into a realm suspended between shadow and light, a sanctuary where the past lingered like a soft breath, weaving through the intricate tapestries and gilded moldings with a quiet, haunting grace. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of aged cedar and a whisper of lavender that once perfumed the chambers during long-forgotten celebrations. Imagine the flickering glow of a solitary candle, its flame casting trembling shadows that danced upon the cracked marble floor and the faded frescoes high above. The light revealed glimpses of delicate carvings, ornate cherubs, curling vines, and regal beasts that adorned the towering columns, their edges softened and worn by the passage of countless years. The soft murmur of wind drifted through the broken stained glass, carrying with it the faint echo of music once played here, a distant melody woven from strings and voices, now lost to time but never quite forgotten. The grand banquet table, once laden with sumptuous feasts, stood bare and solemn. Its polished surface was marred by scratches and stains, telling silent tales of lavish gatherings and whispered intrigues. Scattered around were the remnants of gilded silverware, some pieces tarnished, others missing entirely. Ghosts of opulence faded into stillness. Nearby, an overturned chair lay forgotten, its rich velvet upholstery threadbare and moth-eaten, a quiet testament to the passing of many seasons. Picture the great hearth at the far end of the hall, cold and empty now, its stones blackened by fires that have long since died. The mantel above still bore the faint outline of a grand mirror, now shattered, its fragments glittering faintly like stars scattered across the cold floor. The hearth had once been the heart of warmth and light, gathering the court in moments of camaraderie and reflection beneath its protective glow. As you walk through these quiet halls, the weight of history settles around you, a mingling of triumph and loss, celebration and mourning. The gilded hall echoes not just with emptiness, but with the deep, resonant pulse of memory. Each step stirs the dust of forgotten days. Each breath carries the lingering spirit of lives intertwined with power and beauty, fleeting yet eternal. In this space where grandeur fades and silence reigns, there is a profound beauty, a delicate balance between light and shadow, presence and absence, the visible and the unseen. The gilded hall stands as a quiet testament to impermanence, inviting you to rest within its gentle embrace and drift softly into the tender arms of sleep. As the deep night wrapped the gilded hall in its quiet embrace, a stillness settled over the vast chambers like a gentle velvet shroud. The moon, high and luminous, cast silvery beams through the fractured stained glass, illuminating the worn stone floors and broken remnants of past splendor with a soft, ethereal glow. Shadows stretched long and fluid, weaving between shattered mirrors, cracked frescoes, and the tattered remains of once opulent tapestries. Imagine walking slowly through this sanctuary of silence, each step echoing softly against the cold marble, stirring motes of dust that floated like tiny stars in the pale light. The air was cool and fragrant with the faintest trace of cedar and amber, the lingering scent of wooden beams, aged by centuries, mingled with the ghostly perfume of forgotten incense. The vast, empty space breathed with the weight of history, heavy yet gentle, holding the memories of countless footsteps and whispered secrets. The grand chandeliers, though dulled and broken, still hung precariously from rusted chains, their crystals catching fragments of moonlight and scattering faint rainbows across the cracked walls. The vaulted ceilings, high and cavernous, were painted with scenes of myth and legend, faded heroes and celestial battles frozen in time, their colors softened but their stories enduring in silent testament. Picture the solitary figure of a once proud monarch, immortalized in a tarnished portrait, gazing solemnly from a gilded frame. His eyes, though dulled by age, seemed to hold a quiet sorrow and a lingering pride, a reflection of the hall's own fractured glory. Nearby, an ornate throne, worn and empty, waits patiently beneath the fading frescoes, a symbol of power lost to the relentless passage of time. As you linger in these hallowed halls, the whispers of the past rise gently. Soft laughter, hushed conversations, the faint notes of music drifting like a distant memory. The gilded hall, though echoing empty, is alive with the essence of lives once lived, passions ignited, and dreams both realized and forgotten. In this twilight realm between presence and absence, grandeur and decay, there is a profound peace, a gentle invitation to surrender to the passage of time, to embrace the beauty of impermanence, and to find rest within the echoing silence. As the final hours of night unfold within the gilded hall, a profound stillness settles over the vast space, a quiet sanctuary where time seems to pause in reverence for the memories etched into every stone and gilded surface. The moon, high and luminous, pours silver light through the fractured stained glass, casting a shimmering mosaic of colors as onto the cold marble floor. Each shard of glass refracts the light into delicate rainbows that ripple gently with the slightest draft, painting the hall in ephemeral hues that dance between shadow and illumination. Imagine standing alone in the heart of the hall, surrounded by the silent echoes of grandeur long faded. The air is cool and carries the subtle fragrance of ancient cedar and the faintest trace of burnt amber, lingering like a whispered memory of past ceremonies. The towering columns rise like silent sentinels, their carved surfaces worn smooth by the passage of countless years, while the cracked frescoes on the vaulted ceiling tell stories of gods and heroes, their colors softened but their legends undimmed. The chandeliers above sway slightly in the gentle night breeze, their broken crystals tinkling softly, a delicate symphony that mingles with the distant murmur of night winds weaving through the ruined halls. The once magnificent tapestries hang in tatters, their frayed edges catching the moonlight as if reaching out to embrace the quiet dignity of the night. Picture the great banquet table, now barren and scarred, stretching across the hall like a relic of a forgotten age. Its surface bears the marks of ancient feasts and whispered conspiracies, the memories of laughter and sorrow embedded in the worn wood. Scattered fragments of porcelain and silver lie abandoned, telling silent tales of grandeur and decline. As you breathe in this stillness, feel the weight of centuries settling softly around you, a tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives, hopes, and dreams. The gilded hall, though echoing empty, holds a timeless grace, a delicate balance of light and shadow, presence and absence, memory and forgetfulness. In this sacred space of fading beauty, there is a gentle invitation to surrender, to rest within the quiet embrace of history, and to drift slowly into the peaceful depths of sleep. Here, in the heart of the gilded hall that echoed empty, the past and present intertwine softly, carrying you gently toward dreams as rich and timeless as the hall itself. Are your eyes growing heavy yet? Or are you still drifting softly between wakefulness and dreams? Wherever you find yourself right now, take a slow, deep breath and settle comfortably into your space. Tonight, on Boring History for Sleep, I'll share a quiet, gentle story called The Courtyard Where Footsteps Fade. It's a tale of fading echoes, silent stones, and the gentle passage of time, perfect for guiding you softly into peaceful sleep. Nestled quietly within the heart of an ancient fortress lay the courtyard, a space once alive with the sounds of daily life, now transformed into a realm of stillness and fading memories. This was the courtyard where footsteps fade, a place where time seemed to slow, and every stone held the soft imprint of lives long past. Imagine stepping through a weathered archway into a wide, open space bordered by towering stone walls, their surfaces mottled with centuries of moss and creeping ivy. The ground beneath your feet is a patchwork of worn flagstones and patches of wild grass that have found their way through cracks, softening the hard edges with delicate green. The air is cool and carries a faint scent of damp earth and forgotten blooms, mingling with the distant murmur of wind weaving through the ancient trees beyond the walls. The courtyard was once the heart of the fortress, a gathering place for soldiers, servants, and nobles alike. Imagine the rhythmic cadence of footsteps as guards patrolled its perimeter, the clatter of hooves as riders prepared to depart, and the soft murmur of conversations drifting over the stones like gentle waves. Laughter and song might have filled the air, blending with the clang of metalwork and the distant call of birds nesting in the high eaves. Now silence reigns. The echoes of footsteps have faded into a hushed stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the soft flutter of a bird's wing. Sunlight filters gently through a canopy of overhanging branches, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across the uneven stones. Here and there, a weathered fountain stands, its water long ceased to flow, moss creeping over its cracked basin like a slow-moving tide. Picture the shadows stretching long in the fading light, wrapping the courtyard in a quiet embrace. The air seems to hold its breath, inviting you to listen, to the whispered stories carried in the wind, to the gentle sighs of stone and wood settling after centuries of use. In this place where footsteps fade, time holds a sacred stillness, a space between past and present, awake and asleep. As you settle into this calm, imagine the softness of the earth beneath your feet, the coolness of the stone walls against your fingertips, and the tender hush that fills the courtyard where footsteps fade. Let the quiet embrace you, easing your thoughts and guiding you gently into rest. As you linger in the courtyard where footsteps fade, the gentle hush of the ancient space wraps around you like a soft blanket, soothing and profound. The towering stone walls, once steadfast guardians of the fortress, now stand weathered and worn, their surfaces etched with the slow artistry of time. Cracks and crevices weave intricate patterns, where delicate moss and tiny wildflowers cling tenaciously, breathing life into the gray stones. The ivy that climbs gracefully along the walls sways gently in the breeze, casting dancing shadows that ripple across the sun-dappled ground. Imagine the coolness of the flagstones beneath your feet, each one smooth from centuries of footsteps now vanished. Between these stones, tiny shoots of grass and resilient weeds push their way upward, reclaiming the space with soft touches of green that contrast tenderly with the cold stone. A forgotten well sits quietly in one corner, its mouth rimmed with chipped bricks and tangled with creeping vines, whispering of water that once sustained the fortress and its inhabitants. The air carries the faint scent of damp earth, mingled with the subtle fragrance of jasmine and honeysuckle from the gardens beyond the walls. Occasionally, a soft rustling of leaves or the gentle cooing of a dove breaks the stillness, a delicate reminder that life persists even in places where time seems to stand still. Picture a weathered wooden bench nestled beneath an ancient oak whose gnarled branches stretch wide, casting a protective shade over the courtyard. The bark is rough beneath your fingertips, and the leaves murmur softly in the wind, their gentle rustle like a lullaby for the forgotten. Nearby, a shattered lantern lies half buried in moss, its glass cracked and dulled, a silent witness to countless nights long past. Long ago, this courtyard was a crossroads of life and history, a place of meetings and farewells, of quiet conversations and hurried steps. Imagine the echoes of cloaked figures slipping through the shadows, the soft murmur of whispered secrets, and the warm glow of torches flickering against the stone walls as dusk settled. The courtyard held the rhythm of life, a pulse that beat in time with the lives of those who called the fortress home. Now the footsteps have faded, but the essence remains, a quiet, sacred memory embedded in every stone and leaf. As the sun dips lower and the shadows lengthen, the courtyard invites you to breathe deeply, to release the worries of the day, and to surrender gently to the peace that lingers in this timeless space. Let the stillness wash over you, the soft earth cradle your feet, and the ancient stones hold your spirit in a tender embrace. In the courtyard, where footsteps fade, find the gentle path that leads softly toward rest and sleep. As the sun continues its slow descent, casting long golden shadows across the courtyard where footsteps fade, the air takes on a delicate coolness that whispers of approaching twilight. The once vibrant life of the fortress, now only a memory, lingers faintly in the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of evening insects awakening to their nightly song. Each stone underfoot seems to hum quietly, with the stories of those who once walked these paths, soldiers returning from distant battles, servants hurrying with purpose, nobles exchanging secret words beneath veiled moonlight. Imagine the courtyard bathed in the warm amber glow of a fading sun, the towering walls glowing softly with hues of ochre and rose. Moss-covered gargoyles perch silently on ledges, their weathered faces carved with expressions caught somewhere between watchfulness and melancholy. Ivy threads climb ever upward, wrapping around stone pillars like the embrace of forgotten hands holding onto memories. The scent of earth and old stone mingles with the faint aroma of wildflowers, weaving a natural perfume that drifts lazily through the still air. Picture the fountain, at the heart of the courtyard, long since silenced and still. Its once crystal-clear waters are now replaced by a bed of smooth stones and vibrant moss, softly cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves. The intricate carvings of cherubs and mythic beasts on its edges, worn and softened by rain and time, hint at a past filled with laughter and celebration. The fountain, though quiet now, seems to hold the pulse of the courtyard's memories within its silent basin. The gentle clinking of a distant chain, the soft creak of an old wooden gate swaying in the breeze, these are the subtle sounds that fill the courtyard's quiet moments. Nearby, a small cluster of wild herbs grows defiantly in the cracked earth, their leaves catching the last light of day, as if glowing with a secret vitality. A weathered bench, its paint peeling and wood cracked, invites a moment of rest, offering a place to sit and absorb the serene beauty of this place suspended between past and present. As twilight deepens, shadows gather and fold into one another, transforming the courtyard into a realm of soft contrasts, light and dark, silence and gentle sound, stillness and slow movement. The stars begin to emerge, twinkling faintly above the crumbling battlements, their ancient light a reminder of the vast, unchanging heavens watching over the fleeting lives below. In this sacred space, where footsteps have long since faded, there is a profound invitation to pause, to listen to the whispers carried on the breeze, to feel the steady heartbeat of the earth beneath your feet, and to sink gently into the quiet embrace of the night. Here, in the courtyard's tender hush, time softens, and the boundary between waking and dreaming grows thin, leading you softly toward rest. As the evening deepens, the courtyard, where footsteps fade, becomes enveloped in a gentle twilight that softens every edge and mutes the colors into a palette of blues and silvers. The sky above is a vast, velvety expanse, studded with the first shy stars beginning to twinkle like distant fires in the hush of night. A cool breeze stirs the ivy-clad walls and the swaying branches of ancient trees, their leaves whispering secrets carried on the air, stories of centuries past, of laughter and loss, of footsteps once quick and certain now silenced by time. Imagine standing in the heart of the courtyard, where the fading light casts long dancing shadows across the worn flagstones. The moss that clings to the stones glows faintly in the dimness, painting the ground with soft green hues that seem to pulse gently underfoot. The scent of damp earth rises softly, mingling with the faint fragrance of night-blooming jasmine and the crisp, clean smell of impending rain. Somewhere in the distance, the soft crooning of a nightingale threads through the stillness, a solitary song that weaves a delicate lullaby. Picture the courtyard's ancient fountain, its basin now cracked and dry, yet still cradling the memories of water that once sang and sparkled under the sun. Vines creep over its edges, tiny flowers blooming bravely in the cool air, as if to remind the silent stones that life persists even when the music stops. Around the fountain, the empty benches invite quiet contemplation, their weathered wood cool and rough to the touch, bearing the marks of countless moments spent in thought and reflection. As darkness falls, the courtyard transforms into a sanctuary of stillness and shadow. The towering walls, etched with ivy and scarred by centuries of wind and rain, seem to lean inward slightly, creating a protective embrace that shields this hidden world from the outside. The faint glimmer of fireflies dances sporadically through the air, their tiny lights flickering like distant stars come to earth, adding a touch of magic to the somber beauty. The air is alive with subtle sounds, the soft rustle of leaves, the distant drip of water from a hidden gutter, the quiet flutter of a moth brushing against a cracked window pane. These gentle whispers fill the space with a sense of presence and continuity, a reminder that even in places where footsteps have long since faded, life endures quietly and resiliently. In this twilight realm, the courtyard, where footsteps fade, offers a sacred pause, a breath held between past and present, where the weight of history mingles with the tender promise of renewal. Here, wrapped in the cool embrace of night, your thoughts may soften, your breath slow, and your spirit find gentle rest, cradled by the quiet dignity of a place that remembers and waits. As night deepens in the courtyard, where footsteps fade, the world outside slips quietly away, leaving behind a realm of shadows and soft moonlight that gently caresses every worn stone and creeping vine. The towering walls, wrapped in ivy and age, loom like ancient sentinels guarding secrets long since whispered into the silence. The cool night air carries the delicate scent of damp earth and blooming night flowers, mingling with the faint hint of smoke from distant hearths beyond the fortress walls. Imagine standing beneath a canopy of stars, their pale light shimmering down through the branches of gnarled oaks and twisted willows that line the edges of the courtyard. Leaves rustle softly in the breeze, their whispers weaving a lullaby that carries the weight of centuries. A song sung by the earth itself, steady and timeless. The ground beneath your feet is cool and uneven, the flagstones worn smooth by countless footsteps now vanished, their edges softened by moss and tiny blooms pushing through cracks. The cracked fountain at the center of the courtyard rests in tranquil silence, its basin cradling pools of rainwater that reflect the night sky like liquid mirrors. Dragonflies skim the surface, their delicate wings catching the moonlight in fleeting flashes, while frogs croak quietly from the reeds growing nearby. Around the fountain, weathered benches invite stillness and contemplation, their wooden slats cool beneath your touch, and faintly fragrant with the scent of aged cedar. Picture the cool stone walls, their surfaces mottled with lichen and carved with faint forgotten symbols, marks left by artisans long gone, or perhaps by those seeking protection and blessing in days of old. The shadows play across these ancient carvings, lending them an almost ethereal glow that seems to pulse with the heartbeat of the courtyard itself. In the distance, the soft murmur of water echoes from a hidden spring, a reminder that life persists quietly beneath the surface of history's fading footsteps. The gentle trickle blends with the sighing wind and the distant call of night birds, creating a soothing symphony that cradles the courtyard in a blanket of peace. As you breathe in this stillness, feel the layers of time folding softly around you, the laughter and footsteps of those long gone, the quiet moments of solitude and reflection, the steady passage of days into nights and back again. Here, in the courtyard where footsteps fade, there is a sacred space for letting go, for resting gently in the embrace of memory and the soft promise of dreams. Let the quiet envelop you, the cool earth support you, and the gentle night guide you softly toward peaceful sleep. As the deepest hours of the night settle over the courtyard, where footsteps fade, a profound silence wraps the space like a gentle shroud. The moon, a pale guardian in the velvet sky, casts soft beams that filter through the gnarled branches of ancient trees, painting the worn flagstones and ivy-clad walls with silvery light. Each stone seems to glow faintly, imbued with the whispers of countless footsteps that once echoed here, now softened into a tender memory that lingers in the cool night air. Imagine standing alone in this sacred space, feeling the chill of the night seep into your skin while the earth beneath your feet remains steady and grounding. The delicate rustle of leaves and the soft flutter of a distant night bird's wings are the only sounds, a gentle accompaniment to the vast stillness that invites deep reflection. The scent of damp moss and wildflowers mingles with the faint trace of old parchment, as if the very walls hold the essence of stories long forgotten yet never quite lost. The broken fountain at the heart of the courtyard holds pools of cool, still water that mirror the stars above. Tiny insects hover over the surface, their delicate wings catching the moonlight like shards of glass. Around the fountain, the stone benches are softened by moss and age, inviting quiet moments of rest and contemplation beneath the watchful gaze of ancient stone gargoyles perched silently on the surrounding walls. Picture the ivy that climbs tirelessly toward the heavens, its leaves rustling softly as the breeze stirs, weaving a living tapestry across the stone surfaces. The courtyard's edges dissolve into shadows, where wildflowers bloom in secret corners, their petals unfolding gently even under the faint light. The air feels thick with the passage of time, each breath a link between past and present, between the world that was and the quiet now. As you linger in this moment, the memories of those who once walked these stones drift softly like echoes on the wind. Footsteps of children playing, the measured march of soldiers, whispered conversations held close beneath starry skies. Though the voices have faded, their essence remains, woven into the very fabric of the courtyard, a timeless lullaby that soothes and comforts. Here, in the courtyard, where footsteps fade, the boundaries between day and night, between waking and dreaming, blur into a tender twilight. It is a place of gentle endings and peaceful beginnings, where the soul can find rest in the soft embrace of memory and the quiet promise of sleep. As the night stretches on in the courtyard, where footsteps fade, the world beyond its ancient walls seems to pause, held in a tranquil embrace that softens even the sharpest edges of time. The moon climbs higher, its silvery light spilling like liquid silk over the worn stones, turning moss and ivy into shimmering tapestries that breathe with life beneath the calm sky. The gentle rustle of leaves and the faint chirping of night insects compose a delicate symphony, underscoring the profound stillness that blankets the courtyard. Imagine standing at the threshold of this sacred space, feeling the cool night air brush softly against your skin, carrying with it the faint aroma of wild herbs and distant wood smoke from forgotten hearths. The towering walls, scarred and softened by centuries of weather, rise like ancient sentinels, their shadows stretching long and mysterious. Each crack and crevice is alive with the stories of those who walked here, soldiers, lovers, dreamers, all leaving their marks in ways seen and unseen. The courtyard's floor, a mosaic of uneven flagstones worn smooth by generations, is dotted with tiny flowers and resilient shoots that push bravely through the cracks. Their delicate petals catch the moonlight, glowing faintly as if carrying their own secret luminescence. Nearby, a broken stone bench invites you to sit, its surface cool and textured beneath your fingertips, offering a moment of rest and reflection amidst the timeless surroundings. Picture the ancient fountain once again, its basin now a quiet pool of still water reflecting the stars above. Dragonflies hover briefly, their iridescent wings catching the moon's glow before disappearing into the night. The gentle drip of water from a hidden crevice punctuates the silence, a soothing rhythm that echoes the steady pulse of the earth itself. As you breathe in the serene night, the courtyard feels alive with memories and quiet magic, a place where the past and present meld into a seamless whole. The whispers of long-gone footsteps seem to echo softly, mingling with the rustling leaves and the sighing wind, creating a lullaby of history and hope. Here, in the courtyard where footsteps fade, time slows and softens, inviting you to release the day's worries and sink gently into the calm embrace of night. It is a sanctuary for the soul, a space where dreams begin to stir and the gentle pull of sleep carries you toward peaceful rest. As the night deepens in the courtyard, where footsteps fade, a serene stillness settles over the ancient stones, wrapping the space in a tranquil embrace. The moon, now a luminous orb hanging high in the velvet sky, spills its soft silver light across the weathered flagstones and ivy-clad walls, illuminating the delicate dance of shadows and light. Each leaf on the creeping vines seems to shimmer faintly, their edges kissed by the gentle glow, while the moss beneath your feet feels cool and velvety, alive with the quiet pulse of the earth. Imagine the air filled with the subtle fragrance of blooming night jasmine and wild lavender, their sweet scents mingling with the fresh crispness of the evening breeze. The faint rustle of leaves blends with the distant melodic call of a nightingale, its song weaving through the courtyard like a tender lullaby, soothing and timeless. Small creatures, perhaps a family of hedgehogs or a curious fox, move silently through the shadows, their presence adding a quiet vibrancy to the nocturnal world. The broken fountain at the courtyard's heart holds a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the starlit sky above like a mirror to another realm. Tiny droplets fall gently from a cracked spout, creating soft ripples that spread slowly across the surface, each one a gentle echo in the profound silence. Around the fountain, ancient benches, scuffed and softened by time, invite quiet moments of reflection, their surfaces cool to the touch and comforting in their steadfastness. Picture the towering stone walls, cloaked in centuries of ivy and weather, their rugged textures softened by the moonlight. Intricate carvings, now worn and indistinct, trace the history of the fortress, telling stories of valor, love, and loss. The cool stone feels alive beneath your fingertips, each groove and contour a whisper of the past, a tactile connection to the lives that once filled this courtyard with footsteps, laughter, and music. As you stand quietly, the courtyard seems to breathe with a gentle rhythm, a slow, steady pulse that matches the beating of your own heart. Time here flows differently, folding upon itself in layers of memory and presence. The world beyond these walls fades, leaving only the sacred stillness of the night and the soft murmurs of history. In the courtyard, where footsteps fade, the boundary between reality and dreams softens. It is a place of peace, of letting go and of gentle passage, an invitation to surrender to the calm and drift softly toward restful sleep, cradled by the embrace of timeless stone and the whisper of ancient leaves. As the night deepens, the courtyard where footsteps fade becomes a quiet sanctuary shrouded in shadow and moonlight. The vast stone walls, softened by centuries of ivy and weather, stand tall and protective, enclosing a space where time seems to slow and memories linger like whispered breaths. The air is cool and still, filled with the subtle scent of damp earth and faint traces of jasmine and lavender, mingling with the crispness of the night breeze that stirs the leaves overhead. Imagine the smooth flagstones beneath your feet, worn gently by countless footsteps long vanished, their surfaces cool and slightly damp with the evening dew. Between the cracks, tiny shoots of grass and delicate wildflowers peek out, resilient and tenacious, bringing life and color to the ancient stones. The fountain at the center of the courtyard holds a pool of still, clear water that mirrors the endless night sky, the stars above twinkling softly in its depths, as if the heavens have descended to rest within its basin. The quiet murmur of water dripping from a hidden spout adds a gentle rhythm to the profound silence, a soothing melody that blends with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of night birds echoing through the fortress ruins. Nearby, a weathered wooden bench sits beneath the protective branches of an old oak tree, its surface smooth and cool, inviting quiet contemplation and rest. Picture the carved stone pillars that line the courtyard, their surfaces worn smooth by time, yet still etched with intricate patterns of vines, flowers, and ancient symbols. These silent sentinels bear witness to the passage of centuries and the countless lives that have come and gone, their stories etched not only in stone, but in the very air that envelops the space. As you stand amidst the fading light and deepening shadows, the courtyard breathes around you, a living tapestry woven from the threads of history, memory, and nature. It is a place of gentle endings and quiet beginnings, where the echoes of footsteps fade, but the soul's song lingers, inviting you to surrender to the soft embrace of night and drift gently toward peaceful sleep. As the night reaches its deepest, the courtyard where footsteps fade becomes a sanctuary of profound stillness, where time seems to fold softly upon itself. The moon hangs low and luminous, casting a silvery glow that bathes every stone and leaf in ethereal light. Shadows weave intricate patterns across the flagstones, tracing delicate paths that echo the footsteps of those long gone, their stories whispered in the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of distant waters. Imagine standing in the heart of the courtyard, surrounded by towering walls cloaked in ivy and moss, their surfaces alive with the subtle textures of age and memory. The air is cool and fragrant with the mingling scents of damp earth, blooming night jasmine, and faint traces of ancient incense that linger like a sacred breath. The fountain's basin holds a pool of still water, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the vast tapestry of stars overhead, each one a silent witness to the passage of countless nights. The soft dripping of water from a hidden spring creates a delicate rhythm, a lullaby that soothes the restless mind and invites the spirit to relax. Nearby, weathered benches invite quiet rest, their worn wood cool beneath your fingertips, offering comfort and a place to pause in the gentle embrace of the night. Picture the gentle sway of ancient branches overhead, their leaves whispering softly in the night breeze, weaving a song of peace and timelessness. The courtyard breathes with a quiet grace, a sacred space where the weight of history mingles with the promise of renewal. It is a place where the echoes of footsteps fade, but are never truly lost, carried gently on the wind and woven into the fabric of dreams. As you stand here, surrounded by this delicate harmony of stone, water, and sky, allow yourself to surrender to the calm. Let the stillness wrap around you like a soft blanket, easing every tension and quieting every thought. In the courtyard, where footsteps fade, find the gentle passage from wakefulness to sleep, a tender journey guided by the whispering stones and the steady rhythm of the night. Are your eyes beginning to feel heavy, or are you still gently drifting between wakefulness and dreams? Wherever you are right now, take a slow, deep breath, settle comfortably, and allow your body to relax completely. Tonight, on Boring History for Sleep, I'll share a calm, soothing story called The Silent Gardens Behind Stone Walls. It's a tale of quiet beauty, hidden spaces, and the peaceful stillness that lives within. A perfect companion to guide you gently into restful sleep. Tucked away behind towering stone walls, hidden from the bustle of the outside world, lies the Silent Gardens, a secret sanctuary where time seems to pause, and nature's quiet beauty flourishes undisturbed. Imagine crossing beneath an ancient, ivy-draped archway, stepping softly into a world where the air is thick with the scent of blooming jasmine and damp earth, and where every leaf and petal holds a story, whispered by centuries of gentle winds. The garden stretches out before you like a living tapestry, woven from paths of soft moss and gravel lined with delicate flowers, roses, lavender, and wild violets, that sway gently in the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy of tall, graceful trees. Their branches, heavy with blossoms and leaves, create a patchwork of shade and light, offering cool refuge from the warmth of the day. The walls themselves, built of weathered stone mottled with lichen and moss, stand like silent guardians, enclosing this tranquil haven in an embrace of quiet strength. Imagine the gentle murmur of a small fountain at the garden's heart, its water sparkling as it cascades over smooth stones, creating a soothing rhythm that fills the space with calm. Nearby, benches carved from ancient oak invite quiet rest, their surfaces worn smooth by generations of visitors who came seeking solace, reflection, or simply a moment of peace. The silent gardens were once tended by gardeners who move like shadows among the blooms, their hands coaxing life from the soil with tender care. Picture them pausing beneath a blooming archway, inhaling the fragrance of roses and herbs, or carefully pruning the delicate branches of a flowering shrub. Their quiet presence was woven into the fabric of the garden, a silent conversation between human touch and natural grace. As you walk slowly along the winding paths, your footsteps softened by moss and earth, feel the gentle pulse of life that hums beneath the stillness, the buzzing of bees gathering nectar, the flutter of butterflies dancing through sunbeams, and the rustle of leaves stirred by a playful breeze. This is a place of quiet magic, where every sound is softened, every movement deliberate, and every breath a part of the garden's slow, peaceful rhythm. Let the serene beauty of the silent gardens embrace you, soothing your thoughts and calming your spirit. Here, within these stone walls and among these gentle blooms, find a space to breathe deeply, to release your worries, and to drift softly toward the restful embrace of sleep. As you wander deeper into the silent gardens behind the stone walls, the world around you grows ever more serene and alive, with subtle details that invite gentle attention. The winding paths meander like quiet streams through beds of flowers, their colors soft and muted in the late afternoon light. Delicate petals of pale pink, lavender, and ivory brush softly against the hem of your clothes, their fragile beauty a tender contrast to the solidity of the ancient stone walls that rise around you. Imagine the towering trees overhead, their gnarled branches stretching wide like open arms, sheltering the garden in a cool green canopy. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting shifting mosaics of light and shadow that dance slowly across the moss-covered ground. The air is alive with the gentle hum of bees moving from bloom to bloom, their tiny wings shimmering in the sunbeams as they gather nectar. Nearby, the soft flutter of butterfly wings adds a whisper of motion to the stillness. The garden's scent is a symphony of fragrances, fresh earth warmed by the sun, the sweet perfume of blooming roses and jasmine, and the faint calming aroma of lavender and rosemary that grows wild along the paths. Each breath draws you deeper into the peacefulness of the secret haven, where time seems to slow and worries melt away. Picture a small stone bench nestled beneath an ancient willow, its bark rough and cool beneath your fingertips. The bench is worn smooth by years of use, a quiet invitation to pause and rest a while. Nearby, a weathered statue of a serene figure, perhaps a guardian or muse, stands silently among the flowers, its features softened by moss and time, a gentle presence watching over the garden. As you settle onto the bench, the gentle trickle of the fountain's water nearby becomes a soothing soundtrack, a steady, calming rhythm that lulls your mind toward quiet reflection. Leaves rustle softly overhead, stirred by a tender breeze that carries with it the distant song of birds settling into their nests for the night. The garden, though silent in many ways, is alive with gentle energy, a reminder that peace and vitality often live side by side in the most delicate balance. In this sanctuary behind stone walls, every detail, from the smallest leaf to the broad expanse of sky visible through the trees, invites you to slow down, to breathe deeply, and to find rest in the gentle embrace of nature's quiet beauty. As the sun dips lower toward the horizon, casting a warm golden glow that filters softly through the leaves, the silent gardens behind the stone walls transform into a world bathed in gentle light and shadow. The interplay of colors, deep greens mingling with bursts of blooming petals, creates a living canvas that shifts with every passing breeze, each leaf and flower catching the light like precious jewels set against the quiet earth. Imagine the winding gravel paths beneath your feet, their edges lined with smooth river stones worn down by time and footsteps, leading you past beds of lavender swaying gently, releasing their calming scent into the cooling air. Nearby, clusters of wild violets and forget-me-nots, add splashes of soft purple and blue, their tiny blooms nodding in quiet greeting as you pass. The garden's tapestry is rich with textures, from the rough bark of ancient trees to the velvety softness of moss blanketing shaded patches of soil. The air carries a symphony of subtle sounds, the distant chirp of crickets beginning their nightly song, the occasional rustle of a small creature scurrying through underbrush, and the gentle babble of water as the fountain stream finds its way over polished stones. A pair of doves coo softly from their perch high in the branches, their calls blending harmoniously with the natural chorus that envelops the garden. Picture the ancient stone walls themselves, their surfaces mottled with patches of emerald moss and lichen, interspersed with delicate ivy vines that weave intricate patterns as they climb steadily toward the sky. Small cracks and crevices in the stone cradle pockets of soil, where tiny wildflowers bloom defiantly, their fragile presence a testament to resilience and quiet beauty in the face of time. As you wander further, you come upon a secluded corner where a wooden arbor draped in climbing roses creates a shaded alcove. The fragrant blooms cascade in gentle cascades of pink and white, filling the air with their sweet perfume. Beneath the arbor, a stone bench invites you to pause, its surface cool and smooth, offering a moment of stillness amid the garden's slow, soothing rhythm. In this tranquil retreat, time seems to stretch and soften, the worries of the outside world melting away with each breath. The silent gardens, hidden behind stone walls, offer a sacred space where the gentle pulse of nature and the quiet strength of ancient stones come together in a harmonious embrace, inviting you to rest, to dream, and to drift softly toward peaceful sleep. As twilight deepens in the silent gardens behind the stone walls, a quiet magic settles over the landscape, transforming the familiar into something softly otherworldly. The last rays of sunlight slip gently away, leaving the sky awash in delicate hues of lavender, rose, and pale gold. The trees and flowers, now silhouetted against the fading light, stand like silent guardians, their leaves whispering ancient secrets to the evening breeze. Imagine the garden paths growing cooler beneath your feet as dusk settles, the gravel crunching softly with each careful step. The flowers, roses, jasmine, and honeysuckle, close their petals slowly, releasing their fragrances in a final gift to the cooling air. The scent is intoxicating, a blend of sweetness and earthiness that wraps around you like a comforting shawl, inviting you deeper into the garden's embrace. The ancient stone walls, weathered and softened by centuries of wind and rain, catch the moonlight now, their surfaces glowing faintly with a silver sheen. Ivy winds its way higher, its leaves dark and glossy, creating a living tapestry that cloaks the stones in shifting patterns of light and shadow. Moss carpets the bases of the walls and creeps over worn steps, its plush softness a gentle contrast to the rough textures of stone. Picture the still waters of the fountain at the garden's heart, now dark and reflective like a quiet pool mirroring the sky. The faintest ripple disturbs the surface as a gentle breeze stirs the air, and somewhere nearby, the soft chirp of a cricket begins the night's chorus. Fireflies emerge, their tiny lights flickering intermittently like distant stars brought low, adding a touch of enchantment to the growing darkness. Around the garden, wooden benches, worn smooth by time and weather, beckon as places of quiet repose. Their surfaces are cool to the touch, framed by clusters of lavender and rosemary, whose calming scents mingle in the night air. Here, beneath the boughs of an ancient oak, or beside a bed of moonlit flowers, the garden offers a sanctuary for the soul, a place to pause, breathe deeply, and let the gentle rhythms of nature lull you toward rest. As night deepens, the garden becomes a sanctuary of peace and reflection, a sacred space where the passage of time is measured not in minutes or hours, but in the soft unfolding of petals and the steady dance of shadows. In the silent gardens behind stone walls, every breath, every rustle of leaves is a lullaby, a gentle invitation to surrender to the calm and drift softly into the restful embrace of sleep. As the night deepens, the silent gardens behind stone walls transform into a sanctuary of tranquil shadows and soft moonlight. The air cools gently, carrying the faint, sweet scent of blooming night flowers, jasmine, honeysuckle, and gardenias, that unfurl their delicate petals in the hush of darkness. The towering trees, their leaves shimmering silver beneath the moon's glow, whisper softly with every gentle breeze, weaving a lullaby that flows through the garden's winding paths. Imagine the moss-covered stones beneath your feet, softened by the passage of time and carpeted with tiny wildflowers that glow faintly in the moonlight like scattered stars come to rest. The ivy climbs higher along the weathered stone walls, its dark green leaves glistening with dewdrops that catch the light like tiny jewels. Nearby, the ancient fountain, long silent during the day, now murmurs quietly, a gentle trickle of water that seems to pulse in rhythm with the beating of your own heart. The benches nestled among the flowering bushes invite moments of quiet rest, their wooden surfaces cool and smooth beneath your fingers. The garden seems alive in the darkness, not with the bustling sounds of daylight, but with a delicate symphony of subtle rustlings, the soft flutter of moths, and the distant, soothing call of an owl perched somewhere in the ancient trees. Every sound is softened, every movement slow and deliberate, as if the garden itself breathes a slow, peaceful sigh. Picture the night sky stretched wide above the garden walls, a vast tapestry of stars twinkling gently in the deep indigo. The constellations, timeless and steady, cast their pale light through the branches, illuminating the paths with a gentle glow that guides your steps with quiet assurance. The world beyond these walls feels distant, softened and blurred, as if the garden exists in a realm apart, a place where time flows slowly, wrapped in the embrace of night. As you walk deeper into this sacred space, the stillness settles around you like a comforting cloak. The worries and noise of the outside world fade, replaced by a profound sense of peace and connection to the gentle rhythms of nature. In the silent gardens, behind stone walls, the past and present entwine softly, and the tender promise of rest and renewal unfolds with every breath. Let yourself be cradled by the garden's quiet beauty, its soft shadows, and the gentle murmur of its night song. Here, within this hidden sanctuary, find the gentle path that leads softly toward restful sleep. As the night deepens further, the silent gardens behind stone walls embrace a stillness so profound it feels almost sacred. The moon hangs like a luminous guardian overhead, casting a gentle silver light that spills over the garden's ancient stonework, the mossy pathways, and the delicate petals of flowers bowed in quiet repose. Every leaf, every blade of grass seems to shimmer softly, their edges glowing with a subtle iridescence that transforms the garden into a dreamscape, bathed in twilight magic. Imagine walking slowly beneath the towering oaks and maples, whose gnarled branches intertwine high above, creating a vaulted canopy that filters the moonlight into soft, fragmented beams. The air is cool and crisp, filled with the faint scent of damp earth and blooming night flowers, their fragrance delicate yet insistent, weaving an invisible thread that binds the garden's quiet beauty together. The garden's ancient stone benches, worn smooth by countless years, invite you to sit and rest a while. As you settle onto one, the rough texture of the weathered wood grounds you, while the cool night air wraps around you like a soft shawl. Close by, the silent fountain murmurs gently, water trickling over moss-covered stones, its soft, rhythmic sound blending seamlessly with the whispered rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale settling in for the night. Picture the climbing ivy that crawls slowly up the weathered stone walls, its dark green leaves dotted with glistening dewdrops that catch the moon's glow like scattered diamonds. Tiny nocturnal creatures stir quietly, perhaps a family of hedgehogs rustling through the fallen leaves, or a shy fox padding softly along the garden's shadowed edges, adding subtle life to the serene stillness. The garden seems alive with a tender energy, a pulse beneath the silence that invites deep breathing and gentle reflection. Time here is fluid, folding softly like petals closing at dusk, and the worries of the day drift away like leaves carried on a soft breeze. The intertwining scents, sounds, and textures create a cocoon of peace, a refuge from the noise and haste beyond the stone walls. In the silent gardens, behind stone walls, you find not only solitude, but a gentle connection to nature, to history, and to the quiet heartbeat of the earth itself. Here, beneath the vast sky and the watchful moon, the garden cradles you in its soft embrace, guiding you tenderly toward restful sleep and sweet dreams. As the night deepens further in the silent gardens behind stone walls, a profound calm settles over the space, wrapping every leaf, every stone, and every breath in a tender hush. The moon casts its pale, gentle light, filtering softly through the canopy of ancient trees whose branches weave an intricate lattice against the star-speckled sky. The air is cool and fresh, filled with the delicate fragrance of blooming night jasmine and lavender, their scents mingling like whispers carried on a soft breeze. Imagine walking slowly along the winding paths, your footsteps muted by a thick carpet of moss and fallen leaves that soften each step, inviting you to move with care and reverence. The garden feels alive yet still, pulsing with a subtle energy that seems to flow from the earth itself, a heartbeat beneath the quiet surface. The walls surrounding this secret haven stand tall and strong, cloaked in vines and lichens, their rugged stones softened by centuries of weather and time. Nearby, the ancient fountain at the heart of the garden murmurs a steady lullaby, the gentle trickle of water over mossy rocks, its sound weaving seamlessly with the rustling of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale settling into the dark. The basin, cracked yet resilient, holds a pool of crystal-clear water reflecting the stars above, creating a mirror to the heavens that invites quiet contemplation. Picture the garden benches, worn smooth by the touch of countless visitors, nestled among blooming shrubs and delicate wildflowers. Their cool, textured surfaces invite you to pause, to rest, and to breathe deeply, feeling the weight of the day lift slowly from your shoulders. Overhead, fireflies drift lazily, their tiny lights flickering like earthbound stars, adding a touch of magic to the tranquil scene. The silent gardens are not just a place of beauty, but a sanctuary of memories. Whispers of laughter and soft footsteps long past. Moments of solitude and connection etched into the very soil and stone. Here, time unfolds gently, wrapping you in its soft embrace and inviting you to surrender to the peaceful rhythm of the night. As you linger in this sacred space, allow the garden's quiet strength to seep into your spirit, calming your thoughts and soothing your heart. Let the gentle night carry you toward restful sleep, cradled by the tender harmony of nature's quiet symphony. As the night deepens, the silent gardens behind stone walls transform into a sanctuary of shadows and soft moonlight, where every leaf and petal seems to shimmer with a gentle glow. The air is cool and fragrant, filled with the subtle scents of night-blooming flowers, jasmine, gardenia, and lavender, that mingle softly with the earthy aroma of damp soil and moss-covered stones. The gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze creates a soothing symphony, blending with the distant melodic call of night birds settling into their nests. Imagine the stone pathways beneath your feet, worn smooth by countless footsteps now vanished, bordered by clusters of delicate wildflowers that seem to glow faintly in the moonlight. The towering stone walls, draped in ivy and dotted with lichen, rise like silent sentinels around this secret haven, their surfaces softened by centuries of weather and time. The moonlight filters through the canopy of ancient trees, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow that dance slowly across the garden's quiet corners. Nearby, the ancient fountain murmurs quietly, its waters sparkling softly as they trickle over moss-covered stones. The basin reflects the night sky like a mirror, capturing the shimmer of distant stars and the silvery glow of the moon. A family of small frogs croak softly from the reeds that border the fountain, adding their gentle voices to the garden's nocturnal chorus. Picture a wooden bench nestled beneath a flowering arbor, its surface cool and smooth beneath your touch. The bench invites you to sit and rest a while, to breathe deeply and let the tranquil beauty of the garden wash over you. The branches above are heavy with fragrant blossoms that release their delicate perfume into the night air, mingling with the soft hum of insects and the distant murmur of a gentle stream flowing beyond the stone walls. As you sit quietly, the garden feels alive with a peaceful energy, a timeless space where the whispers of the past mingle with the present moment, the subtle movements of nocturnal creatures, the interplay of light and shadow, and the delicate scents all combine to create a cocoon of calm that soothes the mind and quiets the heart. In the silent gardens behind stone walls, time slows to a gentle rhythm, inviting you to let go of the day's worries and drift softly toward peaceful sleep. Here, surrounded by the tender beauty of nature and the embrace of ancient stone, find the restful sanctuary your spirit longs for. As the night deepens further in the silent gardens behind stone walls, the world feels hushed and suspended in a tender embrace. The moon continues its slow journey across the sky, its pale light weaving silver threads through the ancient branches overhead. The garden, cloaked in shadow and moonlight, pulses with quiet life, the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the gentle chirping of crickets weaving together a lullaby that soothes the soul. Imagine walking slowly along the winding paths, your footsteps softened by the thick carpet of moss and fallen leaves. The cool air carries the rich scents of earth and night-blooming flowers, mingling with the faint trace of old stone warmed by the day's sun, now cooling beneath the stars. Each breath draws you deeper into the garden's tranquil embrace, a sanctuary where worries dissolve and peace takes root. The stone walls, their surfaces mottled with lichen and ivy, rise like ancient guardians, their silent strength a comforting presence. Delicate wildflowers bloom in secret corners, their fragile petals catching the moonlight like tiny lanterns glowing softly in the dark. The fountain's gentle trickle blends with the soft symphony of night sounds, its water shimmering like liquid starlight in the basin worn smooth by time. Picture a weathered bench nestled beneath an archway of climbing roses, their blossoms heavy with dew, releasing their sweet perfume into the cool night air. The bench invites quiet reflection, a place to sit and breathe deeply, letting the garden's stillness seep into your bones. Overhead, the branches sway gently, casting moving shadows that dance slowly across the ground, weaving patterns of light and dark that mirror the rhythms of your own breathing. As you linger in this sacred space, the garden's timeless essence wraps around you like a soft shawl. The past and present intertwine here, where footsteps have faded but their echoes remain, carried softly on the breeze. It is a place where the boundary between wakefulness and dreams grows thin, inviting you to surrender to the gentle pull of sleep. In the silent gardens, behind stone walls, the world slows to a tender pace, and the heart finds its steady rhythm. Here, cradled by the soft sounds and scents of the night, allow yourself to drift peacefully into rest, embraced by the quiet beauty of this hidden sanctuary. As the deepest hours of the night unfold within the silent gardens behind stone walls, the world settles into a profound and tender stillness. The moon, a radiant guardian in the velvet sky, casts its gentle silver light over the ancient stones, the delicate blooms, and the quietly swaying branches. Each leaf and petal glistens with a soft luminescence, their edges kissed by moonbeams that weave a shimmering tapestry of light and shadow across the garden's tranquil expanse. Imagine standing alone in the heart of the garden, surrounded by the protective embrace of towering stone walls, their surfaces softened by centuries of moss and ivy. The air is cool and fragrant, carrying the mingling scents of damp earth, blooming jasmine, and faint traces of old incense that seem to linger like a sacred breath. The ancient fountain at the garden's center murmurs quietly, its waters reflecting the star-studded sky above, mirroring the vast, timeless cosmos in a still pool that invites peaceful contemplation. The soft rustling of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale blend harmoniously, with the gentle trickle of water creating a soothing symphony that cradles the senses and calms the restless mind. Nearby, weathered benches invite quiet repose, their worn surfaces cool and comforting beneath your fingertips, offering a place to sit, breathe deeply, and surrender to the gentle rhythms of the night. Picture the garden's wildflowers, their petals closed in peaceful slumber, bowing gracefully beneath the moon's tender gaze. The ivy that climbs tirelessly along the stone walls seems to shimmer with life, its dark leaves glowing faintly in the night. The garden, though silent to the world, hums softly with the pulse of life, an enduring testament to the delicate balance between stillness and vitality. In this sacred space, time slows to a gentle, unfolding rhythm. The worries and noise of the day dissolve like morning mist, replaced by a profound sense of peace and connection to nature, to history, and to the quiet pulse of the earth itself. The silent gardens behind stone walls cradle you in their timeless embrace, guiding you gently toward restful sleep and sweet dreams beneath the watchful stars. Are your eyes growing heavy yet, or are you still gently drifting between wakefulness and dreams? Wherever you are right now, take a slow, deep breath and settle comfortably into your space. Tonight, on Boring History for Sleep, I'll tell you a quiet story called The Old Bazaar Lost Beneath Sand. It's a tale of forgotten markets, shifting dunes, and whispers carried by the desert wind. perfect for guiding you softly into restful sleep. Long ago, where endless golden dunes stretched beneath a vast, unbroken sky, there once thrived a bustling bazaar, a vibrant heart of trade, laughter, and life. This was the Old Bazaar, a place where merchants from distant lands gathered to exchange spices, silks, and stories beneath colorful canopies that fluttered like flags in the warm desert breeze. Imagine narrow, winding alleys lined with stalls, overflowing with treasures, jars of fragrant saffron, bolts of shimmering fabric dyed with vibrant hues, and baskets brimming with exotic fruits and nuts. The air buzzed with the sounds of haggling voices, the clink of coins, and the rich melodies of musicians playing oud and flute. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with fragrant spices, cumin, cinnamon, and cardamom, filling the market with an intoxicating aroma that lingered long after sunset. Brightly painted pottery and intricate jewelry caught the sunlight, casting playful reflections on the sandy streets. Imagine the faces of the people who made this place alive. The wise-eyed merchant carefully weighing silver coins, the deft hands of a weaver twisting threads into delicate patterns, and the curious children darting through the crowds, their laughter ringing like bells. The Old Bazaar was a crossroads of culture and commerce, where stories from far-off lands wove together beneath the ever-watchful sun. But time, as it does, began to change this lively scene. Winds grew stronger, shifting the sands with relentless determination, swallowing alleyways and stalls alike. Slowly, the golden dunes crept closer, covering the vibrant colors with soft blankets of sand. What was once a thriving market faded beneath the desert's quiet embrace, leaving only whispers of its past beneath endless waves of sand. Picture the bazaar now, silent and still beneath the vast sky, a ghostly echo of life long gone. The wind stirs softly, carrying fragments of forgotten voices and the faint scent of spices long past. The sun sets over rolling dunes, casting long shadows over hidden treasures buried deep beneath the sand. As you settle into quiet tonight, imagine yourself wandering through this lost world, the heat of the day giving way to cool evening breezes, the soft whisper of shifting sand guiding you gently into rest. As the sun dips low over the desert horizon, casting long golden shadows across the endless waves of sand, the Old Bazaar lost beneath the dunes takes on a quiet, almost magical presence. The once vibrant market, now hidden beneath layers of soft, shifting sand, is a secret waiting patiently to be rediscovered. Imagine the warm desert breeze stirring the sands gently, creating ripples that dance like silent waves, erasing footprints and burying memories with tender care. Picture the remnants of once colorful stalls, now faded and fragmented, peeking faintly through the sand's soft embrace. The wooden beams that once held vibrant awnings lie broken and half buried, their surfaces worn smooth by years of relentless sun and wind. Scattered pottery shards glisten faintly as they catch the fading light, telling silent stories of craftsmanship and trade. Among the sand-covered relics, the faint outline of a cracked mosaic floor hints at the artistry that adorned the heart of the bazaar. The air is cool now, carrying the delicate scent of desert herbs and distant rain on the breeze, a rare gift in this arid land. The silence is deep but not empty. It hums softly with the whispers of the past, the soft murmur of haggling voices, the laughter of children weaving between stalls, and the rhythmic footsteps of travelers seeking shelter and trade. Each grain of sand seems to hold a story, each breeze a secret carried from long ago. Imagine the people who once walked these bustling streets, the merchants and artisans, the storytellers and dreamers, their lives intertwined with the pulse of the bazaar, their hopes and struggles etched into the stones beneath the sand. The marketplace was a living tapestry, vibrant with the colors, sounds, and scents of a world connected by trade and tales. Now, as night falls, the desert sky unfolds above in a vast, glittering expanse of stars, their cold light contrasting with the warm earth below. The dunes shimmer softly in the moonlight, their shapes shifting and flowing like a silent sea. The Old Bazaar rests beneath this celestial canopy, its stories waiting patiently beneath the sand, inviting the curious and the dreamers to listen and imagine. As you breathe in the cool night air, let yourself be carried gently across this hidden world, through winding alleys and forgotten corners, past silent stalls and buried treasures, until your thoughts grow soft and your spirit drifts peacefully toward restful sleep. As the night deepens over the vast desert, the old bazaar lost beneath the sand becomes a realm of whispers and shadows, where the soft sigh of the wind carries echoes of a time long gone. The dunes shift slowly, their golden crests glowing faintly beneath the pale light of a crescent moon, while the vast sky above stretches endlessly, sprinkled with shimmering stars that seem to guard the secrets buried below. Imagine wandering through the hidden corridors of this ancient marketplace, where narrow alleys once bustled with life now lie silent and veiled beneath layers of soft sand. The outlines of stone archways and weathered walls emerge faintly, their surfaces etched with the marks of traders and travelers who passed through centuries ago. Time has smoothed sharp edges, turning vibrant murals into faded impressions and intricate carvings into gentle textures softened by countless storms. The air is cool and still, carrying the faintest scent of desert sage and crushed spices, remnants of the vibrant trade that once filled these streets with color and sound. Beneath your feet, the sand shifts quietly, revealing glimpses of mosaic tiles and scattered fragments of pottery glazed in deep blues and earthy reds. Each piece tells a silent story of artistry and culture, whispers of hands that crafted beauty amidst the harsh desert. Picture the once lively marketplace stalls, now empty and draped in sand, their wooden frames broken and worn, the fabrics that once fluttered in the breeze, long since faded to muted hues. Yet, even in their quiet decay, they hold the memory of bustling days filled with the vibrant hum of bargaining voices, the clinking of coins, and the laughter of children darting between narrow pathways. The gentle murmur of the desert night weaves through this forgotten place, a symphony of distant owls, the soft rustle of lizards among the rocks, and the whispering wind that carries stories across the dunes. Above, the stars shimmer with ancient light, casting a silver glow that dances across the shifting sands, illuminating the secret corners of the lost bazaar. As you breathe in the cool night air, feel the soft embrace of history and mystery intertwine, a tapestry of forgotten lives and untold tales waiting patiently beneath the endless desert sky. Let the stillness cradle your thoughts, and the gentle rhythm of the desert night guide you slowly and peacefully toward restful sleep. As the night deepens over the vast desert landscape, the old bazaar lost beneath the sand reveals its quiet, haunting beauty, a place where time has woven silence and shadow into a tapestry of memories. The moon, a silver sentinel in the ink-black sky, casts a gentle glow across the rolling dunes, illuminating the hidden contours of sunken alleyways and half-buried structures. The air is cool and crisp, tinged with the faint scent of desert sage and the subtle lingering aroma of ancient spices once traded in the vibrant market. Imagine walking softly along the edge of a sunken courtyard, where weathered stone walls rise from the sands like ancient sentinels guarding forgotten secrets. The walls, rough and pitted from centuries of wind and storm, are mottled with delicate patches of lichen and tiny desert blooms that have taken root in the cracks. The faint outline of a collapsed archway beckons, its stones worn smooth by time, framing a view of endless dunes that ripple and shimmer beneath the starry sky. The air is filled with the soft whisper of the desert wind, which carries with it the distant call of a night bird and the rustle of dry grasses swaying gently. Somewhere, hidden beneath the sand, the faint tinkle of glass and metal hints at treasures long buried, jewels glinting faintly in the moonlight, fragments of pottery painted with intricate patterns, and silver coins bearing the faces of rulers lost to history. Picture the ancient marketplace stalls, their wooden frames now twisted and broken, draped in layers of fine sand that shift and swirl like restless waves. The bright fabrics that once fluttered in the heat have faded to ghostly remnants, their colors muted, but still hinting at the vibrant life that once filled these bustling streets. The scent of incense and exotic herbs lingers faintly, a delicate trace that seems to linger in the cool night air. As you pause beneath the crumbling canopy, your fingers brush against a carved stone column, its surface etched with symbols whose meanings have faded into mystery. The texture is cool and rough, grounding you in the tangible presence of a world that once thrived here, a world of trade, of stories, of human connection amidst the vast and unforgiving desert. Above, the sky stretches wide and infinite, a velvet dome studded with stars that have witnessed countless nights over these shifting sands. The constellations weave their silent stories across the heavens, their ancient light guiding the restless spirit of the desert, just as the old bazaar once guided travelers and traders through the sands below. As you breathe in the stillness, feel the weight of history settle softly around you. A quiet invitation to let go, to release the day's concerns, and to drift gently into the peaceful embrace of sleep. Here, beneath the endless sky and among the silent ruins, the old bazaar lost beneath sand cradles you in its timeless, soothing presence. As the night deepens into the quietest hours, the old bazaar lost beneath the sand reveals itself as a realm of serene mystery, where the whispers of the past mingle softly with the desert's eternal rhythms. The moon hangs low and luminous in the vast, star-studded sky, its gentle light casting a silvery sheen over the rolling dunes and the sunken ruins hidden beneath their ever-shifting folds. Each grain of sand seems to shimmer faintly, carrying within it the stories of countless travelers and merchants who once walked these now forgotten streets. Imagine the cool desert breeze brushing softly against your skin, carrying with it the faint, sweet scent of blooming desert flowers, delicate blossoms that thrive despite the harshness of the environment. The scent mingles with the warm, earthy aroma of sun-warmed stones and dry grasses, creating an intoxicating blend that grounds you in this timeless place. The soft rustle of sand as it shifts over buried pathways adds a gentle, rhythmic undertone to the profound stillness. Picture the scattered remnants of the bazaar, broken pottery shards painted with intricate geometric patterns, fragments of glass that catch the moonlight like scattered jewels, and twisted ironwork once fashioned into delicate lanterns now lying half-buried in the dunes. These relics speak silently of vibrant days filled with bustling trade, lively conversations, and the rich tapestry of human connection that once animated this hidden world. The worn outlines of stalls and marketplaces peek through the sand's soft embrace, their weathered wooden beams and stone foundations telling tales of resilience and impermanence. You can almost hear the distant echoes of merchant voices, the lively barter for spices and silks, the clatter of hooves, and the laughter of children weaving between crowds. Though long silent, the spirit of the bazaar lingers, a gentle pulse beneath the desert's quiet. Imagine pausing by a half-buried fountain, its stone basin cracked yet still beautiful, moss and tiny desert plants creeping over its edges. The water no longer flows, but the memory of its soothing murmur fills the air, a reminder of life and sustenance in this harsh landscape. Nearby, the shadows of date palms sway gently, their tall fronds casting intricate patterns across the sand, adding a touch of grace and life to the quiet ruins. As you breathe in the cool night air, let the profound stillness of this lost bazaar cradle your thoughts. Allow the stories etched into the sand and stone to settle softly in your mind, guiding you away from the bustle of the day and into the gentle embrace of peaceful sleep. Here, beneath the vast desert sky and amidst the silent ruins, find rest in the timeless dance of memory and dream. As the desert night stretches on, the old bazaar lost beneath the sand becomes a sanctuary wrapped in silver moonlight and ancient silence. The sky above unfolds like a vast dark tapestry, embroidered with countless stars, their cold, distant light casting a gentle glow that shimmers across the rolling dunes. The soft breeze carries the faint, sweet scent of desert blooms, delicate flowers that brave the arid land, and mingles it with the warm, earthy aroma of sun-baked stones and dry grasses. Imagine stepping lightly across the soft, shifting sands, each grain whispering stories of travelers long gone, merchants who once walked these paths with hope and purpose, their footsteps now swallowed by time. Beneath your feet, the outlines of sunken streets and forgotten market stalls emerge and recede, the contours shaped by centuries of relentless wind and relentless change. The desert's rhythm is steady and unyielding, a timeless heartbeat that pulses through the bones of this lost city. Picture the remnants of once bustling stalls, weathered wooden beams, cracked pottery painted with intricate designs, and shards of colored glass that catch the moonlight like scattered stars. Each fragment holds a silent tale of vibrant life, whispered conversations, and exchanged goods carried from distant lands. The ancient bazaar was once a melting pot of culture and commerce, where spices, silks, and stories traveled alongside weary travelers seeking shelter from the endless sands. Near the heart of the ruins, a partially buried fountain rests quietly, its carved stone basin cracked but still elegant. Moss and tiny desert plants have claimed it as their own, softening its edges and breathing life into the forgotten. The gentle trickle of water no longer flows here, but the memory of its soothing sound lingers in the cool night air, a faint echo of refreshment and renewal. As you move quietly through this hidden world, the cool desert breeze brushes against your skin, carrying the distant call of night birds and the rustle of small creatures navigating the shadows. The silence is deep but alive, filled with the subtle sounds of the night and the steady pulse of the earth beneath your feet. In this sacred stillness, the old bazaar lost beneath the sand offers a place of reflection and peace, a timeless sanctuary where the past and present intertwine softly. Here, surrounded by the gentle murmur of the desert night and the enduring beauty of forgotten ruins, allow your spirit to rest and your mind to drift slowly into the gentle embrace of sleep. As the desert night deepens further, the old bazaar lost beneath the sand reveals itself as a vast, tranquil realm where the past whispers softly beneath the shimmering moonlight. The sky stretches wide above, a tapestry of indigo and silver, dotted with countless stars that seem to pulse with ancient light. The gentle desert breeze flows through the ruins like a lullaby, carrying with it the scents of rare desert blossoms and the warm, dry earth, a fragrant reminder of life that endures even in the harshest places. Imagine wandering slowly among the sunken streets and crumbled walls, your footsteps softened by the ever-shifting sands that blanket the ancient stones. The edges of forgotten stalls peek through the golden dunes, their weathered wood worn smooth by the relentless caress of wind and time. Shards of painted pottery glint faintly, scattered like scattered jewels in the pale light, each one a fragment of vibrant stories long silenced. The ruins hold a deep stillness, broken only by the distant call of a nightbird perched atop a crumbling minaret, its mournful song weaving through the cool air. The once bustling market pathways, now silent, trace intricate patterns beneath the sand, as if the city itself breathes quietly beneath the desert's gentle embrace. Clusters of desert wildflowers bloom defiantly among the stones, their delicate petals glowing softly like stars fallen to earth. Picture the ancient fountain at the heart of the bazaar, now a dry basin edged with creeping vines and moss, holding only the memory of waters that once quenched the thirst of travelers and merchants alike. The faintest trickle of water can be heard, perhaps a distant underground spring murmuring beneath the dunes, a secret song of renewal and endurance. As you move through this sacred space, the cool night air brushes gently against your skin, carrying whispers of countless footsteps long vanished, of laughter and trade, of lives woven into the fabric of this lost city. The ruins resonate with a timeless energy, a delicate balance between stillness and vitality, absence and memory. In this place where the old bazaar lies buried beneath the sands, time folds softly, and the boundary between the living and the forgotten blurs. Let the serenity of this hidden world cradle your thoughts and soothe your spirit. Allow yourself to drift slowly, gently, into restful sleep, guided by the soft murmur of the desert night and the quiet strength of enduring history. As the deep night continues to envelop the desert, the old bazaar lost beneath the sand becomes a realm of hushed reverence and delicate beauty, where the faint glow of moonlight dances softly upon ancient stones and shifting dunes. The sky, a vast canvas of midnight blue, is scattered with brilliant stars that seem to pulse with the quiet heartbeat of the universe itself, casting a gentle silver light that illuminates the contours of sunken alleyways and crumbling walls. Imagine wandering carefully through the silent ruins, your footsteps muffled by the soft sand that blankets the ground like a plush carpet woven by time. The ancient market stalls, once vibrant with color and life, lie now broken and half-buried, their wooden beams weathered and smoothed by countless storms. Fragments of painted ceramics sparkle faintly beneath the moon's glow, their intricate patterns telling silent stories of artistry and culture long past. The desert breeze carries a symphony of subtle sounds, the distant call of a nightjar, the whisper of shifting sand over stone, and the gentle rustle of a small desert fox as it moves through the shadows. The air is cool and dry, scented faintly with wild thyme and desert sage, their fragrances mingling with the earthy aroma of sun-baked clay and ancient stone. Picture a solitary palm tree rising defiantly amidst the ruins, its fronds silhouetted against the starlit sky, casting delicate shadows that flicker and sway. Nearby, a cracked stone basin cradles a small pool of clear water, shimmering like liquid silver and reflecting the vastness of the heavens above. The fountain's gentle murmur has long ceased, but the stillness of the water holds a quiet power, a symbol of life persisting in the midst of desolation. As you stand in this forgotten place, the weight of centuries presses gently around you, inviting deep reflection and calm. The old bazaar beneath the sand, though silent and still, vibrates with the memories of countless lives, of merchants and travelers, of laughter and farewells, of stories whispered beneath blazing suns and star-filled nights. Allow yourself to breathe deeply in this sacred space, feeling the cool desert air fill your lungs and the soft pulse of the earth beneath your feet. Let the serene beauty and enduring spirit of the lost bazaar guide your thoughts gently away from the noise of the day and into the peaceful embrace of sleep. As the night deepens even further, the old bazaar lost beneath the sand becomes a sanctuary of stillness and secrets, where the past lingers like a gentle whisper beneath the cool, star-studded sky. The vast desert around stretches endlessly, its rolling dunes bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, casting long, soft shadows that dance slowly with the shifting wind. The air is crisp and cool, filled with the faint fragrance of desert blossoms and the earthy scent of ancient stones, creating a tapestry of scents that soothe the senses and calm the mind. Imagine walking slowly through this hidden world, your footsteps light on the soft sand that blankets the ruins like a protective quilt. Beneath your feet, the outlines of sunken pathways and crumbled walls emerge and recede, shaped by centuries of wind and time. Broken shards of pottery glisten faintly, their intricate patterns telling stories of a vibrant marketplace filled with life, color, and the murmur of countless voices. The quiet hum of desert nightlife surrounds you. A distant owl's call, the flutter of a moth's wings, the rustle of small creatures moving through the shadows. Above, the stars twinkle steadily, their ancient light a reminder of the vast, timeless sky watching over this forgotten place. The constellations seem to weave their silent stories across the heavens, casting a gentle glow that touches the sand and stone with ethereal grace. Picture a lone palm tree standing tall amid the ruins, its fronds swaying softly in the breeze, casting elongated shadows across the shifting sands. Nearby, a stone basin cradles a small pool of still water, its surface reflecting the heavens in perfect clarity, a mirror to the cosmos, silent and serene. The air hums with the pulse of life hidden beneath the surface of time, a delicate balance between silence and memory, presence and absence. As you pause in this sacred place, the whispers of the past rise softly, echoes of footsteps long faded, of laughter and trade, of lives woven into the fabric of the desert. The old bazaar beneath the sand holds its secrets with quiet dignity, inviting you to listen closely, to breathe deeply, and to surrender gently to the peaceful rhythm of the night. Here, beneath the vast desert sky and amidst the silent ruins, find comfort in the gentle embrace of history and nature. Let the serene stillness cradle your spirit and guide you softly toward restful sleep, wrapped in the timeless beauty of the lost bazaar. As the night reaches its deepest, the old bazaar lost beneath the sand rests in a profound and tender stillness that seems to suspend time itself. The vast desert sky stretches endlessly above, a deep canvas scattered with countless stars that shimmer like distant fires, their cold light gently bathing the silent ruins in a soft, ethereal glow. The moon, a pale guardian hanging low on the horizon, casts long silver shadows across the dunes, tracing delicate patterns over the sunken streets and crumbling walls. Imagine standing alone amid the quiet remnants of the bazaar, the cool desert breeze brushing softly against your skin and carrying with it the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming flowers and warm earth. The sand beneath your feet is cool and shifting, each grain telling stories of travelers and traders who once walked these paths with hope and purpose. The air hums quietly with the whispers of history, the voices of countless lives intertwined beneath the vast eternal sky. The broken pottery and scattered fragments of colorful glass glint faintly in the moonlight, like scattered jewels hidden beneath the soft blanket of sand. The carved stone archways, worn smooth by centuries of wind and weather, stand as silent sentinels, their surfaces etched with the marks of a vibrant past, now softened by time's gentle touch. Nearby, the remnants of a once grand fountain hold a pool of still, clear water, reflecting the endless stars above, a mirror to the cosmos that invites calm and reflection. Picture the vast dunes surrounding the lost bazaar, their graceful curves and ridges shimmering like waves in a silent ocean. The desert wind flows through the empty streets and narrow alleys with a gentle sigh, weaving a lullaby that cradles the silent city and those who listen. The air is cool and fresh, carrying the quiet promise of renewal and the peaceful embrace of night. As you breathe deeply in this sacred space, feel the layers of time and memory folding softly around you, a tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives, hopes, and dreams. Let the serene beauty and timeless spirit of the old bazaar lost beneath the sand carry your thoughts away from the noise of the day and into the gentle arms of restful sleep. Here, beneath the vast desert sky and amidst the whispering sands, find peace, comfort, and the quiet invitation to drift softly into dreams, as endless and timeless as the stars themselves. By now, many of you have likely drifted off into a deep and peaceful sleep. The night has carried you gently toward morning's first light. As the new day dawns, I wish you a joyful and energetic day ahead. And when night falls again, if sleep feels elusive, remember you can always come back to this channel. Let these stories wrap you in calm and guide you softly to rest. Goodbye for now, and I look forward to sharing another quiet journey with you soon.